ಇಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಆ ಬೆಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ ಸ್ಪಾಟ್ಗಳಿದ್ದು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಚುಕ್ಕೆ ಗಪ್ಪೆ ಅಂತಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಊರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅಭಿಮಾನ ಇರ್ತಿರ್ತಾನೆ. ಸೇಮ್ ಆ ಸಾಣೆ ಕಟ್ಟ ಕಪ್ಪೆ ಅಂತಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಸೇಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹ ಇಮೋಷನಲಿ ಯಾವುದು ಸ್ಥಾನ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಗುರುರಾಜ್ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ ಒಂದೇ ಮಾತು, ಇದು ಸಾಣೆಕಟ್ಟ ಪ್ಲೇಸಲ್ಲೇ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಣೆಕಟ್ಟೆ ಕಪ್ಪೆ ಅಂತ ಇಡ್ಬೋಯಿತ್ತು. ಬಟ್ ಉತ್ತರ ಕನ್ನಡ, ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಕನ್ನಡದ ಕರಾವಳಿ ಭಾಗಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಸಿಗ್ತಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಕರಾವಳಿ ಚಿಮ್ಮು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಹೆಸರನ್ನ ಈ ಕಪ್ಪೆಗೆ ನೀಡಿದ್ರು. ಸೊ ಮುಂದಿನ ಜರ್ನಿ ಒಂದು ಟೀಮ್ ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಕಪ್ಪೆ ಒಬ್ಬರಿಂದ ನೋಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಟೀಮ್ ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಿತ್ರರಾದ ಹಾಲೇಶ್ ಗೊರವರ್, DRFO, ಬಸನಗೌಡ ಬಗಲಿ, ಬೀಟ್ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿ ಇದರ ಜೀವನ ಚಕ್ರ ನೋಡುವಂತ ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಸೊ ಗಂಡು ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಸೇರಿದ ನಂತರ ಎರಡು ಕೆಳಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ವು ಜಂಟಿಯಾಗಿ. ನಮ್ಗೆ ಏನು ನಡೀತಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ನಂತರ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಗಂಡು ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಕೆಳಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ನೆಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊಟ್ಟೆ ಇಟ್ಟು ಆ ಭಾಗ, ಆ ಏರಿಯಾ ಪ್ರೇಗ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಬಾರ್ದಂತ ಹೇಗೆ ಕೆದರಿ ರಾಡಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವಾಗಿ ಗಮನಿಸಿ ಆ ಕಪ್ಪೆಗೂ ಮತ್ತು ಆ ಮೊಟ್ಟೆಗೂ ಯಾವುದು ಹಾನಿ ಆಗದ ಲೆಕ್ಕಲ್ಲಿ ಜೊಂಡನ ಮೂಲಕ ಆ ಮೊಟ್ಟೆಯನ್ನು ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಸೊ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಗೋಧಿ ಕಾಳ ಆಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಹೆಸರು ಬೆಳೆ ಆಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದದ್ದು ಚಿಕ್ಕ ದೋಣಿ ಆಕಾರ, ಹಾಗೆ ಉದ್ದು ಕಾಳಿನ ಆಕಾರ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನದು ಭ್ರೂಣದ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ ಆರಂಭವಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಸೊ ರಾತ್ರಿ 9:40ಕ್ಕೆ ಹ್ಯಾಚ್ಲಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಒಂದು ಜನನ ಆಯಿತು. ಸೊ 5 mm ಇತ್ತದು. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಗಿಲ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಟೇಲ್ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಪೈರಾಕಲ್, ಈ ಗಿಲ್ಸು ಮೊಟ್ಟೆಯೊಳಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ಉಸಿರಾಟ ಕ್ರಿಯೆಗೆ ಅನುಕೂಲವಾಗಿರ್ತಂತೆ. ಸೊ ಹೊರಗೆ ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ಆ ಗಿಲ್ಸ್ ನಾಪತ್ತೆಯಾಗಿ ಆ ಸ್ಪೈರಾಕಲ್ನಿಂದ ಉಸಿರಾಟ ಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಡೆಯುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಸೊ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಪರೆಂಟ್ ಜೀವನ, ನಮ್ಮ ರಮೇಶ್ ಬಡಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಪಾರದರ್ಶಕ ಜೀವನ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಹೃದಯ ಬಡಿತ, ಚಯಾಪಚಯ ಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವಾಗಿ ಓಪನ್ ಆಗಿ ನೋಡುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಈ ಕಪ್ಪೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ತು. ಸೊ ಇದು ಹಿಂಗಾಲುಗಳು ಬರೋ ಸಮಯ. ಸೊ 10ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಿಗೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆದ್ದು, ಚಿಕ್ಕದಾಗಿ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆದ್ದು 6 ದಿವಸದ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ. 6 ದಿವಸ ನಂತರ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಹಿಂಗಾಲುಗಳು ಮೂಡಿದು, ಒಂದು ವಾರದ ನಂತರ ಮತ್ತು 3 ದಿವಸಕ್ಕೆ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಮುಂಗಾಲುಗಳು ಮೂಡಿದು. ಸೊ ನಾವೇನಂತಿದ್ವಿ ಮೊದಲು ಚಿಕ್ಕವರಿರ್ಬೇಕಾರ ಕಪ್ಪೆ ಬಾಲ ಉದುರು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಕಪ್ಪೆ ಬಾಲ ಉದುರು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಬಟ್ ಇದೊಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಹೇಗಾಯ್ತಂದ್ರೆ 4 ದಿವಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಪ್ಪೆ ಆ ಬಾಲ ಆ ಬೆನ್ನು ಮೂಳೆ ಜೊತೆ ಮರ್ಜ್ ಆಗ್ತಿರುವಂತ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ, ನೋಡುವಂತ ಅವಕಾಶ ನಮಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ತು. ಸೊ ಅಡಲ್ಟ್ ಸಬ್ ಅಡಲ್ಟ್ ಫ್ರಾಗ್ ಆಗಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ 55 ದಿವಸ. ಸೊ ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಆರೈಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗೋದಂಥದ್ದು. ಬಟ್ ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಚಾಲೆಂಜಿಂಗ್ಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಮೊಟ್ಟೆನ ತಿನ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮೀನು ಬರ್ಬೋದು, ಹಾವುಗಳು ಬರ್ಬೋದು. ಟ್ಯಾಡ್ಪೋಲ್ ಆದಾಗ ತಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಬುಲ್ಫ್ರಾಗ್ ಕೆನಿಬಾಲಿಸಮ್, ಅದ್ರ ಟ್ಯಾಡ್ಪೋಲು ಬೇರೆ ಟ್ಯಾಡ್ಪೋಲನ್ನು ತಿಂತವೆ, ಎರೆಹುಳುಗಳನ್ನು ಸಹ ತಿಂತವೆ. ಸೊ ಇವುಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ಗಳನ್ನಾಗಿ ಎದುರಿಸಿ ಕಪ್ಪೆ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ತೊಂದರೆ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಆ ಪರಿಸರ, ಆ ವಾತಾವರಣ ಹಾಗೇನೆ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಆಸೆ. ಸೊ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಕಪ್ಪೆಗಳನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಎಸ್, ಉಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕಂತ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಆಂದೋಲನ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಕಪ್ಪೆಗಳು ತಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ನೈಸರ್ಗಿಕ ಕೀಟನಾಶಕ. ಸೊ ನಮಗೆ ಬರುವಂಥ ರೋಗಗಳನ್ನ ಉಂಟು ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಕೀಟಗಳನ್ನಿರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಬೆಳೆನಾಶಕ ಕೀಟಗಳನ್ನಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಇವುಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಪ್ಪೆ. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಕಪ್ಪೆಯನ್ನ ಇವುಗಳ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ಲೋಕಕ್ಕೂ ಹೊಸ ಒಂದು ಕೊಡುಗೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಪಂಗೈಡ್ ಫ್ರಾಗ್ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳಬಹುದು. ಪಂಗೈಡ್ ಫ್ರಾಗ್ದ ಮೇಲಿನ ಒಸರುವ ಕೆಮಿಕಲ್ಸ್, ರಾಸಾಯನಿಕ ಯುರಿಮಿನ್ ರಾಸಾಯನಿಕದಿಂದ H1N1 ರೋಗಕ್ಕೆ ಔಷಧಿಯನ್ನು ಕಂಡು ಹಿಡಿದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಕಾಮನ್ ಟೋಡ್, ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಸರುವ ರಾಸಾಯನಿಕದಿಂದ ಬಿಪೋಟಿನ್ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಔಷಧಿ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆ ಹೆರಿಗೆ ಆದಾಗ ನೋವು ಅನುಭವ ಬರ್ತಂತೆ ಮಾರ್ಪಿನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ 100 ಪಟ್ಟು ಪರಿಣಾಮಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿ ಇದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಂತೆ. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಹುಲಿ ಚಿರತೆಗೆ ಏನು ಪ್ರಾಮುಖ್ಯತೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೇವೋ ಅದೇ ಟೈಪಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಪ್ಪೆಗೂ ಪ್ರಾಮುಖ್ಯತೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಮತ್ತು ಮೇನ್ ಆಗಿ ಕಪ್ಪೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಹುಲಿ ಚಿರತೆಗೆ ಕಾಡಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ನೋಡಬೇಕು, ಒಂದು ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಬೇಕು, ಭಾಳ ಕಷ್ಟದ ಕೆಲಸ. ಬಟ್ ನಮ್ಮೂರ ಗದ್ದೆ ಬಯಲಲ್ಲಿ, ನಮ್ಮೂರ ಕೆರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ನಮ್ಮೂರ ಅಂಗಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಪ್ಪೆಗಳು ಬರ್ತವೆ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಒಂದು ಫೋಟೋ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೆಸರು ನಂತರ. ಸೊ ಈ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಬಯೋಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಫೋರ್ಟ್, ಫ್ರಾಗ್ ವಾಚ್ ಇವಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕಿದರೆ ಸೊ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಿರ್ಸಿಲ ಒಂದು ಕಪ್ಪೆ ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗೆದು ಹಾಕಿದಾಗ ಮುಂದೆ ಅದು ಹೊಸ ಕಪ್ಪೆ ಆಗಿಬಿಡ್ದು, ಅಥವಾ 100 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟಿಂಟ್ ಆದ ಕಪ್ಪೆ ಈ ವರ್ಷ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದಂತ ಒಂದು ಸಾಕ್ಷ್ಯನೂ ಸಿಗಬಹುದು. ಸೊ ಆ ಲೆಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಸ್, ಯುವ ಜನತೆ ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಇಲಾಖೆಯವರು ಇದನ್ನ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಸ್ಟಾಫ್ಗಳು ನಮ್ಮಂಥವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಇದರ ಇನ್ವಾಲ್ವ್ ಆದರೆ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಕ್ಕೆ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಹೊಸ ಕೊಡುಗೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಭಾವನೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಕರಾವಳಿ ಚಿಮ್ಮೋ ಕಪ್ಪೆ ಮತ್ತು ಬುಲ್ ಫ್ರಾಗ್ಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಚಿಕ್ಕದೊಂದು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಹೋಪ್ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ರಿ ಇದೆ. ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಬಿಡುವು ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದಾಗ ಈ ವಿಡಿಯೋವನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು. ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ಕಪ್ಪೆಗಳ ಕೂಗಿನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಜನ ಇದು ತನ್ನ ಕಿರಿಕಿರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಒಂಥರ ತಲೆಬಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಆರ್ಕೆಸ್ಟ್ರಾ, ಮಂಡುಕಗಳ ಗಾಯನ ಗೋಷ್ಠಿ ಅಥವಾ ಫ್ರಾಗ್ ಆರ್ಕೆಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಅಂತ ಹೆಸರಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಆ ಗಾನಗೋಷ್ಠಿನ ಮಳೆಗಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಂಜಾಯ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಹೊಸ ಕಪ್ಪೆ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ರಿ, ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಆ ಫೀಲ್ ಒಂದು ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಫೀಲ್ ಬರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮನೆ ಅಂಗಳದಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ಆ ಫೀಲನ್ನು ನಾವು ಅನುಭವಿಸುವಂಥ ನನ್ನ ಭಾವನೆ. ಸೊ ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ನನಗೆ ಇಂಥ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅಪಾರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ನನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಮೇಲಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕೆ.ವಿ. ಗುರುರಾಜ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ಕೆ. ಶೇಷಾದ್ರಿ ಸರ್ಗೆ, ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ಗೆ, ನನ್ನ ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ಸಹೋದರರಾದ ಹಾಲೇಶ್ ಗೋರವರ್, ಬಸವನಗೌಡ ಬಗ್ಲಿ, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ಸಹ ನಾನು ಗೌರವಪೂರ್ವಕ ತಿಳಿಸ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
I think it was extremely good, extremely happy the way you presentation ಮಾಡಿದಾರಲ್ಲ, that is actually such an extremely important documentation. At the same time, the way he spoke was very emotional. He has actually worked with them, lived with them. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you. One ನಿಮಿಷ. Any questions that you want to ask? Yeah.
Hello. ಸರ್, ಅದೇ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಬುಲ್ ಫ್ರಾಗ್ ಸರ್, ಗೋವಾಗೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಅದು ಫಾರಿನರ್ಸ್ ಫೇವರೇಟ್ ಡಿಶ್. ಸೂಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಜಂಪಿಂಗ್ ಚಿಕನ್ ಅಂತ ಕರೀತಾರಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ
ನಮ್ಮ ಇಲಾಖೆಯಿಂದ ತಾವು ಕೇಳಿದ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಲಾಖೆಯಿಂದ 2-3 ಕೇಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಕೇಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಗಾಡಿನೂ ಸೀಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಮಳೆಗಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿರಿಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳ ಗೈಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನಾವು ಈ ಗದ್ದೆ ಬೈಲುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ನೋಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತೇವೆ. ಸೊ ಅಂಥವ್ರು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಬಂದರೆ ಮಾನಿಟರ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅಥವಾ ಹಿಡಿದು ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಅಥವಾ ಕಾರಾಗಾರ ಕಳಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಬಟ್ ಈಗ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ತಾವು ಹೇಳೋ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗೆ ಬುಲ್ ಫ್ರಾಗ್ ಹೆಚ್ಚಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಜಂಪಿಂಗ್ ಚಿಕನ್, ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಆ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಹೋಪ್ ನೋಡ್ರೆ ಗೋವಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಗೋವಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಜನರು ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ನವರು ಯಾವ ಟೈಪಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಆಕ್ಷನ್ ತಗೊಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ.
ಅದು ಅಂದರೆ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಮಾನ್ಸೂನ್ ಸೀಸನಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಅದು?
ಹೌದು, ನಿಜ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಲ್ಲ, ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಕಾಣೋದು, ಎದ್ದು ಕಾಣೋದು ನಮಗೆ ಈಗ ಚಾಕ್ಲೇಟ್ ಕಲರ್ ಫೀಮೇಲ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ಹಳದಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಗಂಡು. ಸೊ ಆ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲೇ ಜಂಪಿಂಗ್ ಚಿಕನ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೋಗುವಂಥದ್ದು ಗೋವಾಕ್ಕೆ. ಸೊ ಆ ಹೆಸರು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಲಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿ, ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಜನರ ಸೇವೆ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರ ಹತ್ರ ಆಗುದಿಲ್ಲ, ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇರಿ ನಾವು ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಕೆನರಾ ಸರ್ಕಲಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆ ನಾವು ಆಭಾರಿ ಆಗಿರಬೇಕು. ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಒಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಗಾರ್ಡ್ ವಾಚರ್ಗಳು ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಭಾಳ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. Okay, the next
with the permission of the chair, I would like to comment on Mr. C.R. ನಾಯ್ಕ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಡೆಪ್ಟಿ RF ಆಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಅವರು ಈ ಕೆಲಸ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು 15-20 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು. He has got lot of awards and other things. But what is most important ಅಂದರೆ he inspired a generation of forest. ನಮ್ಮ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ವೈಲ್ಡ್ ಲೈಫ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ಆರ್ಕಿಡೇರಿಯಂ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು 15 ಜನ ನಮ್ಮ DRFOs ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಗಾರ್ಡ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಆನ್ ಆರ್ಕಿಡ್ಸ್, ಸ್ನೇಕ್ಸ್, then plants, spiders, amphibians, lot of species specific ಏನಿವತ್ತು ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅಥವಾ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಭರತೇಶ್ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲನೂ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪಿರೇಷನ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ C.R. ನಾಯ್ಕ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಈವನ್ ಟುಡೇ ಹಿ ಈಸ್ ಡೆಡಿಕೇಟೆಡ್. ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಉತ್ತರ ಕನ್ನಡ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಯಾರದೇ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಬಂದರೂ ಸಹ ದ ಮೊಮೆಂಟ್ ವಿ ಗೆಟ್ ಕಾಲ್ಸ್, ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಸ್ಟಾಫ್. ಸೊ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಹಾವು ಹಿಡಿಯೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಹಾವನ್ನು ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅಥವಾ ರೆಸ್ಕ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ C.R. ನಾಯ್ಕ್. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಐ ಮೀನ್ ಟು ಸೇ, ಜಸ್ಟ್ ವಾಂಟೆಡ್ ಟು ಸೇ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ C.R. ನಾಯ್ಕ್.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tejaswini. I'm a PhD student from Marine Biology College, Karwar. My PhD is actually on sea turtles and marine mammal strandings, as well as sea turtle nesting along the southern coast of Karnataka, that is Udupi and Dakshina Kannada district. Today, I'll be presenting a part of my research on temperature variations in olive ridley nesting along the hatching success along the Dakshina Kannada coast. Okay, next. So, next. Okay, so brief introduction on this. We all are aware that certain reptiles have like a a temperature determinant sex determination for their hatchlings, right? So basically on that only, we have sea turtles who are one of the major influencers from temperature for this, followed by crocodilians and some lizard species as well. Okay, so for sea turtles, what they have is they have a temperature range between 29 to 30 degrees Celsius, where 29 to 30, they are males, and from 30 to 31, they are females. This is an ideal temperature where they have seen it throughout the world. Okay, so this is what it was. Next. Okay, so now my aim and objective in this entire study, basically it is to understand the variation in these temperatures. As the temperatures are rising, I want to know what is the hatching success. How is the hatching success going? And seeing the incubation period as well. Because over the years, we have noticed a lot of like climatic changes are a lot. So I wanted to check what is going on right now. Okay, next. So my study area, as I told you, is Dakshina Kannada coast. We have about 25 beaches, or that is commercial and non-commercial beaches, which we had nesting throughout the coast. We have all in commercial beaches as well as non-commercial beaches. And specifically in 2023, after almost about 1 decade of not having nesting reports, we are seeing in 2023 for the first time we saw nesting. For all the forest department's efforts, that is they were doing continuous campaigns, local workshops, then they were doing beach cleanup. So, and all of this awareness creation, we got our nests during that time. Okay, so basically what we have done is in 2023, because it was very new to us, the nesting was new to us, we started first the nests that were in under danger, like they were close to the high tide line or they were like in threats through the anthropogenic issues, we used to relocate them. So what happened this year was, we relocated all the nests because it was actually seen last year that we had a hatching success greater in a relocated nest than in a natural nest. Okay, this was because the turtle was not able to keep it in a certain depth it was needed. So example, now the ideal depth is about 45 to 50 centimeters. Okay, that's about 1.5 to 2 feet. Between this is where the turtle has to lay the eggs. This is where it is ideal for the eggs. So what is happening last year, due to anthropogenic issues, due to the high tide levels being much higher, much more vaster, what is happening is they were laying it in about half a foot, which is not ideal for the nest. And we actually had left it as it was to see what is going to happen. And none of the eggs hatched. So this is how we figured out, okay, it is best we relocate these nests, all of the nests, to see what is going to happen. So that is what we did. And then temperature variations that we did of this year. Last year we couldn't, I was not able to take this data, but this year for this season I had taken it. So we did like intervals, that is 6 a.m., 12 p.m., 6 p.m. and 12 a.m. So this is the time intervals that I took the temperature, and I ranged them according in the months, made an average of them, and I made them into ranges to make it easier for us to understand. Then we did a nest survey. This is to basically understand the hatching success. Next. Okay, now my results. We had a total of 24 nests last year. In 2023 and 2024 season, we had 21. And last year, that is 2024 to 2025, we had a total of 24 nests. Okay, so there was a 3 nest increase. So in that, we had a total of, we released a total of 1,842 hatchlings successfully released. And that was about 80% of hatching success that we had. 2023 season, we had about 67%. And this is all relocated nests. 80% is all relocated nests. So as I told you, I made the ranges of temperatures, that is 31 to 33. This is kind of ideal right now, because in December we had that. So the incubation period, example, now our hatchings have started from February. This is the nest that was laid in December. So the incubation period of December and January has influenced the hatching of February nests. Okay, and in that we have seen 95% hatchings. Hatching success was 95%. Okay. The same way, as the temperature increased over the months, in the same season, temperature increased over the months, and what happens is by the end, let's say April was the last, we had only hatching success of 64%. 64%. So that was almost like about 30% drop in hatching success in the same season, And the temperature increased by about a few degrees, that is it went up to 36 degrees, from 31 to 36 degrees. Okay, this is what has happened. And the incubation period was from 53 days that was seen in February with 95% hatching success. And the same thing by the end of the season with 67% of hatching, what happened was incubation period was only 44 days. It was a very drastic difference. About 10 days difference is coming in the incubation period. Next. So now the effects of the temperature. This is now we saw about hatching success and all of that. Now we see the species, what is happening to the species in general. The sex ratio obviously is going haywire, but then there might be a possibility that even the turtle obviously are adapting. So what is happening is that there may be a chance that males may be being hatched in between of 31 to 33. That is not confirmed, but they might be starting to have resilient features in them. Then we had a reduced hatching success. So what is happening to these eggs during these temperature rises? Like initial days of incubation, increase in temperature, and the eggs look like they are half cooked. They look like they are half boiled eggs. So in the end, when we were opening the eggs to examine them, they used to look like our chicken eggs that were half boiled. They used to look like that. Then we had physical deformities. This is again genetics, but temperature has a very important issue in this. So you can see the carapace of that turtle over there. It's a little bent. So it was not able to form completely. It hatched, it got out of the nest, but it may not be able to survive due to that deformity. Next, followed by this underdevelopment. So during that incubation period, okay, it has crossed that threshold. It has now started forming its head, it started forming its spine. But in the middle, there was one day that had the high temperature where this particular embryo couldn't tolerate it. That is when it died. So that is how we got underdeveloped eggs. Followed by reduced fitness. In general, what happens is this hatchling depends on this moisture in the nest. Okay, so a certain amount of moisture has to be present for them to be hydrated, for them to survive basically. So in case if that reduces, overall fitness when they are traveling from their nest to the sea will reduce. So they have to travel, they have to come out of the nest, they will travel on the beach, they will cross all of that, and they have to go to the sea. And the sea is not the end. They have to go to the sea and they have to find a hiding place. So they need that fitness basically to reach up to there. And most of these turtles are not able to do this anymore. Then we have premature hatchlings. This again, the temperature as the incubation period is reduced, what is happening is these hatchlings are being hatched and they're coming out with an embryo sac attached to them. This was supposed to be absorbed by the body, but it's coming with it. Okay, and these may not survive because they'll be picked on by birds, by the fishes and all. There was one more incident that we saw. We saw a very peculiar case. This was actually not seen before. It was a very peculiar case of we found an albino turtle. Okay, albino hatchling without eyes, and without a mouth as well. Okay, this particular specimen, I actually I contacted some researchers in Australia and as well as NOAA, and it seems that this is also one of the conditions for temperature rise. This is also a possible condition, which is research is still going on this, but this is also a possible condition. Dehydration, again I told you, the moisture in the nest for these hatchlings to emerge out, in case it starts drying up due to increase in temperature, they won't be able to come out. They're not having that enough hydration. So then they perish inside the nest itself. And this year we had about 2.5 hatchlings, that 2.5% of the hatchlings, overall hatchling, had found dead in the nest. Next. Now, some of the conservation strategies, of course, climate change research is very essential at this point, and we need to have a continued monitoring of these temperature variations with respect to sea turtles and their temperature variance. So now that there are certain species that I told you they've hatched, so about 80% have hatched and they've gone to the sea. Now these 80% are like, we need to learn from them. They are resilient species. They're starting to become resilient to the temperature rise. So we need to start researching on them. We need to see what is their sex ratio right now. What is the new temperature that they are, the males are being formed in? So what is the current situation of them? So this research is yet to be started, yet to be going on. Then one more is adaptive hatchery management. I know we are not supposed to interfere too much with the wildlife, then hindering this is also wrong. But seeing the current situation of how these population is declining, I think at this point we have to try to interfere a little bit. So creating these hatcheries and trying to create this a little bit of at least a shaded area so that the temperature is not so intense that they don't hatch at all. So we need to create that kind of an atmosphere. That is why we need hatcheries. This is very essential for that. At least in that nest, at least half of them, if they hatch also, it's like a plus point. Obviously we need a lot more, but at least that much from our efforts should be put in. And we are not hindering too much also in the hatchery. What we're doing in Mangalore is that we are keeping the nests in the exact depth of what the female sea turtle has already laid in. So example, if the female sea turtle has laid above that 1 feet ratio, then we have to hinder it and keep it to 1.5 feet. But if it has kept it at 1.5 feet or more than that, we keep it as it is. As how the sea turtle has kept it, we as much as possible keep it at that space. Okay, next. Yeah, thank you. I'd like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to present my research.
Yeah. Thank you. It was indeed interesting.
It was a very good presentation, but I have one or two questions related to it. But we were all told that like physical deformities or any albino finding, like hatchlings, like to completely ascertain that slightly variations in the temperature have such effects on turtles. Like we should have empirical data. Like we should assign that we should be having a data like in the past. When there was not a condition of high temperature, these deformities were not there and these extremities were not there. But now, because of temperature, these deformities have been recorded. Like how exactly empirical data, or have you personally done, or someone has done it?
This is actually very fast. I think regarding an a deformed turtle that came out. But that was still everyone is still actually researching on this because it's a very peculiar cases. Albino sea turtles are there. They are there. They're actually there. Olive ridleys and green seas have albino species. Okay, that is a common thing. But that is in nature. That was there from past few decades. Old papers are there on that. That's a genetic issue. This particular with the albinism and deformities are they are trying to relate it to the incubation variations. They are trying to relate it to the incubation variations. Because, but research is going on, sir.
My observation is that even for that matter, like for example, we are not in a position to say the turtle population is declining also. Like for that, one needs to have what is the population estimation of turtles.
Yes,
So we were all told that, I mean, sometimes like we have interacted with the people who are working or they're researching on these turtles. They all say that at least only 1 in 100 turtles, successful hatchlings,
they survive to adulthood.
Adulthood. Yeah. Like how exactly do we know that only 1 in 100 turtles? Like is there any study that is done?
This is old research that we have been following through, right? So that is what I am trying to tell. We need to do current study. What is going on currently is the lack, that gap is there now. So this is one step of me starting a base research again in the present situation. Example, now we already knew that hatchlings will hatch at this time. Like they used to tell new moon, like the full moon, and this is when the nesting turtle will come to nest. Okay, this was a pre-assumption. This was already there from decades ago. Research was going on this, and it was fixed that okay, they will come at this time. But now what is happening? They are coming in Amvasya. They are coming in new moon time. So this is a new data that we are generating now. So this is like we are creating a new base basically. Old data it's like it's there, but then we have to renew it. The thing is, this is all new base data that we are starting depending on the climate change that is happening, depending on the anthropogenic effects that are changing around us. We have to start the base data again to create it for the future.
Okay. Any further questions? Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yashaswini, actually we are doing the turtle conservation. Our methods are very crude. I mean to say it all started in 1984 from Jali in Bhatkal. And now almost entire 1 hour division, Karwar, Udupi, Kundapura division and also Mangalore division. Now, turtles, originally where they were nesting, those areas they have that. Maybe reasons are different. Now, as I said yesterday, they are moving towards northern side, and a lot of nesting is happening in Karwar division. My point is, we collect nests. If at all it is within the intertidal zone, then we shift them to the beyond high tidal zone so that it's a safe place for the hatchlings. Now, how to regulate this temperature? Now, as per your research, it is understood that the temperature of around 27-30 degrees is best for the hatchlings.
Yes. So
anything beyond 30 is, hatchling success or survival percent is very less.
So what hatchery exactly, sir, what we are planning on doing is keep it as natural as possible, but keep it in a little bit of shaded area. What we can do is we'll have to put covering on top. Like falling directly on that nest, no, it's too much. So that is why we need, and this is actually done in Tamil Nadu, they're putting chappara, and on that, because temperature is increasing on particular times of the month, they're sprinkling water on it to keep that area cool, to keep that incubated area cool. So this is what they're doing. And they're seeing hatching success of 97% almost every year. Okay. So this is one of the innovative way we can do. There has to be multiple ways, but also there's one more thing. Creating any of these blocks around to demark the nesting zone is actually not very good, because these blocks, they tend to radiate heat to the nest. So it is best to avoid these extra constructions. Best to just keep like this wooden fencing around the hatchery and just put the chappara on top. That should slightly work. But then again, every year we have to do temperature monitoring, and certain research has to be started on sex determination on these species. So then now we'll understand the difference in temperature for males or difference in temperature in females, if there is anything going on like that. Because these species are very resilient and they are very strong. They can survive even without one flipper at sea. And I think, sir, you have seen a lot of these like that. So they are very strong species. So there is a chance that they have already adapted to this, and we have to just research that.
The other point is, especially the lot of nests we collect, we protect them both in situ as well as ex situ. What the problem is that the pre-monsoon showers. Whenever these showers happen, suddenly the entire area becomes hard, and hatchlings, they cannot come out. And the whole nesting would be spoiled. How to counter that?
That is actually on weather conditions, but as we told, even we had that issue in Mangalore this year. But we had like really bad pre-monsoon winds. Once only all the water just came in and started seeping around the nest. But again, we'll have to find that area where we're keeping the hatchery. We'll have to find the area that doesn't have these kind of slopage, that doesn't have the place where there is seepage and all that. So in case if there is like, so if you keep the hatchery in like a little bit of a dent, even little bit of a dent will help, the water will all log over there. So we'll have to keep in a slight slant or slight like flat. Flat is ideal, but slight slant will help the water to go out of the nest. It is not like these sea turtles can't come out of the nest, even if there is like heavy rains, all of that. We have seen it that they have come even despite heavy rains have fallen on that nest. Without hindrance, they have come out. All we have to do is keep it in a slightly elevated or slightly little slope area where the water doesn't log in. That's all. That should be enough for them.
So you are from Marine Center?
Yes, Marine Biology. Yeah,
and you are doing research in Udupi and Mangalore?
Yes.
Why can't you have one at least plot in Uttara Kannada?
Next, sir. After my PhD, I'll come.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we have Professor Kotresh amongst us. Yeah. May I request Professor Kotresh to please speak? The rule is that you have only 10 minutes. Okay. And after 8 minutes, we will remind you that your time is coming to end.
Yeah. Okay. Good morning to all. My topic is, can you share the slides? Okay. So actually I am here because there are so many concepts in biodiversity. Most of us, we are misunderstanding the things. And especially in that, the concept, megadiversity, how it is called as a megadiversity, then what is the hotspot and how it is considered as a endemism, all these things, and finally I will come to the main aspect of plant-based pharmaceuticals. This is the topic where I can talk. Especially most of the plant, more than 75 to 80% of the plant, they are from the forest. Remaining 25% of the plant, they are cultivated. Since the forest is involved in these particular conferences, my submission, I will show some of the photographs and some of the presentations. Because of the lot of medicinal value, and most of the forest department, and because of our colonial thinking, we are only concentrating about the timber eating plants. And earlier it is called as a NTFPs, non-timber forest producers are the products. Under that particular banner, even medicinal plants also included in that. So now you can open and see that the cost of the medicinal plants is more than the cost of the timber eating plants. Earlier, of course, the timber eating is the most essential thing. Now there are so many alternates for the timber eating plants. That's why, so that is my concern. Since then 75 to 80% of the medicinal plants today, whatever the pharmaceutical industries are there, they are running, and most of the forest officials, whether they are knowing it, it is going from the forest or not. Some slides I will share you and I will tell you, and I will clear the concept. All these things, just you can skip on because you are given very less time. Okay. Yeah, you can skip on the slides. Okay. So, megadiversity country, if India is called, because it having a endemic species more than 5,000 numbers. Without a more than 5,000 endemic species, it could not be considered as a megadiversity country. So, this is the one is a country, India is called as a megadiversity country because we have more than 11,000 species of endemic species. What do you mean by endemic species? Endemic species are the species they are only seen or occur in this particular country, nowhere on this earth. So such species, they are growing in a very microclimatical conditions. They won't expose themselves. They won't grow even nearby the places. So such a narrow endemics also there, and those are the one is called as a endemic species. So such a endemic species, one country should have minimum 5,000 endemic species, then only that country is called as a megadiversity country. This is the one point is clear. Second thing is the one is that is a endemic species. Endemic species always they are the plants or the animals, they are shy, they could not able to come out from their own locality, and that is the one is always a microclimatical conditions. It is always a microclimatical conditions, and that conditions, even there are so many, even if you go to the Kapatils, you will find out a one endemic species of Kapatils. You can go to the Sandur, you can get the one, the endemic species of a Sandur, and that plant cannot be come to the Kapatils, and Kapatil plant cannot be go to the, Sandur. So this is the microclimatical conditions that cannot be provided in any means of it, and it could not be bring it from the outside for ex intro conservation. It's not possible. So such plants are there, they are the one is a endemic species. The next aspect is hotspots. On this particular earth, there are 36 hotspots are the one is created, and India is having the 4 hotspots. So we can say megadiversity country, India is megadiversity country, proudly we can say we can raise our collar and we can say that the India is megadiversity country. If it is comes to the hotspots, we have a 4 hotspots out of a whatever the on this particular earth, this is the same part of us. Why I am telling, we should not be able to raise our collar. If you remove 1 hotspot out of 4, if you have a 3, then we can consider it, okay, India is better in the maintenance of our natural resource. Then what is hotspots? How it is considered as a hotspots? The hotspots is the one where there is a minimum of 1,500 endemic species in that region, and 30% is only the origin forest, remaining 70% is already lost. So that is the reasons where it is considered as a hotspots. You just understand whatever our 4 hotspots, all there are the Himalayan, Western Ghat, Sundarban and the Andaman and Nicobar. All wherever you can see that they are very rich in biodiversity, no doubt about it. But what is the management? What is the maintenance? So already those particular area, they have more than 1,500 endemic species are there, right? My earlier talk, I given that there are about 6,000 and odd angiosperms are the endemic. Now the list is come down. Now it is the 4,000 and odd species are the endemic. I am talking only about the angiosperms is the one is considered. So because of this, so there are the 1,500 minimum endemic species are there. The second criteria to declare the hotspot is the one is that is only the 30% is the origin is there. 70% is lost, that forest. Even you can take the Western Ghat or you can take the Himalayan regions, Sundarban lands and also the Andaman and Nicobars. So this is the painful, and if we remove one tag of a hotspot, definitely our management, either it may be a biodiversity board or it may be a forest or as a individual, I mean the citizen of this country, it is our responsibility to take care of our natural resources, mainly the biodiversity is the one. So this is the 3 concept as such, I come to that. Next. Okay. These are the 4 hotspots. All wherever you are seeing the rich biodiversity is there, those are the ones we consider as a hotspots. If we remove one, so we are great to it. Next. Yeah. So this is also, I already explained, and all, yeah, this is the one endemics. Go, just will show that. Go back. Go. Yeah, this is the one. It is endemic to southern rivers. North Indian rivers, if you go there, you won't get. And this is look like some talus, I mean, attached to the rocky area. That too in a freshwater, running water rivers, you will find out. Only in summer, it will be exposed. Otherwise, in rainy seasons, you could not able to see this. And that too, this is endemic to the South Indian regions. Nowhere on this earth. Even in India also, north, if you go there, you won't get this. Next. So this is the one where Hebadi heptaneron. S.R. Yadav sir, they are the one is already it is declared as a extinct. Then they will find out that this species is there nearly in this particular Gatesopa forest. Then they will reintroduce this. Now it is not an endemic, I mean extinct plant. Next. Right? This is the one is endemic to Karnataka. Right? They will report it and relocated this particular plants, and there is a plenty of this particular plant. So this is the one is endemic to Karnataka. Nowhere. Right? This is endemic to Sandur. Next. So this is endemic to the Kappat Hills. And now Badami they will trace out. Earlier it was reported from Andhra also. Now it is not there in Andhra. If you go to the Kappat Hills, it is plenty, not 1 or 2 samplings. If it is 1 or 2 samplings, also we can, I mean, make it as it would be, I mean, vanished in due course. Now you can get very well. So then we located it after 140 years. So 140 years, nobody knows about this. Then when S.R. Yadav is come to know that this particular paper, we publish it, then they will rush to that particular, because he is working on revision of a Barlaria species, and he's worked on the dry materials from that particular plant. Then when we publish it, he ran to the Kappat Hills and he collected and he worked on the, I mean, live material. Otherwise, so almost they thought this is also extinct species. Okay, these are the endemic species. They are very peculiar about that. Then come to the pharmaceutical. So then whatever the plants and whatever the medicinal plants in these particular 4 states, I am concentrating to the south, that's all. Okay, go ahead. Right. So then if you look at the scenario, you can go through this. Then there are about 21,000 throughout the world is considered as a medicinal plants. In India, about 8,000 are the one is a medicinal plant as per the FRLST. Okay. So this is the one. And yeah, you can see the cost of the medicinal plant. So that is about 2,500 crore rupees per annum. So this is the amount. And as I mentioned that, so 75 to 80% is from the forest region. Right? Whether it is smuggled or it is maybe under the NTF fee, they will take it, the medicinal plants from the forest, and most of the forest officers, they didn't know that which are the one is a medicinal plants, because the identification of the species is sometimes very difficult. Okay, maybe that is the reason. Even though the major medicinal plants, that also stolen from the forest. Next, sir. right? Okay, you can go to the next, and there is a time. Then why India, we are failure? Failure too, because India is known for medicinal plants from centuries, right? 400 BC, you can check that from Charaka, Susruta, all they are the scholars, even Ayurveda is there, Nativaidya is there, and Nativaidya and Ayurveda entirely they are different. Ayurveda is systematically studied and systematically it was documented. Whereas Nativaidya's are the one is, it is pass on the knowledge from generation to the generation. If one Nativaidya is dead, it is burning one library. That is the concept. Because they won't reveal the what knowledge they have, only they will treat them. So, and Indian, most of the rural area, mainly most of the villages in the forest, they are not depend any medicine or any, the hospital, they will be depend upon the Nativaidya's only. So, most of the Nativaidya's, they are not having any qualification. Now, Ayush started giving a certificate. So, who are the one is the Nativaidya's, then they will find out who is given for that. Okay. Yeah. Right, sir. Then there are so many medicinal plants. I can take one or two plants, right? And how the doctrine signature based on the shape of the plant, they are started giving the medicine. Okay, sir, quickly. Right? Kidney shape, they will give the medicine for kidney. Liver shape, they will give for the liver. This is the doctrines of signature. Then if you come to the novel chemical, present in the plants, so there are the secondary metabolites. Earlier it was thought that the secondary metabolites in a plant, they are the waste materials. They are the one is not useful in the plant. That's why they are the one is kept in a zinc cell, and those chemicals are the one is a waste. Later it is understood that, so the secondary metabolites are not a waste products. They are the one is helpful for the defense mechanism. For simple example, if you saw the farmer is sowing the seed, when the seed starts imbibition, it releases the phenolic compounds. When the phenolic compounds is released from the seed coat, the fungal and bacterial infection cannot be takes place. So this is act as a defensive mechanism. So that's why there are so many alkalides, phenolics, so many compounds are there. They have their own role, only we didn't know. So the chemicals, they are act as a defense mechanism, and also they have the protection from the thorn, spines, plants, they have their protections very well. Then one more concept is added in this is a allopathic interaction. Allopathy is the one, the plant which releases the chemicals. Because of that chemicals, the other plant cannot be germinate their seeds. For example, Parthenium is the one. So if the Parthenium is growing, other plant cannot be grow because, so it releases the chemical, because of that chemicals, so other, the seeds, they will be, cannot be germinate. So that is the action is the one that is called as a allopathic interaction. Because of the allopathic interaction, because of the plant, they have the chemical properties and they will release those chemical properties. Because of the chemical properties, the other plant cannot be grow very well. So this is the third concept of plants, how they will define themselves or protect themselves, right? There are so many, of course. One bacteria, it synthesizes so many chemical compounds, even include all the chemists on this earth, they could not able to synthesize. That is the one, right? Go to the next. Yeah. So next, alkalides. You can go to the next quickly. Yes. Yes, these are the plants. Of course. Yeah. Go to the, yeah. So this is the one plant. Most of Forest Department now aware of this. This is the one is the Nuthropotatis pneumonia, Durvasne mara sometimes. They will call in different names. And it is there very well in Sirsi, and also if you go to the Ulivi, you will get plenty. We are saying it is plenty. Already from Karnataka 50% is removed, right? And from Maharashtra 80% is removed. From Western Ghat 50% is removed. So who will be monitoring? This is a big question again, right? So which contains, next sir. So this is the plant, right, which contain a camptothecin compound, and this is the one of the most promising compound for the chemotherapy, especially for the cancer patient. So then you can look at that, the cost of the one dose, it is nearly a 2 to 3 lakh rupees. Just you can imagine. If you take a bark powder, it will be cost about the 3 lakhs to sometimes 5 lakh rupees. So 1 kg of the powder. So this is the costliest plant, and already, by knowing, even as a scientist will come to know that by that time already it is 40% is lost from the, the Karnataka, right? And 50% is from the Western Ghat totally. Mainly, they know very well Maharashtra, so from Maharashtra 80% is already removed. So you can just imagine how much, it's left. Next. So, like this is the opium poppy, which is having the more number of alkaloids, and they are the one is treating. So, most of us, we know that there are so many other purposes also this plant is used. Next. Right. Next. Right. Next. Cinchona, of course, most of you know that. Yeah. This is Atropa belladonna. The name itself is very beautiful. Atropa means inflexible. Belladonna, bella means beautiful. Donna means lady. Inflexible, beautiful lady. So, this is the plant. It is known earlier, the tribals, they take a drop in their eyes. Still today, this atropine compound is the one is used in the ophthalmology. Right? So, this is the one is our eyelid is become wide when you can take a drop of it. And those women, they thought of, they will look more beautiful. So, this was there in the history. Right? It is there in the history that atropine compound is there. Still in ophthalmologists, they are using this particular compound. Now there is an alternate compound. Again, instead of atropine, they will use a substitute of that. Atropine, if they are the one is used, it will be wide open for a week. Right? That's why it is somewhat not comfort. That's why they will use the substitute for that. Then that would be for a hours or 3 hours. Your whatever the dilation of your eye will be stopped. Okay. Next. Yeah, Nicotiana. You can just because of time. Yeah, this is the one plant. Okay. So very important. And Erythroxena coca is in South Canara. North Canara very rarely you can. And this plant is in dry regions. Dry regions you will find out very well. Okay. Yeah. Next. Yeah. Sisyphus pereira. So this is the one plant which is most related to the humans. Whatever their problems is cured or solved by this particular plant. They can keep in their memory about this particular plant. So Sisyphus pereira, it is also a climber. It will get plenty of it. Okay. You can go through later, whatever you want that. Right? So Rauwolfia serpentina. Once upon a time when I am in MSc or doing PhD, we can get lot of Rauwolfia serpentina plants. When I am going now into the Western Ghat, hardly I will get 1 or 2 plants. That is the position where Nothopodes pneumonia is. Now you can see that somewhat, of course, after 10 years, we are searching like a Rauwolfia only. Now it is the. And addition to that, I can go to that. You can go next or, yeah, go to next. Next. Yeah. See, why the medicinal plants having the more important than the synthetic one? You see this structure and almost all alkaloids which are there in the plant, they are not a simple structure. They are not a simple structure. So, this compound which is naturally act as a medicine. The same compound if you synthesize in the laboratory, it may be turned to a poison. You may be questioned why? Because they will be given the same structure, everything is same, molecular formula is same, then how can it would be different? The difference is the man cannot be mimic the nature because of the orientation of the bond, what we are seeing in the natural compound, it cannot be possible to mimic the orientation of the bond. If slightly the orientation of bond is changed, naturally that compound is turned to a toxic. That's why most of the medicines, including a paracetamol, they are given a caution in that. So this is the one is, regular consumption of paracetamol, it causes the kidney failure. So why it is? Because it is not a natural one. Okay. So that is the problem where we can see that. Next, in this Catharanthus, most of we know that it is one of the promising for cancer. There are about 28 alkaloids are there. So that structure you can see that naturally it is very difficult to mimic. This is the one is a look like a human. Its a leg is twisted. And also at the center there is some peak-like structure. It is called as a male genital. And this is one of the best example for doctrine signature. So they are the ones that treated whatever the diseases related to it. earlier they are the one is taken into this particular. Okay, yes, next, right, which are several compounds. Then there are some, if you're interesting, there are some stories how the poisonous plants they bring into the natural conditions. So one thing, of course, Agrippina is there and Cleopatra is there. She is one of the crazy lady. She died at the age of 37. What is her aim? When she want to be suicide. She decided herself. She want to be suicide. But after death, her face should be as fresh as it is. It should not be dark. It should not be any symptoms on her face. That is her crazy. Since she is a queen, right? So she will take so many trial and errors with laborers or some persons as a guinea pigs. So she given so many medicines. I mean the poisonous medicines. So she given that and she will observe how he will die or how she will die. So happily she will die, or there are any problems, or they may be making some noise. So all she has the one is checking that. Next. Okay. Then next. So then they will try Stingless noxomica is common in this particular area. Kasinkai mara. She will try this also. This is one of the deadliest poison. Most of you know that. Even one seed is sufficient to take us, our life. But she tried it, but she observed that the facial features at the death is not that effective. Then she neglect this also. Finally, she will come to the, a cobra, according to some literatures, then she bitten with that cobra and she died. Whether she died happily, because that time she won't be there. Okay, next. So this is the cobra.
I think, sir, you need to.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Go on. Right. This is the one is Socrates is the one is given this hemlock plant. Okay. Next. Okay. There are glycosides, and in this glycosides one is before plant. No, before one. That is a digitalis purpurea. My guide, Professor late Dr. N. Sitaram, most of you maybe know him. When he given a lecture, he talks about digitalis purpurea very well. Then when he affected with the heart diseases, after this affect the heart disease and he started taking the digitalin tablets, then he explained, Kotresh, when I am teaching, I am only the teaching part of it. When I am taking this particular plant, then I understand what is the value of that particular plant and how comfort I am taking that particular plant. So that is the difference. So almost all medicinal plants, Panax ginseng, this is the one subhemaline. Now it is alternate for our Indian. Vaitane somnifera is also called as the Indian ginseng plant. That is equivalent to that. If you don't have any weakness or anything, you can take that plant. Right, next. Of course, all you know the Kani tribes, and they are rich one fine day because of the Pushpangadan. He is negotiate with the pharmaceutical company, and whatever the amount they will share in this. The only the history, the benefit sharing we can see in this. Next, sir. Next. Otherwise, we can put a full stop. Most of things are there. So, yeah. After go through of my research, nearly 35 years, then I will think of my main of my research is forestry, then phytochemical. Beginning with I did phytochemical studies lot, and afterwards I stopped it because of a lot of chemicals are involved in this. Then, and one of my best, the advisor, S.R. Yadav sir, he told that, Kotresh, we have to train the taxonomist. There is no taxonomist in India and in Karnataka also. So we have to train the taxonomist. It would be helpful for the future generation. Otherwise, we had to send the plant to the abroad for the identification. One, the conference I visited, and German scientist, he comes, he also made the same statement. So in German, we don't have any taxonomist. We badly need a taxonomist. If anybody here is there, you can come there. So this is the scenario of the worldwide, not a India, not a state. That's why myself and S.R. Yadav, we thought of we have to train the all taxonomists. That's why we given most of the flora, most of the dry regions, almost all floras we are completed. More than 10 floras of the districts I completed in this. Thank you for this opportunities to share few things what I know. Right? Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
ಸರ್ ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಯೂರಿಯಸ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಸರ್, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಮೆಡಿಸಿನಲ್ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ರೂಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿದ್ವಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಶೇಪಲ್ಲಿ ಇತ್ತು. ಆ ಜಾತಿ ಸಸಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟಲ್ಲೂ ಅದೇ ಥರ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್ ರೂಟ್ಸ್?
ಹೌದು. ಸಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಮಾರ್ಫಾಲಜಿಲಿ ನಾವು ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಈ ಕ್ಯಾರೆಟು ಎಷ್ಟು ಕ್ಯಾರೆಟ್ ಅರ ತಗೊಳ್ರಿ, ಅದು ಕೋನಿಕಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ದಟ್ ಶೇಪ್. ಬೀಟ್ರೂಟು ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಬೀಟ್ರೂಟ್ ತಗೊಳ್ರಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನ್ಯಾಪಿ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಅಂತೀವಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೇನು, ನಡಬತೆಗ ದುಂಡುಗಾಗೋದು, ದೆನ್ ಟೇಪರಿಂಗ್ ಬಾಲ್ ಬಂದಂಗೆ ಬರೋದು. ಸೊ ಬೀಟ್ರೂಟ್ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಒಂಥರ ಕೋನ್ ಟೈಪೇ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಲ್ ರೂಟ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್, more or less the same species is having the same type of root system, right? One more point I forget to mention here. I attended an international conference on medicinal and aromatic plants at Anand, Gujarat. And the Gujarat fellows, they are very smart, as we know that. Where we stop the thinking, they will start from that end. Then the one farmer, they will allow the farmers also, they will sit along with us. One farmer, he brought the Vitaneus fominifera, and his question is, sir, I grown this Vitaneus fominifera, it is in a tons, now Bombay market is rejected this. Then they ask why they are rejected, and there is an answer with him. So my Vitaneus fominifera, the pith is not developed. What the root, the pith is must, where there is no pith because the cultivation, so they are the one is a failure to provide certain nutrients, that's why pith is not there. So then this lot is almost gone. When compared to the wild and the cultivated, wild medicine plants are always effective when compared to the a cultivated. That's why there are about 900 and odd species are a medicinal plants. Out of that, only we know 100 medicine plants are the cultivation practice. Remaining all 800 and plus, we didn't know. Most of the things, most of the plants, whatever India is having 8,000 medicinal plants, hardly we maybe know 100 and 120. They are the ones using and practicing for the cultivation. Remaining all are from the forest. Okay, there may be one slide at the end. If you look at that, Alibaba and group, the China. So our Garcinia indica is passed through the Tamil Nadu and it entered into the China. There even single plant cannot be grow, but they are the one is minting the money like anything. So this much is there. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now our session is over. We request all the delegates to assemble, or it's a tea break time for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank Dr. Sujit Kumar Dongre, Advisor to Forest Ministry, Goa, for successful completion of this session. And I also extend my heartful thanks to co-chairmans Dr. Harsha Banu, IFS DCF Ellapur, and Shri Yogesh CK DCF Honavar. I request Dr. A.G. Koppat, Professor and Head, to present a momentum to Chairman and the co-chairman.
ಜಗತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಸಸ್ಯ ಪ್ರಭೇದಗಳಾದ ಜಿಮ್ನಾಕ್ರ್ಯಾಂಥೆರಾ ಕೆನಾರಿಕಾ, ಮ್ಯಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ಸಿಯಾ ಎರೋಬೋರಿಯಂ, ಸೆಮಿಕಾರ್ಪಸ್ ಕಟ್ಲೆಕಾನಸಿಸ್, ಸೈಸೀಸಿಯಂ ಗ್ರಾವಿಕೋರಿಯಂ, ನೀಮಾ ಅಟೆನ್ಯುಯೇಟ್ ಪ್ರಭೇದಗಳು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಕಂಡುಬರುತ್ತವೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅದರ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತಲಿನ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಹ ಪ್ರಭೇದಗಳಾಗಿ ಹೋಲಿಗರ್ನ ಫೆರ್ರುಗಿನಿಯಾ, ಲೋಫೋಪೆಟಾನು ವೈಟಿಯಾನು, ನೋಟೋಪೇಸಿಯಾ ರೆಸ್ಮೋಸಾ, ಆಕ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ರಾ ರೀಡಿ, ಪಿನಾಗಾ ಡಿಕ್ಸೋನಿ, ಅರೆಂಗಾ ವೈಟಿ, ಕ್ಯಾರಿಯೋಟಾ ಯುರನ್ಸ್, ಸರಕ ಅಶೋಕ ಪ್ರಭೇದಗಳು ಕಂಡುಬರುತ್ತವೆ. ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಗಳ ಪ್ರಕಾರ 27 ಜಾತಿಯ ಸಸ್ತನಿಗಳು, 129 ಜಾತಿಯ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳು, 51 ಜಾತಿಯ ಸರೀಸೃಪಗಳು, 56 ಜಾತಿಯ ಉಭಯವಾಸಿಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ 14 ಜಾತಿಯ ಮೀನುಗಳು, 281 ಜಾತಿಯ ಕೀಟಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಇತರೆ ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮ ಜೀವಿಗಳ ಕುರಿತಾಗಿ ಹಲವಾರು ವರದಿಗಳನ್ನು ನಮೂದಾಗಿರುತ್ತವೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ನಿಸರ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶೇಷತೆ ಏನೆಂದರೆ ಪ್ರತಿ ಒಂದು ಜೀವಿಗಳು ಒಂದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಹೊಂದಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದು ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವಾದ ಪರಸ್ಪರ ಸಂಬಂಧವನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿರುತ್ತವೆ. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಮಲಬಾರ್ ಟೈಪ್ ಹಾರ್ನ್ಬಿಲ್ ಜಾತಿಯ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳು, ಫಿಲೋನ್ಯೂರಾ ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಮನಿ ಜಾತಿಯ ಕೀಟಗಳು, ಲಯನ್ ಟೈಲ್ ಮಕಾಕ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಸಿಂಗಳಿತ ರೀತಿಯ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳು ಈ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿದ್ದು ಅವುಗಳು ಆವಾಸ ಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಮಪತ್ರಿ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳು ಮುಖ್ಯ ಪಾತ್ರವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸುತ್ತವೆ. ಈ ಮರಗಳ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆಯನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡುವ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆ, ಅರಣ್ಯ ಮಹಾವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಶಿರಸಿ ಮತ್ತು ಕೆಲವು ಸರ್ಕಾರೇತರ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ಹಲವಾರು ಆಯಾಮಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೈಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದು ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಸಸ್ಯಗಳು, ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ವನ್ಯ ಜೀವಿಗಳ ಕುರಿತಾಗಿ ಇನ್ವೆಂಟರಿ ಮಾಡಿದ ವರದಿಗಳ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವುಗಳ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮತ್ತು ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಪುನಶ್ಚೇತನಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕೈಗೊಳ್ಳಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಈ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಂಡಂತೆ ಶರಾವತಿ ವ್ಯಾಲಿ LTM ಸ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಚುಯರಿ ಎಂದು 1972ರ ವೈಲ್ಡ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ನ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಘೋಷಣೆಯಾಗಿದೆ. ಸಿಂಗಳೀಕಗಳು ಈ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಡುಬರುವ ಬಹುಮುಖ್ಯವಾದ ಫ್ಲಾಗ್ಶಿಪ್ ಸ್ಪೀಶೀಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಯಾಗಿರುತ್ತದೆ. ಇಂತಹ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಸಿಂಗಳೀಕಗಳನ್ನು ಸಂರಕ್ಷಿಸಲು ಇಲ್ಲಿನ ರಾಮಪತ್ರಿ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಸಂರಕ್ಷಿಸುವುದು ಬಹುಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿದೆ. ಈ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ತಿಳಿದುಕೊಳ್ಳಲು ಹಾಗೂ ಇವುಗಳನ್ನು ಸಂರಕ್ಷಿಸಲು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಅನೇಕ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಗಳು ನಡೆಯುತ್ತಿವೆ. ಈ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳ ಮೇಲಿನ ಮನುಷ್ಯನ ಅವಲಂಬನೆ ಹೊಸದೇನಲ್ಲ. ತಲೆತಲಾಂತರಗಳಿಂದ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಈ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ಹಾಗೂ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದು ವ್ಯವಸಾಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಈ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಮರಮಟ್ಟುಗಳ ಸಂಗ್ರಹಣೆಗಾಗಿ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾನೆ.
ಬಂತು ಬೇಸಿಗೆ ಈ ನಾಡಿಗೆ, ಬರಲಿ ಬರಲಿ ಮಳೆಯು ಈ ಕಾಡಿಗೆ, ಬರಲಿ ಬರಲಿ ಮಳೆಯು ಈ ಕಾಡಿಗೆ. ತಣಿಸಲು ಜೀವ ಕಳೆ, ಬೆಳೆಸಲು ಕಾಡು ಬೆಳೆ, ಹರಿಸಲು ಜನ ಹೊಳೆ, ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೂಮಳೆ, ಹರಿಸಲು ಜನ ಹೊಳೆ, ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೂಮಳೆ, ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೂಮಳೆ. ಸಮ ಪಮ ಪನಿ ಪಮಗ ಮಗ ಸನಿ ಸಮ ಪಮ ಪನಿ ಪಮಗ ಮಗ, ಸಮ ಪಮ ಪನಿ ಪಮಗ ಮಗ ಸನಿ ಸ ಪನಿ ಸನಿ ಸಗ ಸಗ ಮಗ ಮ ಪಗ ಮ ಪನಿ ಸ. ಪ್ರಾಣಿ ಪಕ್ಷಿ ಸಸ್ಯ ಕಾಶಿಯ ಶ್ಯಾಮಲ, ಗಂಧ ಗಾಳಿಯ ನಿತ್ಯ ನೂತನ ಕೋಮಲ. ಪ್ರಾಣಿ ಪಕ್ಷಿ ಸಸ್ಯ ಕಾಶಿಯ ಶ್ಯಾಮಲ, ಗಂಧ ಗಾಳಿಯ ನಿತ್ಯ ನೂತನ ಕೋಮಲ. ಅಳಿದು ಹೋಗಲಿ ಬೆಂಕಿ ಬಿರುಗಾಳಿ, ಬೀಸಿ ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮಳೆಗಾಳಿ. ಅಳಿದು ಹೋಗಲಿ ಬೆಂಕಿ ಬಿರುಗಾಳಿ, ಬೀಸಿ ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮಳೆಗಾಳಿ. ಉಳಿಸಲು ನಮ್ಮ ನೆಲೆ, ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೂಮಳೆ. ಉಳಿಸಲು ನಮ್ಮ ನೆಲೆ, ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೂಮಳೆ, ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೂಮಳೆ. ಚಿಟ್ಟೆ ಚಿರತೆ ಕಪ್ಪೆ ಮಿಡತೆಯ ಮೆರಗು, ಹಾವು ಹಲ್ಲಿ ಆಕಾಶ ನೀಲಿಯ ಸೊಬಗು. ಚಿಟ್ಟೆ ಚಿರತೆ ಕಪ್ಪೆ ಮಿಡತೆಯ ಮೆರಗು, ಹಾವು ಹಲ್ಲಿ ಆಕಾಶ ನೀಲಿಯ ಸೊಬಗು. ಬಿದಿರು ಹಬ್ಬಲಿ ಸೋಕಿ ತಂಗಾಳಿ, ಸೋಸಿ ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಿಗಾಳಿ. ಬಿದಿರು ಹಬ್ಬಲಿ ಸೋಕಿ ತಂಗಾಳಿ, ಸೋಸಿ ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಿಗಾಳಿ. ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಸಲು ಹಸಿರ ಕಲೆ, ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೂಮಳೆ. ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಸಲು ಹಸಿರ ಕಲೆ, ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೂಮಳೆ, ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೂಮಳೆ. ಬಂತು ಬಂತು ಕಾಡಿಗೆ ತಣಿಸಲು ಜೀವಕಳೆ ಬೆಳೆಸಲು ಕಾಡು ಬೆಳೆ ತಣಿಸಲು ಜೀವಕಳೆ ಬೆಳೆಸಲು ಕಾಡು ಬೆಳೆ ಹರಿಸಲು ಜೇನ ಹೊಳೆ ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೂಮಳೆ ಹರಿಸಲು ಜೇನ ಹೊಳೆ ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೂಮಳೆ ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೂಮಳೆ ಸಬಪ ಮಪ ನಿಪ ಮಗ ಮಗ ಸನಿ ಸಬಪ ಮಪ ನಿಪ ಮಗ ಮಗ ಸಬಪ ಮಪ ನಿಪ ಮಗ ಮಗ ಸನಿ ಪನಿ ಸನಿ ಸಗ ಸಗ ಮಗ ಮಪ ಮಪ ನಿ ಸಾ ಪ್ರಾಣಿ ಪಕ್ಷಿ ಸಸ್ಯ ಕಾಶಿಯ ಶ್ಯಾಮಲ ಗಂಧ ಗಾಳಿಯ ನಿತ್ಯ ನೂತನ ಕೋಮಲ ಪ್ರಾಣಿ ಪಕ್ಷಿ ಸಸ್ಯ ಕಾಶಿಯ ಶ್ಯಾಮಲ ಗಂಧ ಗಾಳಿಯ ನಿತ್ಯ ನೂತನ ಕೋಮಲ ಅಳಿದು ಹೋಗಲಿ ಬೆಂಕಿ ಬಿರುಗಾಳಿ ಬೀಸಿ ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮಳೆಗಾಳಿ ಅಳಿದು ಹೋಗಲಿ ಬೆಂಕಿ ಬಿರುಗಾಳಿ ಬೀಸಿ ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮಳೆಗಾಳಿ ಉಳಿಸಲು ನಮ್ಮ ನೆಲೆ ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೂಮಳೆ ಉಳಿಸಲು ನಮ್ಮ ನೆಲೆ ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೂಮಳೆ ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೂಮಳೆ ಚಿರತೆ ಕಪ್ಪೆ ಮಿಡತೆಯ ಮೆರಗು ಹಾವು ಹಲ್ಲಿ ಆಕಾಶ ನೀಲಿಯ ಸೊಬಗು ಚಿಟ್ಟ ಚಿರತೆ ಕಪ್ಪೆ ಮಿಡತೆಯ ಮೆರಗು ಹಾವು ಹಲ್ಲಿ ಆಕಾಶ ನೀಲಿಯ ಸೊಬಗು ಸೋಕಿ ತಂಗಾಳಿ ಸೋಸಿ ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಿಗಾಳಿ ಬಿದಿರು ಹಬ್ಬಲಿ ಸೋಕಿ ತಂಗಾಳಿ ಸೋಸಿ ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಿಗಾಳಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಸಲು ಹಸಿರ ಕಲೆ ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೂಮಳೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಸಲು ಹಸಿರ ಕಲೆ ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೂಮಳೆ ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೂಮಳೆ
ಹವಾಮಾನ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ, ಮಳೆಗಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ವೈಪರೀತ್ಯ, ವ್ಯವಸಾಯ ಮಾಡಲು ಕಾಡುಗಳನ್ನು ಕಡಿಯುವುದು, ಹೆಚ್ಚುತ್ತಿರುವ ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರಣಗಳಿಂದ ಈ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳ ಆವೃತ್ತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ದಿನೇ ದಿನೇ ಕ್ಷೀಣಿಸುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಈ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳು ಮೊದಲು ಒಂದು ಸರಪಳಿಯಂತೆ ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ಇದ್ದವು. ಅತಿಯಾದ ಮಾನವ ನಿರ್ಮಿತ ಒತ್ತಡದಿಂದ ಇತ್ತೀಚಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇವುಗಳು ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಣ್ಣ ತುಣುಕುಗಳಾಗಿ ಮಾರ್ಪಾಡು ಹೊಂದಿವೆ ಹಾಗೂ ನಶಿಸುವ ಅಂಚಿನಲ್ಲಿವೆ. ಈ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಕೇವಲ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆಯಿಂದ ಮಾತ್ರವಲ್ಲದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿನ ಜನರ ಸಹಕಾರ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಸಾಧ್ಯ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಇಲ್ಲಿನ ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಜನ ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳು ಒಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಈ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಸಂರಕ್ಷಿಸುವ ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿವೆ. ಈ ಮಿರಿಸ್ಟಿಕಾ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳು ನಮಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿರುವುದು ಒಂದು ವರ. ಇವುಗಳನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಹಾಗೂ ಬೆಳೆಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗುವುದು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ. ಈಗ ಉಳಿದಿರುವ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಂದಿನ ಪೀಳಿಗೆಗಾಗಿ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಿಸುವ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಮೇಲಿದೆ.
Nilesh, 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 5
Yes,
plus.
yes, sir, yes, sir, absolutely. So, I'm Nilesh Shinde. I'm currently working as Director, Kali Tiger Reserve, and I will be presenting our experiences in the field of eco-development and our flagship initiative, which is called as SWAYAM. So, SWAYAM stands for Saving Wildlife in association with young aspiring minds. Next, please. So basically, this is a map of Kali Tiger Reserve. The northern most portion is Castle Rock Range, and downside Anshi, Kadra ranges are there. Northern to Castle Rock, Bhimgad, in turn, which has corridor up to Maharashtra, Sahyadri Tiger Reserve. So what I want to highlight here is the 80% of Kali Tiger Reserve part falls in the Joida Taluk. As such, Kali Tiger Reserve falls in 4 taluks, out of which 80% part is in Joida, which is an aspirational block. You all know that there are 2 schemes by Niti Aayog India. One is aspirational district, another is aspirational block. Aspirational in the sense that these taluks are lagging in some of the indicators like health, education, basic infrastructure. There are 5 major indicators and 40 sub-indicators. So in turn, through SWAYAM initiative, through livelihood improvement and through community-based conservation, we are trying to help the communities to reach out, and we are also contributing to the aspirational block. Next, please. So this was the earlier building. This was PWD Cook Quarters. Next. We took it over and we developed a center there called as SWAYAM. Next. So our mission is, actually we tell everyone that SWAYAM acts as a laboratory for eco-development. We develop eco-development models. Different models are there. As of now, only VFC related, EDC related models were there, but we want to have diversification of livelihood. In that tune, we are making SWAYAM as an eco-development laboratory, wherein we test run the eco-development models, we test it in 1 or 2 ranges, and then we replicate it to another landscape. Next, please. So these are some objective, the brief that we want to develop models wherein community-based conservation should happen. Next. So these are some partners. Every tiger reserve, according to Wildlife Protection Act, has one tiger conservation foundation. We have Dandeli Anchi Tiger Conservation Foundation. In that, we had partnered with different organizations like Karnataka State Coir Development Corporation, Manipal Foundation, then Jilla Panchayat Karwar, WWF India, and so on. Next. So this is one of our flagship program known as Advi Jain Kara. Advi Jain Kara literal meaning is forest buzz. It is nothing but scientific beekeeping. Like from a lot of years, Forest Department helping through SCP, TSP schemes in the promotion of apiculture, but it was not scientifically managed. Herein we launch a program known as Advi Jain Kara, wherein we have marked in 7 phases, right from the inception plant to the apitourism. I will explain one by one. So, previous slide, please. So we are following the UN beekeeping guidelines. So it is in tune with the world level standards. Next. So program highlights. So what we did, like generally for any government scheme, beneficiaries will be selected and scheme will be forced upon them. In this we are using bottom-up approach. In that, like the community is giving us demand, what kind of livelihood they want. So herein in the second picture you can see there is one 85-year-old lady. She is from Kadra range. So everybody is coming, they are giving interviews. The interview panel consists of horticulture officer, our forest officials. They are conducting interviews, and those who are genuinely interested, they are only we are giving the honeybee boxes. Next. The special focal point of view is women beneficiaries, because there is a lot of migration from the Joida to Goa because of lack of opportunities here. So women beneficiaries we are concentrating upon, and we have already reached 100 women beneficiaries. Next. We have already established a common facility center. By next month, we will be launching our own honey brand, which is stores through. We have given boxes. In turn, the honey is coming back to self-help groups. They are in turn coming to, it's the same unit which I showed earlier, the same building. They are coming, one unit is in Kumbarwada, one unit is in Castle Rock. They are coming and making coir Dutch mats. So we have MOU with the Karnataka State Coir Development Corporation. They are providing raw material to us. In turn, these ladies will be weaving the mat, will be buy back by the Coir Development Corporation. So they are earning around 10,000. So almost we have made around 50 to 70 ladies they are now they are not dependent upon their family. They are earning as of now 10 to 12,000 per month. Next, please. Next. So the impact about this particular program. This is a particularly woman-led livelihood initiative. It is eco-friendly. We are talking about circular economy these days. Here from coconut husk, the raw material will come to our center. In turn, mats will be viewed here, and then it will be plowed back to market. Next. Another program is Swarvarna program. So there are series of programs for the forest, the children of the forest dwellers. In Kali Tiger Reserve, I would like to give a brief that there are 150 hamlets inside Kali Tiger Reserve. 32,000 population is living inside the Tiger Reserve. So we wanted to cater the needs of the people. There should not be lack of facilities. The facilities which are present outside, we wanted to provide them at our center also. So we are conducting free music and painting classes for the student. Next. We are providing free transportation. Most of these students are living in the boarding facilities. So there is no connect with the parent. There is no parental care during the early childhood. So in tune with that, what we wanted, if he is living in the boarding facility, in holidays, we are giving free transportation. In case of weekdays also, we receive demand from the student. Our vehicles will be there. In turn, we will drop them to their doorstep, and whenever they go back, like they want to come back to the boarding facility, we will provide transportation for that also. Next. So the transformative impact for these two programs, Swaravarna and Marali Managi, we have named each program so that it should connect with every community. So we are trying to cultivate creativity and confidence. We are trying to foster emotional resilience also. There is inclusive care through free transportation. and we want to build a generation rooted in culture and conservation. Next. While all these programs were going on, we thought of having one program for the education sector also. As I mentioned earlier, there is aspirational block. Joida lacks in education and health. So we want to bridge that gap. We wanted to bridge the digital divide which is inside the forest area. So we had MOU with the Manipal Foundation. In turn, they have helped us with the live classes. This is the same building which I show. Our building is acting as a classroom. Before class, they come to our center. There will be live streaming of classes by Manipal Foundation, which are preloaded, or there is live streaming also. This is for SSLC. Last year, SSLC result was 100% for that particular high school. This year, it is around 96 to 97%. So we are helping students through digital education also. Children are using interactive panel. They were lacking these, like there was no facility available there. So whatever facility we could provide from the foundation, and I would like to reiterate that we have continuous support of Sri Vasant Reddy sir, and through our foundation only every scheme is being utilized. As of now, state government shares is not there. Like we wanted to fulfill the objectives of Tiger Conservation Foundation, and through that we are doing this. Next. So why this digital education program matters? This is bridging, as I mentioned earlier, this is bridging a digital divide. It is complementing the formal education. It is giving a sense of inclusion to the forest, children of the forest dwellers, that we can also access to the same facilities which are present elsewhere. We are trying for the holistic development. Next. So nature education program, we are partnering with WWF India. Sri Santosh Sudar is also here. We are partnering with him also. So a lot of such programs. We have our own program known as Kid Forester. These are like summer camps, but we wanted to instill some, and basically urban kids who are coming here and staying with us in nature camp, we have named that program as Kid Forester. Next. Same program. These are the photographs from the same 2-3 different, over the 2 years we had at Kulgi Nature Camp as well as Anshi Evergreen Camp. Next. So these are other activities. We regularly have stakeholder meeting. Community comes to us. They will give their demand from different villages. As I mentioned earlier, there are 150 hamlets. Regularly different people will come. They will put their demand. We want mushroom cultivation, cane-based product, bamboo-based product, and we are working on it. Next. This is some media coverage regarding SWAYAM initiatives. It has been covered by media, national media also. Next. Next. These are some feedbacks from the ACS Forest.
It is not just women. I think it is the family. Entire family is getting. We are all in a good place and other things, but ultimately it is the family, vulnerable family are getting more affected because of these climate changes and other things. Do you think it is just the family? I'm sure it is also the entire village. I'm sure we are all getting affected. That is where our education should become more strong and strong to mitigate these challenges that we are all facing together. Well, it is not just village. Our entire country is facing such a challenges. That is where I thought. So, do you think now that community education in mitigating climate is a need? Yes, it is a need. It is a strong need. And I feel that education is the driving force or an engine to mitigate this climate change. That is where I stand before you today. Well, yes, I say it is a big yes that we need to have a community education, because especially in ecological, vulnerable and socially diverse regions like India, this community education is very, very important. I think all the scientific papers that have been listening, everybody is stressing on ecology or the social aspect or cultural aspect and other things. That is where things that we really look upon to. Well, yes, again the image just tells you that, okay, what community education? It's a process. It is just not one-to-one what we talk about scientific papers. It's a process of informing. It's a process of engaging. It's a process of empowering community actually. So it is just not one-to-one. It is just engaging the entire community to bring about a change and all those sort of things that we need to have. So these processes are important to understand climate change, its impact. Maybe they are not aware of these things. Then comes overall the community. Rural community just not the rural. They are not just affected, I'm sure. It is rural, it is a school, it is college students, it is urban centers that we have. Then we have IT sectors. They are facing enormous problem with all these climate change variations. In fact, psychological and a lot of other social issues are attached to it. And of course, our industrial aspect. These are all the community who are really affected because of this climate change. Now question comes then, how do we address education to all these communities that we are talking about? Okay, so here is a process. Maybe I would like to share some of my experiences and impacts that has happened in a society or both locally, nationally and internationally. Okay, so approaches are two. One, purely on formal approach or curricular approach. Second is a non-formal approach, where we don't integrate with the curriculum or it is not in a structured way. It is non-formal and formal through our school curriculum and other things. So today with social media and other things, it is one of the approaches that we have, that we take up. And these are all the different approaches and strategies that we look at it. One, we have the media, we have public events. One of the symposium that we're all doing here is one of the approaches of community education, in fact. Okay, and several outreach activities that are being arranged and managed. A lot of publications that we all looking into is also a process of community education. Then we do a lot of documentations, community engagements and demonstrations. In that regard, I'd like to at least 5 to 6 such experiences or experiments that I have done, I would like to share with you. One of such event is that we have started called as Nature Integrated Learning Program. This program engages particularly school children and teachers who are engaged into several of conservation practices actually. And these are all the programs. We generally tie up with the protected areas, with the Forest Department. Thank you. And also globally we are working in 9 countries where we have an engagement with other institutions working on climate change and other things. This is one of the approaches that we are adopting. And I'm sure these are the glimpses of what activities that we do. Friends, don't see children as the children. I personally and strongly feel that they are the generation who make a change. I'll come to the end 2 concepts called KABA and TCCP, which I'll share with you. These are the glimpses of how these young minds can be changed. That is one of the approach, communication approach of making students experience in the nature. Second is having very innovative interpretive exhibits where people can engage and understand about forest, climate change and other things. These are the few glimpses that we are currently working on at different places. These are all different educative exhibits. Variety of publications also influence a lot of young minds of all the communities. And here is one such case studies which we used social media to influence the people to protect our lakes when they immerse clay idols in our lakes, in fact. This is one of the campaign that we did, wherein we engaged people across the state, wherein hundreds of lakes got prevented from pollution. This is one of the case study, and which we got a Guinness Book of Record, where we engaged about 15% of the state population, and we engaged about 1.58 crore people. Another model that we worked with Forestry, College of Forestry and College of Pannampete, we influenced the UNESCO that how our community education has brought in changes over there. Reflect, share and act. These are glimpses. These are the different projects. And in Bangalore area, we are converting all the BBMP park, which are more of an exotic species, we are converting into thematic parks like Forest Therapy Park, Meditation Healing Park. This is another demonstration. This is another approach of communicating people about things. This is ethnobotanical garden. These are the things that we are changing here. I have two more slides. This is where I bring in the two conclusion of all the experiences. Kaba. See, any behavioral changes has to follow these things. Knowledge, attitude, behavior and action. So we tell everybody to do an act. You act upon to bring about a change. How would you bring about a change? Unless you have a knowledge. To have a knowledge, you should understand. Then with the better understanding, your attitude changes. With the attitude, your behavior changes. If your behavior changes, then action happens. That is the strength of this community education that we really do. This terminology has become very popular, at least in even agency, because of our intervention of community education at various places. Another one is that this is another concept which I strongly believe, I think it is also the basis for all our Chinna Vana Darshana, which started in Karnataka. Teacher to child, child to child, child to parents and parents to community. To bring about a change in a community, teacher is a major focal area. When teacher teaches, child changes. When child changes, and he or she tells to another child. When another child changes, tells to their parents, and parents ultimately result into community. So there's a few glimpses that we generally create these sort of communication tools, social media, and then we do it. Currently, we are working in all these states promoting community education. This is a very crisp. Thank you.
Thank you, Santosh.
Any questions?
Any questions or any comments? and the department generates more than tree felling. I have converted slowly to a supporter of sustainable timber harvest from the forest. ಎಷ್ಟರ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ ನಾನೀಗ ಶಿರ್ಸಿ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ, ನನಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದಾಗ ಸುಮಾರು ಟೀ ಗಿಡ ಕಾಣ್ತು. ನಾನು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡೆ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಮರದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 4-5 CFTR ಸಿಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡೆ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಮೈ ಥಾಟ್ ವೆನ್ ಐ ಸಾ ದ trees. But my intention is not to say that we should harvest completely. I am only stressing on sustainable timber harvesting. Next. Just to give you a brief idea about why we need to do that. These data are not accurate because we don't have a very strong database on timber import and export. This is a general understanding, acceptable figure that around 75 million cubic meter is the demand in India at present, and our production is around 10 million cubic meter less. We import this, and we import this from across the world, from South America, from Africa, Southeast Asia, Australia, New Zealand, Europe. And interestingly, Please consider this. There is no entrance exam. It's only based on your graduation marks. We take students from engineering background and forestry graduates. So the placement is 100% and we get up to 3 to 10 lakh rupees per annum is the package usually what we get. And none of the IT companies give this when you start the job now. So you please spread the word. Whoever is interested will be very happy to take Karnataka students because we don't get Karnataka students. It's mostly from UP, Bihar and some people from Kerala and Telangana. Otherwise it's all people from UP and Bihar. And usually what happens is that once or twice people who come here, they tell their friends, relatives in UP, Bihar and the same people keep coming. So please try to spread this message to all the people who may be interested. Thank you very much. Any questions? Sujit. Okay, I think during the lunchtime can we discuss this because there are many presentations. Yeah.
Hello. Hello, sir. It was a nice presentation. Sir, I have some doubts. Like you are focusing on that like teak, like timbers. What about the conventional timber? Like we can use for like currently I'm doing did my masters and currently doing my doctorate degree in Canada. where Kerala is the place like land of coconut, they are using conventional timbers like coconut, they are promoting. When I came and asked like coconut can be used for a timber, like we can use for furniture making, I think people were laughing like whether it is feasible like that. We in our department, they have found a very good success in related to promoting the coconut wood as a conventional timber in making the for the alternative timbers. Like, what your opinion? You can also promote on that, in especially in Karnataka, where like coconuts are a lot of are there.
Yeah, yeah.
What your opinion on that?
Yeah, coconut actually is a very good timber. IWST has worked on that, but coconut has a problem of the density. No, the outer layer has higher density, inner layer has very low density. But coconut timber is being traditionally for, if you know, in the houses people used to use before. Now IWST is doing research on peeling of coconut timber and using it for plywood. But ultimately it's all market. If the industry wants, it will develop, and industry will see the market demand. Industry approaches us, we do the research for them, and industry, if it is interested, it will market. That's how it is. So, but traditional timber, yes, we want to, because I am not against eucalyptus, because in central India, people cultivate huge tracts of eucalyptus in their own land, not in forest land, which is not a bad thing, because they get good revenue out of it. But indigenous timber trees, yes, we should take up for further improvement. I am sure that we will be doing a project on that soon. Yeah, yes, Akhil. Mahagani. Yes.
So how can a research institute and academic like Biodiversity and Forestry can fulfill this gap? Second thing, in Tamil Nadu there is a model, the departments are doing a model, tripartite model, where industry, academic college and the institute, they are having a consortium. So it is very well working. So such kind of things can be doing in Karnataka so that the gap can be filled effectively. Because farmers are ready to cultivate, but they don't know what is the market.
Yes. The same thing because Karnataka department initially promoted Milia dubia, but unfortunately there are no buyers now, or buyers are coming from Gujarat and Andhra and they're taking. Because the money is not assured to the farmers. Consortium is possible. IWST has not tried to get into the consortium part because we always thought that it is between the buyer and the seller. We have proposed to the central government to start an online platform in IWST website to allow the farmers to sell their timber and allow the buyers to register and to act as a medium to communicate between the two. Just like what the consortium by Dr. Parthiban sir is doing. But industry is also lacking in Karnataka. If you see, Karnataka does not have much industry which is wood based. Maybe because of the policy, I don't know. Most of the industries have shifted to Andhra. So that is one issue.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you
for your valuable information, sir. Let me invite our...
Thank you.
Let me invite our next speaker, Dr. H.B. Raghu, Associate Professor of Forestry, GKVK, Bangalore. He will be dealing with the topic Management of Degraded Forest in Dryland Ecosystem.
Good afternoon to everyone. Respected chair for the session and organizers and respected delegate friends. So before starting management of degraded forest ecosystem, I am happy to compliment Dr. Vasudev, who is restoring, and he has done a lot of things on the restoration of the freshwater swamps, and also the Vasant Reddy and team and Forest Department. They are doing the restoration of mangrove. From last 20 years, it has increased to a larger extent. I compliment and I applaud for their contribution. And next please. As you are aware, degradation of forest is basically because of the unscientific clearing. These are characterized basically because of the poor soil fertility and the low vegetation cover in a difficult terrain, and also the human disturbances. But how to address it? we need to address in a multi-pronged approach. So because see, most of the forests except the same time, we have a good number of green technologies, eco-friendly technologies, which can be adopted in restoration of this system. Next, please. So, actually, it is in a dryland ecosystem. Actually, what we chosen the site is in Mandya district, a dryland area, where it's a disturbed, degraded forest ecosystem, and having a very little soil, mainly of the gravel soils, under dry land conditions and a difficult terrain where even they went for a ripping also with a great difficulty, and even carrying the seedlings not by a vehicle. We used to by headloads itself we have carried these seedlings. So that is one aspect. Second is already I told you the community thing. So for this location where the soil is very infertile and we have a shallow depth of soil and more of gravelly conditions, we have selected a different 5 different species like a Jetropacurus, Pongamia pinnata, Dalbergiasis, Tectona grandis, and Acacia argyliformis. And we have used the microbial technology like a mycorrhiza. It's a multi-purpose microorganism. Apart from the supporting the uptake of phosphorus, it also reduces the against pest and diseases, and also it will going to play an important role in the water relations with the plant. Okay, so in addition to that, we need to have address the other nutrients like a nitrogen fixers like Azotobacter crucacum, Bacillus coagulans. It's a phosphate solubilizing bacteria, and also biocontrol like the Trichoderma arzianum. Next, please. And before actually I'll going to tell you only one example where we can carry out the degradation of a forest ecosystem. And here I'll going to take actually, even though I have studied 6 different species, I'll going to take the results of only one species, and similar results will be found and how we have done the research. And this study will be for involves 4 experiments. 2 experiments. One, the species-specific microbial species is selected at the laboratory level, and along with the best microbial selection, species-specific, then we will going to assess the best microbial consortia for a particular species at laboratory condition. Then we have evaluated under nursery and field conditions. Next. And this study already I have told you, it is in 3 ranges. We have studied this one, and nursery and field studies will be done at Mandya range, Srirangapatna range, and Pandupura range. Next, please. So we have maintained in UAS Bangalore GKVK, we have maintained around 29 different species of mycorrhizals. Among mycorrhiza, based on the past experience of our expert, we have identified 11 best mycorrhizal strains. Next, please. And we have inoculated 11 for, I am taking the example of Pongamia pinnata where we have studied, and rest of the things what are the consortia developed we are going to tell you in a single slide. Okay, these are the different mycorrhizal species which are doing better in the tree species, and we have inoculated these things. Next, please. It's a standard procedure we have followed. Next. And here observations we have recorded is the growth parameters, biomass parameters, and based on these 2 parameters we have identified the different indexes, planting, seedling quality index or bioelement index, all those things. And apart from that, already I have told you the mycorrhizal main role is to uptake of phosphorus. So we need to know what quantum of phosphorus is uptake in the plant, and apart from that, whether this uptake is we need to evaluate whether it is from the mycorrhizae. So from root zone soils, we have assessed the mycorrhizal count also. Not only that count, whether there is any infection of this in the root of a particular plant. So we have assessed the percent root colonization also. Next please. And based on the plant growth parameters, next please, biomass parameters, nutrient uptake, and the nutrient uptake and the quality parameters, it is considered that for Pangemia pinnata, Glomus fasciculatum is the best mycorrhizal symbiont. Next please. So after selecting the best microbial symbiont, we need to have a good species-specific microbial consortia along with the nitrogen fixers and biocontrol agents like this. So next please. We have inoculated all the plants along with the different, this is the basis, the individually and also in different combinations. Next please. So and here apart from the earlier observations, we have recorded, because we have inoculated the nitrogen fixers and we have studied the plant tissue nitrogen content and also the plant growth promoting microorganisms like the biocontrol agents and the nitrogen fixers and bacillus coagulans populations individually. After this, based on the, next please, based on the growth parameters, quality index, seedling quality parameters, the microbial nutrition and the microbial consortia. So it is, we have concluded Glomus fasciculatum along with the combination of Azotobacter cucacum, Bacillus coagulans and Trichoderma argyronum will be the best microbial consortia for Pangemia pinnata. Next please. Like this, we have standardized the consortia for Jatropha along with the Glomus fasciculatum and with all the three PGPRs. Pangemia, Glomus fasciculatum along with the three PGPRs, and Albergis Glomus fasciculatum along with the Azotobacter cucacum and Bacillus coagulans, and Acacia auriculiformis is Scutelosporus calopora along with the three combinations, but Tectona it's a Glomus leptotychum along with the Trichoderma argyronum and Azotobacter cucacum. Next. So next we have evaluated, we have standardized this consortia under lab condition. We need to evaluate whether this developed consortia is validated in the field condition or not. So we have identified 3 locations. Already I told you 3 nurseries: K. Shetty in and in Kerpete, and Indvalu in Mandya district, Mandya range, and one is the, in Pandupura. Next. So we inoculated in 2,500 seedlings were inoculated for each species and in each location. Next. We have planted in the field. You can see the type of soil where how it will be there. So we have planted in the field and evaluated for 1 year. Next please. And we have checked the survival rate and growth parameters. So afterwards we will concluded that, next please, next slide, concluded that so even the development consortia is performing better in the field. Next please. And the significant achievement from here is even that situation teak is not performing well, even though with the intervention of the technology, because the habitat or the local climatic condition will going to decide the performance of individual species. Based on the ecosystem or the ecological condition of the situation site, we need to decide the species consortia. Planting both the plant and other species consortia, and of course Pangemia and other species performing well and that under that situation. Please, next please. And this is the condition of 1 year plantation. Next please. And we have already told you, taking the consideration here, I'll give one example like a Hunjin Kere, that's a area, drier area in Srirangpatna Taluk, while traveling to Mysore towards left. But that is a very hardy area. At the same time, moisture is also a limitations, and also the local, generally they are going to put a fire for their cattle grazing. So to take the confidence, we have conducted a series of training programs, and we have demonstrated them how to use the microbial thing also in such a way that at least we are very much happy that during second year we have continued for 3 more years of this program. By that time, good number of people, they started buying the biofertilizers. And for them, what they have told is, rather than applying directly the biofertilizers, you can mix with your compost, keep it for, along with the proper moisture, if you keep it for 20 to 30 days, it will going to increase the scale up the population of the microbes, and it will going to reduce your cost of production. So we have created the awareness, as Santosh and Vasant Reddy told. If we create a this information, if you give the proper information to the farmers, addressing in the right time, definitely they will going to hear, and the result is, please next slide please. And of course, this demonstration plot is used by the Forest Department for as a demonstration plot, and see after 3 years of plantation, you can see that one. So like this, restoration can be done, the wasteland afforestation, degraded forest can be done. And thank you for the organizers for giving me the opportunity to express my results.
Any questions? Rathod.
Very nice presentation, Raghu.
Thank you, Doctor.
And so your topic is management of degraded forest. And on what basis you have selected species? Because we have different management strategies for restoration of degraded forest. On number one question is, on what basis you have selected 4 or 5 species?
Mainly based on the soil condition, topography, and it's also the rainfall pattern. So based on these criteria we have selected. And one more is actually in and around that area, teak is grown very popularly. And even actually before that we have met the farmers, there is a village forest committee. They are asking us for the teak. Even though we have introduced very limited number of teak, because I told them under this situation it will not come, still they want to see that. So only apart from teak, rest of the things based on the local conditions. It is on the demand of teak is based on the demand of the farmers, and they are seeing on daily basis. They come to know, they have concluded without any proper thing. So teak will not going to perform in any of the climatic conditions.
Yeah, because see, number one point is, while selecting a set of species, so we should study the history of that proposed site. We cannot select the species based on the demand. Okay. See, number one point is, because otherwise, see, teak is not performing better there.
Sorry?
Teak is not performing good there.
Yeah, I told you.
So because that means the teak is not suited for that particular.
It's only some small trial plot we have put, but other species we have based on the history and the local climatic conditions only we have decided. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rathod. Thank you, Raghu.
Thank you.
Next, we move on to Dr. Ajaya.
I take this opportunity to welcome DOE Dr. K.R. Kirsur, UAS Dharwad. I request Dean Forestry to give bouquet and welcome him.
Good afternoon to everyone. I will be discussing on the implementation of one of the Government of India scheme, National Mission on Green India, which is one of the mission of the National Action Plan on Climate Change, which was brought by the Government of India. This National Action Plan on Climate Change has 8 different missions, out of which Green India Mission is one of them. Green India Mission was launched in 2012 with the aim to protect, restore and enhance the India's forest cover and respond to the climate change through the adaptation and mitigation measures. And it is implemented in Karnataka in 3 different divisions. One of the division was Sirsi division, and it is implemented in the Siddhapura range. And the main goal of this mission was to enhance the carbon sinks in the sustainably managed forest ecosystem, and also adaptation of the vulnerable species or ecosystems to climate change, and providing the alternative livelihood opportunities to the local communities. So mission objective was to increase the tree cover as well as the quality of the forest, and also improving the ecosystem services, including the hydrological services, carbon sequestration, and providing the alternative energy devices to the local communities to reduce the pressure on the forest, and also providing the alternative livelihood opportunities to local communities. And this scheme, unlike other schemes, was different in the sense that this scheme approaches, it's a landscape based approach. We selected the Sirsi division as a L1 landscape, which is a forest area of nearly 171,000 hectares, and we selected the L2 landscape, which is a Mandlikoppa landscape, total forest area of nearly 4,885.24 hectare. Geographical area is 6,488 hectare. And this scheme is implemented through the village forest committees by involving the local communities. Total 10 different VFCs are selected, and this area selection for the reasons for selecting the L2 and L3 landscapes are these are the vulnerability of the forest in this area for the degradation and climate change, significant biodiversity and other ecosystem values, potential areas for carbon sinks, and important groundwater and spring recharge catchments. And based on these reasons, we selected the L2 and L3 landscapes. So initial steps for creating the awareness among the public about this scheme, and through participatory rural appraisal program, and involving the local communities in preparation of the integrated management plan through VFCs, and initial entry point activities also undertaken. And since I was telling, instead of taking the afforestation activities and other activities in a different areas of the different ranges of the division, we selected a specific particular landscape. Within the landscape, based on the site specific plan, we treated the areas of the forest in a different model. The areas with the moderately dense forest cover, but showing the degradation, only conservation model, where only protection works and SMC works are undertaken. And depending upon the degradation level, number of plants planted also varied from 200 plants per hectare, 1100 plants per hectare, and 2500 plants per hectare. And we also treated some of the abandoned mined areas, in urban peri-urban planting, farmland planting, some shelter planting, especially in the better lands, highway and rural and canal tank planting. These are some of the works undertaken, like moderately dense forest cover, but showing the degradation. We have taken up the SMC works, and eco restoration model, 200 plants per hectare were treated, and this is 1100 plants per hectare. These are the sum of the works. So, in addition to the afforestation activities, we have also taken up the various supporting activities like research activities, publicity, media and outreach activities, monitoring and evaluation activities, livelihood improvement activities, strengthening of the local institutions, strengthening of the FDs. So, the research activities also we have taken up through Forest Department itself, comparative study of the phenology of the silviculture characteristics, flowering, fruiting intensity and yield of the different varieties of the Aptemidi. And we have made yesterday we have made an MOU with a forestry college through Dandeli Tiger Conservation Foundation, and through that we have identified 8 different research topics. The funding for this research will be done by the Green India Mission itself. So these are the different topics will be undertaken. So these are publicity and media outreach activities we have undertaken. So since this area landscape we have selected is endemic to the Kasnur forest disease, we also created the health awareness among the communities along with the fire awareness and wildlife conservation and forest conservation awareness programs. So since this area also have the unique ecosystem called Marishika swamps, we also conducted the swamp festival in the Siddhapura by involving all the local communities by creating the awareness about the importance of conservation of these Marishika swamps, and various livelihood improvement activities were undertaken, like training of the local communities, like sieving machine training, and providing them like 522 people were trained, and the sieving machine distribution 471, and computer training was also given for 144 individuals, driving training, honey box distribution 405, and agriculture equipments are also given. In addition to this, in the landscape area, we have also improved the Anganwadis, smart TV distribution in some, Anganwadi painting and improvement 9. They were different and providing the racks to the Anganwadis, desk and benches to the schools, water filters, almiras to the Anganwadis, Nalikali tables and chairs, they were also distributed to the local. These are the training of the sieving machine operation training. So distribution of the sieving machine and sieving kits. So honeybee training program, and also distribution of the honeybee boxes. So computer training activities, and light motor vehicle and heavy motor vehicle driving training activities, and distribution of the licenses. And in addition to this, we also initially years we also taken up providing the alternative fuel energy, especially LPG and solar lamp distribution. So these are the, and we have also have self-help groups. We have provided nearly for 76 SHGs were given the 27.91 lakh amount of loan in order to improve the microcredit and to provide the employment opportunities to the SHG members, means investing, promoting, motivating them to invest in the income generating activities. So the, and also distribution of the smart TVs to the government schools. And also VFCs are also strengthened by providing the chairs and tables. In addition to this, the selected landscape as a very high intensity of the man-animal conflict, we have also used the livelihood improvement activities amount for the fencing between the Malki and forest land in order to prevent the man-animal conflict in this area. Since by providing this, we are providing the agriculture security to the local communities. So strengthening of the Anganwadis, painting and other sectors. So after multi-pronged approach, both afforestation activities, research activities, livelihood improvement activities, we have analyzed the FSI data from 2011 and 2021 before the implementation of the scheme, and 21 maps, and we found that there is a significant, we can see in the map that the areas which are yellow, they will be converted to the green, which shows that there is a increase in the moderate dense forest and there is a reduction in the open forest. So the area, moderate dense forest area was 1442.94 hectare. It is increased to 3154.03 hectare. So, and also we have also taken up the third party evaluation by the Forestry College Sirsi. There is a significant improvement in the biodiversity of the plantations or whatever the area. This can be seen through the various biodiversity indices like Shannon index and all. So this map shows that is a 3000, the area was in 2011 was moderate dense forest was 1442. It has been increased to the 3154. So these are the maps showing the different villages. The area you can see in Idgod village, there is a significant improvement from moderate, improvement from open forest to moderate dense forest, and Tumbragod village and Bellate village, and you can also see the changes of forest canopy through 2017 image and 23 image. So these are Egod Mane, these different villages. So you can, here also you can see 2017 images and 23 image, 17 image and 23 image. And by involving the local communities in implementation of the Green India mission, by providing the various livelihood opportunities and alternative fuel energy, these things, there is a significant improvement in the interaction between the forest department and local communities. Because of that, there is a significant reduction in the forest offence cases. You can see 2005 to 5-6 to the 15-16, in 11 years there were 995 cases booked in that area, and 16-17 to 24-25, 9 years, only 169 cases are booked. There is a significant reduction in the forest offence cases because of the interaction of the local communities with the forest department. In addition to that, some people for whom we have provided the training, they are employed in the different areas. Some of the people who got the computer training, they are employed as a receptionist in TSS, TMS. Some people who got the training in the sieving machine training, they work in the garment factories. Some are self-employed, some are working as a drivers, and there is a significant improvement of the hydrological status in and around the project area. The farmers who are taking up the kharif crops, now they are taking up both kharif as well as rabi, and drought spell duration also reduced significantly. There is an improvement of the water bodies in the project area and improvement in the wildlife habitat. So, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ajaya. Any questions? Any comments or questions?
Very nice presentation, Ajay ji. So, is there any provision for agroforestry?
Yes. Yes, we have taken up plantation in the farmers' land also.
What kind of agroforestry you are promoting?
We have taken up some teak plantations and grafted cashew mango plantations also were taken. Because, based on the need of the farmers.
I heard that the second highest budget under the Green India mission is for promoting agroforestry.
Sir?
I have gone through that Green India mission brochure, and there they mentioned that the second highest budget is kept for promoting agroforestry.
There is a provision for agroforestry, sir. We also taken up agroforestry by planting in the farmers' land. But since the selected landscape area is the farmers, which is very since this area is nearly 80% forest area, the farmers are left with a very small land holding. So they were they considered plantation of the arecanut is more beneficial and more profitable to them rather than going for the agroforestry. Even then, we have taken up agroforestry in that area, small areas.
And after initiation of your, so you have done a lot of restoration work. So after initiation of this mission work, and there is a lot of changes in biodiversity and other things, no? So really, it is a great achievement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul.
Yes.
We can take one more question, then we'll go to the next.
Myself, Ganesha BH. Good morning, sir. Very best compliments to Dr. Ajay sir and team. And whatever you have reported in the national, Green India mission, no, that is also recent Forest Survey of India report that Sirsi Forest Division, especially in the municipal areas of Siddhapur and other parts of Sirsi division, has been increased from 2000. So there is significant achievement. My best compliments to Sirsi division, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ajay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the next one by Dr. Pushpa on sustainable development of tribal livelihood through income generating activities. Dr. Pushpa is Associate Professor, Horticulture Research and Extension Center, University of Horticultural Sciences, Bagalkot, Karnataka.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. Myself, Dr. Pushpa. Okay. Myself, Dr. Pushpa, working as Associate Professor of Agricultural Extension at University of Horticulture Sciences, Bagalkot. Today I am going to present my topic on sustainable development of tribal livelihood through income generating activities. So, respected dignitaries on the desk, Chairman, Co-Chairman, and the key officers of the University of Agriculture Sciences, Dharwad, rapporteurs, and all my senior friends and colleagues. So this is the outline of my presentation. First, I am going to introduce my topic and specific objectives of my study area, methodology, what I have used to study this, and result and discussion, and outcome and conclusion of the study. So as we all know, Uttar Kannada, it's a hub of many endangered forest species, plantation and spice crops, and also known for medicinal and aromatic crops. But there is a wide scope of for income generating activities and also to create livelihood security for the tribal people and also the backward community in the Uttar Kannada district. And apart from these, even Uttar Kannada is known for the home for many tribal people like Siddhis, Halaki Gaudas and Kunubis, and in that Gauli, and in particularly in these tribal, Siddhis are believed to be originated from the Africa, and also the Kunibis of Joida Taluk, it's considered as one of the backward tribal groups in the district. So in this background, the study has taken, and also there is to prove that there is a need to improve the livelihood security of the backward people in the Uttar Kannada district through the income generating activities, that is mainly through value addition. So these are the specific objectives set for my investigation, like to an analysis of income generating activities in horticulture crops, because university has given the project and also the funding for my research. It is an in-house project. Basically, it's a basic survey to conduct the research. So we are writing on mega project to the government of India, mainly for the tribal development. So as a base survey, I did this particular research. And second objective is to know the economic viability of the income generating activities and to enlist the constraints faced by the respondents in income generating activities. So locale of the study area, I have taken Sirsi Taluk of the Uttar Kannada district, because before I was working in College of Horticulture Sirsi as an assistant professor, and so that's why I took a Sirsi Taluk, and in that I have selected 2 villages for my study area. So apart from these 2 villages, from these 2 villages I have selected total 30 respondents, 15 respondents from each village. So let's see the results and discussion. So first table, table 1 depicts the extent of participation in horticulture related IG activities, income generated activities. So I have taken 30 sample size. In that we can look into the table. So majority of the participants are the respondents. They are actively involved in fruit related value addition, and then followed by the equal like spice and medicinal and also the plantation. So very meager percentage of the respondents, they involved in the forest related, like making the key bunches out of the barks, like that. So looking to the family income are the, so in order to, our main intention was to make the particular respondents economically independent. So that's why I have taken even one objective as the economic sustainability. In that the family income of the respondent was increased by these value addition or the income generated activities through horticulture crops. First, before they are earning only 13,500 out of like wage labor and also some other building activities, they are construction activities they are doing. Out of that they are earning only 13,500. So after implementing, after they are engaging in the income generating activities, they gradually started earning more than that, that is 22,500 per month. And then when I asked the particular respondents whether what is the main purpose of taking up this activity, that is the income generating activities, many of the respondents, it was very interesting, like many of the respondents, they told that they wanted to buy assets for the future generation, like their sons or the daughters. So followed by some other respondents, they expressed that there is no other source of income for the livelihood. So that's why they are following this value addition, and also the poor economic condition or the poor background or the low standard of living. Then I asked whether they need some support from the university. So this table depicts the nature of support they expected from our side. So they need some capacity building programs because they don't know how to preserve for long time the value added products because of the seasonality. That too, the Sirsi area, it's a very heavy rainfall area. And also the followed by, they need some financial support, they need some linkages with the banks and other things to establish large scale of the small scale industries, and also the followed by technical support. And even they expressed some problems or the constraints faced in income generating activities. In that production side, they need of the skilled laborers. Many value added products, they need some skilled laborers. That's the major issues they are facing, scarcity of skilled laborers, and also followed by lack of scientific knowledge in preserving the value added products. And also regarding the processing, they are mainly facing the seasonality and also the lack of space for proper storage. And regarding marketing, because it's a hilly region and also many population, it is a scattered population, is there, very difficult to move from one place to another place. That's the major issues they are facing, the transportation problem. So these are some of the important constraints I noted while interacting with the farmers, like storage problems, marketing access, technical guidance, and the lack of financial assistance, and also the labor shortage, non-availability of raw materials due to the seasonality. So these are some of the, I quickly go through the products I noticed or the witnessed during my intervention or the interviewing with the out of mango. They are preparing some squash jam, then happe medi pickle and happe oli mix also they are preparing. Many Bangaloreans, they fond of this happe oli mix for the functions. And also out of banana they are preparing the sukeli chips, chutney and banana fiber. And out of jackfruit, squash, papad and chips they are preparing. And also out of the jack seed they are preparing some chutney powder also. And one lady is preparing the jack bar out of the jack, and even the kadamba is the branding by kadamba, they are selling the product. And they are also pulp extract is there. Out of pineapple, many squash cocktail and pineapple jam is preparing. Sir, kindly go through last slides. Conclusion. So, with this, I am going to conclude my presentation with the outcome of my study. That these the results can definitely help the extension functionaries to formulate suitable programs and use appropriate methods to increase the income generation through value addition. So definitely we can attain the sustainable development of tribal livelihood through this income generating activities. Further, these empowered women can be utilized or identified as a resource person or the extensionary functionaries to influence and educate the other tribal women. So meanwhile, we can make them to prepare different value added products, and also we can intervene with the tribal. Not much depending on the forest products for the livelihood security. Thank you, Anandal. Thank you for the patience listening. If you have any queries.
Thank you, madam. Any questions or comments? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
We'll go to the next one by Mr. Charan Kumar. Trees and plants for sustainable stingless beekeeping in the Central Western Ghats.
ಚರಣ್ 5 ನಿಮಿಷ 5 minutes we have.
ಹಾಂ ಸರ್. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನಮಗೆ ಜೇನು ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೂಡಲೇ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಹೆಜ್ಜೇನು, ತುಡುವೆ ಜೇನು, ಕೋಲ್ ಜೇನು ಈ ಥರ ನೆನಪಾಗ್ತದೆ. ನಾನಿವತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಚುಚ್ಚದ ಜೇನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ಲೆಸ್ ಬೀಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಶ್ಚಿಮ ಘಟ್ಟ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದನ್ನ ಸಾಕಾಣಿಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಅಧ್ಯಯನದಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು ಸುದೀರ್ಘವಾದ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಇದು. ಈ ವರ್ಷ 13 ವರ್ಷ ತುಂಬಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ನಾನು ಕಂಡಂತಹ ಕೆಲವೊಂದಷ್ಟು ಅಂಶಗಳನ್ನು ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ಲೆಸ್ ಬೀಸನ್ನು ಉತ್ತರ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ನಸ್ರಿ ಜೇನು, ಮಿಸ್ರಿ ಜೇನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕುಣಬಿ ಜನಗಳು ಕಾಳಿ ಟೈಗರ್ ರಿಸರ್ವ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದನ್ನ ಪಾಯ ಜೇನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ನನ್ನ ಸ್ಟಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಪ್ರತಿ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಕಾಣಿಕೆ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಕಾಳಿ ಟೈಗರ್ ರಿಸರ್ವ್ನ ಕುಣಬಿ ಪ್ರದೇಶ. ಅದನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ನಾವು ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಕನ್ನಡದ ಸುಬ್ರಹ್ಮಣ್ಯ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಬಳಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಸಾಕ್ತಾರೆ, ಹೇಗೆಲ್ಲ ಸಾಕ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಇದು ನೆಸ್ಟಿನ ಒಳಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಕಾಣಿಸೋದು ಕಡಲೆಕಾಳಿನಂತಹ ಗಾತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು ಜೇನಿನ ಕಣಗಳು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಜೋಳದ ಕಾಳಿನಂತಹ ಗಾತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅದರ ಮೊಟ್ಟೆಗಳು. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದನ್ನ ಚುಚ್ಚದ ಜೇನು ಅಂದರೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಚುಚ್ಚಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಳ್ಳು ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ಲೆಸ್ ಬೀಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕರೀತೇವೆ. ಕೊಡಗಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂತಹ ಮಹತ್ವವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮಗಳಿಗೆ ಮದುವೆ ಆಗುವಾಗ ಗಿಫ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೂಲಿತೇನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ನಮಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಸುಮಾರು 5,000ವರೆಗೆ 1 kgಗೆ ಮಾರಾಟ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಈ ಜೇನು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲರೈಸೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಈ ಸ್ಟಡಿಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಗೂಡು ಕಟ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ಇದು ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಮನೆಗಳ ಗೋಡೆಗಳ ಬಿರುಕುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಮರಗಳ ಟೊಳ್ಳು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಗ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಸರ್ವೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಪೆಟ್ಟಿಗೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಮನೆಗಳ ಮೀಟರ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಕಟ್ತದೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಖಾಲಿ ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ ಬಿದ್ದಿತ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಗೂಡು ಕಟ್ಟಿಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಏರಿಯಾಗಳು. ಏನು ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ನ್ ಘಾಟ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಟಡಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಈಗ ನಾವು ಜನಗಳು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಗೂಡುಗಳನ್ನ ಬಳಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ನೋಡಿದಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೋಕೋನಟ್ ಶೆಲ್ಸ್ 2 ಕಡೆ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಶೆಲ್ನ ಮುರಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು, ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅರ್ಧ ಭಾಗ ಜೇನುತುಪ್ಪ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ, ಇನ್ನರ್ಧ ಭಾಗ ಗೂಡು ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ. ನಾವು ಹಾಳಾಗಿ ಬಿದ್ದಂಥ ಮಡಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಟು ಜೇನು ಸಾಕಾಣಿಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಟೊಳ್ಳಾದಂತಹ ಮರಗಳನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಟು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬ್ಯಾಂಬೂ ಪೋಲ್ಸ್ ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಖರ್ಚಿನ ಒಂದು ಗೂಡು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಬಿದಿರಿನ ಬೊಂಬುಗಳು. ಕುಣಬಿ ಜನಗಳು ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬಿದಿರಿನ ಬೊಂಬುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಕಾಣಿಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇವನ್ ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಹನಿ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೂಡ ಕುಣಬಿ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿಯವರು ಈಗ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಇನ್ ಕೆಲವರು ಅಲಂಕಾರಿಕವಾಗಿ ಮನೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಚಂದವಾಗಿ ಗೂಡನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಬಣ್ಣ ಬೆಳೆದು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲಂಕಾರಿಕವಾಗಿ ಕೂಡ ತೂಗಾಕ್ತಾರೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರು ಕೂಡ ಅವರ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಇನೋವೇಟಿವ್ ಹೈವ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಅಥವಾ ಗೂಡುಗಳನ್ನ ತಯಾರಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂತಹ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂತಹ ಗೂಡುಗಳನ್ನ ತಯಾರಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಇವನ್ ಪೇಟೆಂಟಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಹನಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂತಹ ಜಾಗವನ್ನು ಕೋಣೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಹನಿ ಪಾಟ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಈಗ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪೇಟೆಂಟ್ ಕೂಡ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಫೀಸಿಬಲ್ ಆಗೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಅವರು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಗುಜರಾತಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ, ಮಧ್ಯಪ್ರದೇಶಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲವ ಕೊರಿಯರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ಲೆಸ್ ಜೇನುಗೂಡುಗಳನ್ನ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲವೊಂದಷ್ಟು ಇನ್ನೋವೇಟಿವ್ ಗೂಡುಗಳು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಜೇನುತುಪ್ಪವನ್ನು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂಚೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಿವುಚಿ ತೆಗಿತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಆ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಗೂಡುಗಳಿಗೆ, ಹುಳುಗಳಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲವಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಡ್ಯಾಮೇಜ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಆದ್ರೆ ಕೆಲವೊಂದಷ್ಟು ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಬಂದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಈಗ ಹನಿ ಪಾಟ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ತೆಗೆದು ಅದನ್ನ ಹಿಂಡಿ ಜೇನುತುಪ್ಪವನ್ನ ಮಾರಾಟ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ ಕ್ರಮ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವೊಂದಷ್ಟು ನೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಟ್ರೀಸ್ನ ಯೂಸಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ನೋಬಾಲ್ ಸ್ಯಾಂಪ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಮೆಥಡ್ ನಾವು ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಮರದಲ್ಲಿ ಗೂಡು ಕಟ್ಟುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಮರಗಳನ್ನ ಗೂಡು ಕಟ್ಟಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಳಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಕೂಡ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಟ್ರೀಗಳನ್ನ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವರು ಪ್ರಿಫರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇವುಗಳನ್ನ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ ಮರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಗೂಡು ಅಥವಾ ಇನೋವೇಟಿವ್ ಗೂಡು ಅಥವಾ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ಡ್ ಹೈವ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ಲೆಸ್ ಬೀಗಳು ಕೂರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಈ ಕೆಲವೊಂದಷ್ಟು ಪರ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ ಟ್ರೀಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಕೂರ್ತದೆ. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಉತ್ತರ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಯಾರಿಯ ಆರ್ಬೋರಿಯಾ ಕಾವಲು ಮರ ಮತ್ತೆ ನವಿಲಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಈ ಎರಡು ಮರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕೂರ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕಂಡು ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಮೈರೋಳು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕರೀತಾರೆ ಈ ನವಿಲಾಡಿಯನ್ನ, ವೈಟೆಕ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ಟಿಸಿಮವನ್ನ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಅದರದ್ದೇ ಪೆಟ್ಟಿಗೆಗಳು ಬೇಕು, ಮುಂದೆ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಸಬ್ಸಿಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ ಇದರದ್ದೇ ಮರಗಳು ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್, ಈಗ ಬಿ ಫಾರೇಜಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಕೆಲವೊಂದಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ಲೆಸ್ ಬೀಸ್ಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಬಿ ಕ್ಯಾಲೆಂಡರ್, ಒಂದು ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವುದೆಲ್ಲ ಬೀಸ್ಗಳು ವಿಸಿಟ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಯಾಲೆಂಡರ್ನ ಕೂಡ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಸೊ ತುಂಬಾ ಗಿಡ ಮರಗಳನ್ನ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. 5 ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಇದನ್ನ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಈಗ ನಮಗೆ ಮನುಕ ಹನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೇಳಿದಿರಲ್ವಾ, ವಿಶ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾರಾಟ ಆಗುವಂತಹ ಹನಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಬ್ರ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಹೊಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಹನಿ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ಅಂಟುವಾಳ ಜೇನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಬಿದಿರುಕಟ್ಟೆ ಜೇನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಮಾರಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಗುರಿಗೆ ಜೇನು ಸ್ಟ್ರೊಬೆಲ್ಯಾಂಥಸ್ ಅಂತ ಬರುವಂತಹ ಜೇನನ್ನ ಗುರಿಗೆ ಜೇನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಈಗ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂತಹ ಟ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಶುರುವಾಗಿದೆ, ಮಿಸ್ರಿ ಜೇನು, ಉತ್ತರ ಕನ್ನಡದ ಮಿಸ್ರಿ ಜೇನು, ಮೂಲಿ ಜೇನು, ತುಳುವಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಜಂಟಿ ಜೇನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಸುಮಾರು 250 ml ಗೆ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 1-1.5 ಸಾವಿರ ರೂಪಾಯಿಗೆ ಮಾರಾಟ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಔಷಧೀಯ ಗುಣಗಳು ಈ ಜೇನುತುಪ್ಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಸುಮಾರು 44 ವಿವಿಧ ಈ ಜೇನುತುಪ್ಪದ ಉಪಯೋಗಗಳನ್ನ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ಲೆಸ್ ಬಿ ಹೈವ್ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಗಳದ್ದು ಉಪಯೋಗಗಳನ್ನ ನಾನು ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟೇಶನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಈ ಸಣ್ಣ ಸ್ಟಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ನ್ಯೂ ಸ್ಪೀಶೀಸ್ ಗಳ ಕೂಡ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ, ಅದನ್ನ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಆದ್ರೆ ತೋರಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಮಯ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ಮುಂದೆ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿ. ಸೊ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಗಿಡಗಳಿಗೆ ವಿಸಿಟ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕೇಳಬಹುದು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಕೆಲವೊಂದಷ್ಟು ವಾಚರ್ಸಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ಸಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಸುಮಾರು ಜನ ಇದನ್ನ ಸಾಕಾಣಿಕೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಳಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಟು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಯೂನಿಟ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಇದು ಯಾವುದು ಸ್ಯಾಂಡ್ವಿಚ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ಗೆ ಅಟ್ಯಾಚ್ ಆಗಿದ್ವಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ಇವರಿಗೆ ಯಾರು MR ವಾಚರ್ಸ್, PCP ವಾಚರ್ಸ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಇದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ವಿ. ತುಡುವೆ ಜನ ಸಾಕಾಣಿಕೆ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಇದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಸಾಕಾಣಿಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಕೂಡ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಅಲ್ಯೂಮಿನಿ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಒಂದು ಪುಸ್ತಕವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಿತ್ತು, ಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ಲೆಸ್ ಜೇನು ಕೃಷಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಅದೊಂದು ಉತ್ತಮ ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಿಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸ್ವಯಂ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಒಮ್ಮೆ ವಿಸಿಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ಕಾಳಿ ಟೈಗರ್ ರಿಸರ್ವ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿಯ ಜನಗಳು ಈ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸರ್ ತಾವು ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಮಾಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಪುಸ್ತಕವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ ಸರ್, ತಾವು ಪ್ರಿಂಟ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಫ್ರೀಯಾಗಿ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು ಕೂಡ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಜನಗಳಿಂದನೇ ಕಲ್ತಿದ್ದು ನಾನು, ಅದು ಅವರಿಗೆ ತಲುಪಲಿ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನ್ನ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಆಗಿದೆ ಸರ್.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಶರಣ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮಾಲಾ ಗಿರಿಧರ್. From Bija Botanicals. Talk will be on regenerative model for forest-based livelihoods. ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಮೇಡಮ್ 5 ನಿಮಿಷ.
Yes. So, this is about Bija Botanicals, and this topic is a regenerative model for forest-based livelihoods. I am a clinical psychologist and I work with the community. And the reason this project kind of started and my role in this is because we saw how much of non-timber forest produce was in a way waste, not exactly wasted, but what could be used by the women for empowering women. So this project is an outcome of that idea. Next slide, please. So the problems that we saw around us was the lack of value addition opportunities for non-timber forest produce. There are a lot of these around us in the Western Ghats, but these were not being put to appropriate use. We also found that there were few employment opportunities, especially for women who remain financially dependent. So we saw in my clinic, I saw women who came in with depression, with anxiety, because we saw that just the agency to spend when they want to spend was not in their hands because they were dependent on money from someone else. We also saw around us the overwhelming post-consumer plastic waste that most of our self-care products are generating. So much of plastic and so much of wrapping and packaging that goes only to landfills time and over again. And the environmental degradation that came from all the toxic materials that are in the consumer products, whether they are coming from our soaps or any other consumer products that are used for skin care. So here I would take a few minutes, 2 minutes, to focus on this change in relationship in communities with our natural surroundings. So in the past, there was a requirement and demand naturally for security in food, water, health or shelter. And all these more or less came from the surrounding forest, which was in their periphery, which was a means to ensure sustainable use of available forest resources, which led to indirectly an effective management of forest resources. So we have communities here for cooking oil. They would depend on Garcinia gammigutta, Uppage. That was the need. This is just as an example. And the source was the surrounding forest, and that was used sustainably, and it led to a very natural, organic kind of a management of resources. At present, down there we can see there is a requirement, there is a demand for the same food, water, shelter, plus we are all looking for better lifestyles. And this people around us are getting through market access and through government support. There is a need for disposable income. Aspirations are in everybody, people living in the forest, people who are in the government, people who are not in the government. Everybody, our aspirations are increasing, and there is an increase in pressure and threats on forest resources because this self-management that was happening by the community is not happening now. Because of the need for disposable income, there is a lot of encroachment on the forest resources that is happening, where we come in. So as an example, people are now no longer harnessing the benefits as well as the availability of Garcinia gammigutta. They are now using edible oil. For that, there is a need for disposable income, and where we come in as Bija Botanicals is, we are trying to sustainably use the available forest resources and also simultaneously we are aiming at effective management by bringing in our products. Next slide. So the solution that I am speaking about right now is, we have product sales that we have created out of non-timber forest produce. We have been employing and training local women to produce and package our products. We are seriously committing to zero waste and plastic face packaging, plastic free packaging. There is 100%, these are all 100% natural, and they are part of a healthy ecosystem. Yeah. This is the process flow chart. Very quickly, that is the harvesting of the non-timber forest produce, which is of Uppage. We can see the extraction leads to the raw material. There is a process of R&D. We have the production process in place. There is a packaging and branding through Bija Botanicals. There is marketing, and that is the final product. Next. These are the various non-timber forest produce, and we have our soaps, our lip balms. Those are the kokum bars. Uppage Tuppa is being sold as vegan butter, and we have the shampoo bar which is made out of all these plus ingredients like Rita. These are pictures of the trainings we are involved in, and this is the impact. We have raised a revenue for forest dependent Adivasi families. We are hoping that will lead to reverse migration because there are opportunities available, and the environmental impact is very, it's there for all to see. Yeah, thank you. This is our team. We are a team of women. We work together, and this is the enterprise we have developed.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions? Any comments? You're based in Sirsi, ma'am?
Yes, we are based in Sirsi,
Okay.
and this work happens in Sirsi. It is collected in Sirsi. Everything that we use is local. Yeah.
Thank you.
There's one question.
Vasant? Yeah.
Yes.
Actually, because of your question, I am asking questions. You are operating in Sirsi, ma'am. Means whatever work you are doing it in Sirsi.
In Sirsi, yes.
Actually, the problem with the NTFPs and the regulations and the management, and also we have the officer from the Biodiversity Board. The issue is exactly what type of NTFPs are being collected.
Are being collected.
Who is collecting?
Huh.
How much is being collected?
Huh.
And after collection, where it is going?
Huh.
And what types of botanicals or alkaloids are being extracted?
Yeah.
And where is the market? And whether that particular communities who are living in and around the forest are being benefited or not?
Yeah.
And what is their income levels?
Yeah.
I mean to say, these are all the important questions which
Yes.
the department is really worried.
Yes. Yes.
I mean to say, there is a apprehension outside that I mean to say NTFPs worth crores of rupees is being collected from the Western Ghats, especially Uttarakhand district. And they say that 240 species are being collected for the purpose of medicinal plants. And bigger companies are being operated through some conduits. Exactly, these are all my questions also.
Yes, these are extremely important questions that we have asked ourselves. Our website, bijabotanicals.com, explains our fair trade practices. We are very keen to reach the women who are actually collecting and making the raw material. And we call this Bija Botanical Seeds of Care, defining care beyond oneself. So we are following fair trade practices to the best of our ability, and that is one of the purposes to empower the women. Yes.
For collection is important, okay, but in the process of value addition, seeds now forestly collect madadre. Are you aware how much it will going to be disturbed for the regeneration of the same species? We need to think about that also, ma'am. Because sustainable collection is also very, very important.
Yes.
Such a way that we should not affect on the future generations of the same species.
Yes, we will pay attention to that. Yeah. Any?
Traditionally correct around their houses. We are not entering into forest region yet. We are only collecting from the women's households surrounding their household and their traditional practices. We are not forcing any kind of collection. We are not in charge of collection at this point. Yes. And we are also using the traditional knowledge they have for collection. So even like
Yeah. Thanks. We will keep that in mind because that is a concern. That our care should not be at the expense of the care of the environment. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have come to the end of this session, and I thank all the speakers for their interesting and informative presentations, especially on the community and livelihoods. And we'll be reassembling at 3 o'clock after lunch.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank Shri Rajesh Kalaje, IFS Director, IWST Bangalore, for successful completion of this session. And I also extend my heartfelt thanks to Co-Chairman Shri Praveen Kumar Basrur, SFS DCF Environmental Division. I request Jadegowda Sir, College of Forestry, Ponnampet, to present a memento for Chairman and Co-Chairman.
Just one small intervention before we go ahead with that. See, because we talk about building climate resilient forestry and for ecosystem restoration, my suggestions to the organizers and everybody, especially the youngsters who are sitting behind, let us try to avoid use of plastic water bottles. Especially being forest, I find it really surprising that we are still going ahead with that. And I was really surprised to see the hotel also keeping only plastic bottles, because if we enforce, the changes happen. Because in central government, we don't use plastic bottles at all in any of the programs of the government. It is by government order, and we continue to follow that.
Thank you, sir. I request register participants who are leaving, please collect your certificates from Mr. Nitin, Assistant Professor, College of Forestry, Sirsi. I request all the delegates and students disperse for lunch break.
ಸದಾಕಾಲ ನೀರು ಇರುವುದರಿಂದ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳೆಂದು ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕರೆಯಲಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಮಿರಿಸ್ಟಿಕಾಸಿ ಕುಟುಂಬದ ಸಸ್ಯ ಪ್ರಭೇದಗಳಿಂದ ಕೂಡಿರುವುದರಿಂದ ಮಿರಿಸ್ಟಿಕಾ ಸ್ವ್ಯಾಂಪ್ಸ್ ಎಂದು ಕರೆಯುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಈ ಕಾಡುಗಳು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಪುರಾತನ ಕಾಡುಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದು ಇವುಗಳು ಗೊಂಡ್ವಾನ ಕಾಲದಿಂದ ಈ ಭೂಮಿಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರುವ ಆಧಾರಗಳಿವೆ. ಈ ಕಾಡುಗಳು ಪಶ್ಚಿಮ ಘಟ್ಟಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಕಂಡುಬರುತ್ತವೆ. ಪಶ್ಚಿಮ ಘಟ್ಟದ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ, ಗೋವಾ, ಕೇರಳ ಹಾಗೂ ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಡುಬರುತ್ತವೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಉತ್ತರ ಕನ್ನಡ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 110 ರಾಮಪತ್ರೆ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಗುರುತಿಸಲಾಗಿದ್ದು, ನಮ್ಮ ಉತ್ತರ ಕನ್ನಡ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಜಾನ್ಮನೆ, ಕ್ಯಾದಗಿ, ಹುಲೇಕಲ್, ರಾಮನಗುಳಿ, ಗೇರುಸೊಪ್ಪ ಹಾಗೂ ಸಿದ್ದಾಪುರ ವಲಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳು ಕಂಡುಬರುತ್ತವೆ. ಅವುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸರಿಸುಮಾರು 90ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಿರಿಸ್ಟಿಕಾ ಸ್ವ್ಯಾಂಪ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳು ಶಿರಸಿ ವಿಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಡುಬರುತ್ತವೆ. ಕತ್ತಲೆಕಾನ್, ಮಲೆಮನೆ, ಜಡ್ಡಿಕೊಡ್ಲು, ದೇವಿಕಾನು, ದೇವಿಮನೆ, ಅತ್ತಿಗೇರಿ ಜಡ್ಡಿ, ಹುಕ್ಲಿ, ಖರ್ಸೆಕಾನು, ಸಂಪಾನೆ, ಮಾಸ್ತಿಗುಳಿ ಇವು ಕೆಲ ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗಳಾಗಿವೆ. ಈ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳು ಜೀವ ವೈವಿಧ್ಯತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಶ್ರೀಮಂತವಾಗಿದ್ದು ಪರಿಸರದ ಸಮತೋಲನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದ ಪಾತ್ರವನ್ನು ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸುತ್ತವೆ. ನೀರು, ಜೀವ ವೈವಿಧ್ಯತೆ, ಔಷಧೀಯ ಸಸ್ಯಗಳು ಆಮ್ಲಜನಕವನ್ನು ನೀಡುವುದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾದ ಇಂಗಾಲದ ಡೈಆಕ್ಸೈಡ್ ಮತ್ತು ನೆರೆ ಹಾವಳಿಗಳಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ರಕ್ಷಿಸುತ್ತದೆ. ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಳೆ ಬೀಳುವ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಡುಬರುವ ಈ ಕಾಡುಗಳು ಮಳೆಗಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಸುರಿಯುವ ನೀರನ್ನು ಸ್ಪಂಜಿನಂತೆ ಹೀರಿಕೊಂಡು ಮಳೆ ನಿಂತ ಮೇಲೂ ಸಹ ನಿಧಾನವಾಗಿ ನೀರನ್ನು ಹರಿಸುತ್ತದೆ. ಇದರಿಂದ ವರ್ಷವಿಡೀ ಈ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳು ತೇವವಾಗಿರುತ್ತವೆ. ಈ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳು ಸದಾ ಶುದ್ಧ ನೀರಿನಿಂದ ಕೂಡಿದ ಜೌಗು ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಾಗಿವೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತಲಿನ ನದಿಗಳಿಗೆ ನೀರಿನ ಮೂಲಗಳಾಗಿವೆ. ಈ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳು ಅನೇಕ ಜಾತಿಯ ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಹಾಗೂ ಅಳಿವಿನ ಅಂಚಿನಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಸಸ್ಯ, ಪ್ರಾಣಿ, ಸರೀಸೃಪ, ಉಭಯವಾಸಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಕ್ರಿಮಿಕೀಟ ಮತ್ತು ಚಿಟ್ಟೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಆಶ್ರಯ ತಾಣವಾಗಿದೆ. ಅಳಿವಿನ ಅಂಚಿನಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಅನೇಕ ಸಸ್ಯ ಹಾಗೂ ಪ್ರಾಣಿ ಪ್ರಭೇದಗಳು ಕಾಣಸಿಗುವುದು ಇಲ್ಲಿನ ವಿಶೇಷತೆ. ಈ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳು ಅಲ್ಪಾವರಣದ ವಾಯುಗುಣವನ್ನು ಅಂದರೆ ಯೂನಿಕ್ ಮೈಕ್ರೋ ಕ್ಲೈಮೇಟ್ ಅನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿವೆ. ಇದರ ಅರ್ಥ ಈ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿನ ಹವಾಮಾನ ಮತ್ತು ವಾತಾವರಣ ಇತರೆ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಿಗಿಂತ ಭಿನ್ನವಾಗಿರುತ್ತದೆ. ಈ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳು ಸದಾ ನೀರನ್ನು ಹಾಗೂ ತಮ್ಮದೇ ಆದ ವಾಯುಗುಣವನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿರುವುದರಿಂದ ಬೇಸಿಗೆಯ ಧಗೆಯನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತಲಿನ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತವೆ. ಈ ರೀತಿಯ ಅರಣ್ಯಗಳ ವಿಶೇಷತೆಯನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ನೈಸರ್ಗಿಕ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಅರಿತ ಮೇಲೆ ರಾಜ್ಯಾದ್ಯಂತ ಗುರುತಿಸುವ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಕೈಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದು ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಚಿಕ್ಕಮಗಳೂರು, ಸಕಲೇಶಪುರ, ಕೊಪ್ಪ, ಹೊಸನಗರ ಹಾಗೂ ಕುದುರೆಮುಖ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಗುರುತಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಸಿಗುವ ಮರಗಳ ಬೇರುಗಳು ವಿಶಿಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ವಿನ್ಯಾಸ ಹೊಂದಿವೆ. ಈ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳು ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಸದಾಕಾಲ ನೀರಿನಿಂದ ಕೂಡಿರುವ ಕಾರಣ ಮರದ ಬೇರುಗಳು ಉಸಿರಾಡಲು ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಸ್ಥಳಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಗುಣವಾಗಿ ಹೊಂದಿಕೊಂಡು ಬೇರುಗಳನ್ನು ನೆಲದ ಮೇಲೆ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ 1 ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಚಾಚಿದ್ದು ಅವುಗಳನ್ನು ನೀ ರೂಟ್ಸ್ ಎಂದು ಕರೆಯಲ್ಪಡುತ್ತವೆ. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಜಿಮ್ನಾಕ್ರ್ಯಾಂಥೆರಾ ಕ್ಯಾನಾರಿಕಾ. ಮಳೆಗಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಜೋರಾಗಿ ರಭಸದಿಂದ ನೀರು ಹರಿಯುವ ಕಾರಣ ಅಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಮರಗಳು ಬಿಗಿಯಾಗಿ ದೃಢವಾಗಿ ನಿಂತುಕೊಳ್ಳಲು ಭೂಮಿಯ ಮೇಲೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂತಹ ಬೇರುಗಳನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿದ್ದು ಆ ಬೇರುಗಳು ಈ ಮರವನ್ನು ಬಿಗಿಯಾಗಿ ಹಿಡಿದಿಟ್ಟುಕೊಳ್ಳಲು ಸಹಕಾರ ನೀಡುತ್ತವೆ. ಈ ಬೇರುಗಳನ್ನು ಸ್ಟಿಲ್ಟ್ ರೂಟ್ಸ್ ಎಂದು ಕರೆಯಲ್ಪಡುತ್ತವೆ. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಮಿರಿಸ್ಟಿಕಾ ಫಟುವಾ. ಅರಣ್ಯ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳನ್ನು ವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕವಾಗಿ ವಿಶ್ಲೇಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಲಾಗಿ ಹಲವಾರು ವೈವಿಧ್ಯತೆ ಹೊಂದಿರುವ ಸಸ್ಯ, ಪ್ರಾಣಿ ಹಾಗೂ ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿ ಪ್ರಭೇದಗಳನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿರುವುದು ಹಲವಾರು ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಮೂದಾಗಿರುತ್ತದೆ. ಈ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಸದಾಕಾಲ ನೀರು ಹರಿಯುವ ಜೌಗು ಸ್ಥಳಗಳನ್ನು ಕೋರ್ ಏರಿಯಾ ಎಂದು ನಮೂದಿಸಿದ್ದು ಅವುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಸ್ಥಳಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊಂದಿಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂತಹ ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಅಂದರೆ ಎಂಡಮಿಕ್ ಅಳಿವಿನಂಚಿನಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಸಸ್ಯ ಪ್ರಭೇದಗಳಾದ ಜಿಮ್ನಾಕ್ರ್ಯಾಂಥೆರಾ ಕ್ಯಾನಾರಿಕಾ, ಮ್ಯಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ಸಿಯಾ ಎರೋಬೋರಿಯಾ, ಸೆಮಿಕಾರ್ಪಸ್ ಕತ್ಲೆಕಾನಸಿಸ್, ಸೈಸೀಸಿಯಂ ಗ್ರಾವನ್ಕೋರಿಯಂ, ನೀಮಾ ಅಟೆನ್ಯೂಯೇಟ್ ಪ್ರಭೇದಗಳು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಕಂಡುಬರುತ್ತವೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅದರ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತಲಿನ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಹ ಪ್ರಭೇದಗಳಾಗಿ ಹೋಲಿಗರ್ಣ ಫೆರ್ರುಗಿನಿಯಾ, ಲೋಫೋಪೆಟಾಲು ವೈಟಿಯಾನು, ನೋಥೋಪೇಸಿಯಾ ರೆಸ್ಮೋಸಾ, ಆಕ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ರಾ ರೀಡಿ, ಪಿನಾಗಾ ಡಿಕ್ಸೋನಿ, ಅರೆಂಗಾ ವೈಟಿ, ಕ್ಯಾರಿಯೋಟಾ ಯುರನ್ಸ್, ಸರಕ ಅಶೋಕ ಪ್ರಭೇದಗಳು ಕಂಡುಬರುತ್ತವೆ. ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಗಳ ಪ್ರಕಾರ 27 ಜಾತಿಯ ಸಸ್ತನಿಗಳು, 129 ಜಾತಿಯ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳು, 51 ಜಾತಿಯ ಸರೀಸೃಪಗಳು, 56 ಜಾತಿಯ ಉಭಯವಾಸಿಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ 14 ಜಾತಿಯ ಮೀನುಗಳು, 281 ಜಾತಿಯ ಕೀಟಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಇತರೆ ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮ ಜೀವಿಗಳ ಕುರಿತಾಗಿ ಹಲವಾರು ವರದಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಮೂದಾಗಿರುತ್ತದೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ನಿಸರ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶೇಷತೆ ಏನೆಂದರೆ ಪ್ರತಿ ಒಂದು ಜೀವಿಗಳು ಒಂದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಹೊಂದಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದು ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವಾದ ಪರಸ್ಪರ ಸಂಬಂಧವನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿರುತ್ತವೆ. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಮಲಬಾರ್ ಪೈಡ್ ಹಾರ್ನ್ಬಿಲ್ ಜಾತಿಯ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳು, ಫಿಲೋನ್ಯೂರಾ ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಮನಿ ಜಾತಿಯ ಕೀಟಗಳು, ಲಯನ್ ಟೈಲ್ ಮಕಾಕ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಸಿಂಗಳಿಕ ರೀತಿಯ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳು ಈ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿದ್ದು ಅವುಗಳು ಆವಾಸ ಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಮಪತ್ರೆ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳು ಬಹು ಮುಖ್ಯ ಪಾತ್ರವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸುತ್ತವೆ. ಈ ಮರಗಳ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆಯನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡುವ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆ, ಅರಣ್ಯ ಮಹಾವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಕಾಲೇಜು, ಶಿರಸಿ ಮತ್ತು ಕೆಲವು ಸರ್ಕಾರೇತರ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ಹಲವಾರು ಆಯಾಮಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೈಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದು ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಸಸ್ಯಗಳು, ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿಗಳ ಕುರಿತಾಗಿ ಇನ್ವೆಂಟರಿ ಮಾಡಿದ ವರದಿಗಳ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವುಗಳ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮತ್ತು ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಪುನಶ್ಚೇತನಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕೈಗೊಳ್ಳಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಈ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಂಡಂತೆ ಶರಾವತಿ ವ್ಯಾಲಿ LTM ಸ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಚುಯರಿ ಎಂದು 1972 ವೈಲ್ಡ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ನ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಘೋಷಣೆಯಾಗಿದೆ. ಸಿಂಗಳೀಕಗಳು ಈ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಡುಬರುವ ಬಹುಮುಖ್ಯವಾದ ಫ್ಲಾಗ್ಶಿಪ್ ಸ್ಪೀಶೀಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಯಾಗಿರುತ್ತದೆ. ಇಂತಹ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಸಿಂಗಳೀಕಗಳನ್ನು ಸಂರಕ್ಷಿಸಲು ಇಲ್ಲಿನ ರಾಮಪತ್ರೆ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಸಂರಕ್ಷಿಸುವುದು ಬಹುಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿದೆ. ಈ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ತಿಳಿದುಕೊಳ್ಳಲು ಹಾಗೂ ಇವುಗಳನ್ನು ಸಂರಕ್ಷಿಸಲು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಅನೇಕ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಗಳು ನಡೆಯುತ್ತಿವೆ. ಈ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳ ಮೇಲಿನ ಮನುಷ್ಯನ ಅವಲಂಬನೆ ಹೊಸದೇನಲ್ಲ. ತಲಾಂತರಗಳಿಂದ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಈ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ಹಾಗೂ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದು ವ್ಯವಸಾಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಈ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಮರಮಟ್ಟುಗಳ ಸಂಗ್ರಹಣೆಗಾಗಿ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಹವಾಮಾನ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ, ಮಳೆಗಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ವೈಪರೀತ್ಯ, ವ್ಯವಸಾಯ ಮಾಡಲು ಕಾಡುಗಳನ್ನು ಕಡಿಯುವುದು, ಹೆಚ್ಚುತ್ತಿರುವ ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರಣಗಳಿಂದ ಈ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳ ಆವೃತ್ತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ದಿನೇ ದಿನೇ ಕ್ಷೀಣಿಸುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಈ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳು ಮೊದಲು ಒಂದು ಸರಪಳಿಯಂತೆ ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ಇದ್ದವು. ಅತಿಯಾದ ಮಾನವ ನಿರ್ಮಿತ ಒತ್ತಡದಿಂದ ಇತ್ತೀಚಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇವುಗಳು ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಣ್ಣ ತುಣುಕುಗಳಾಗಿ ಮಾರ್ಪಾಡು ಹೊಂದಿವೆ ಹಾಗೂ ನಶಿಸುವ ಅಂಚಿನಲ್ಲಿವೆ. ಈ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಕೇವಲ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆಯಿಂದ ಮಾತ್ರವಲ್ಲದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿನ ಜನರ ಸಹಕಾರ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಸಾಧ್ಯ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಇಲ್ಲಿನ ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಜನ ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳು ಒಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಈ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಸಂರಕ್ಷಿಸುವ ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿವೆ. ಈ ಮಿರಿಸ್ಟಿಕಾ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳು ನಮಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿರುವುದು ಒಂದು ವರ. ಇವುಗಳನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಹಾಗೂ ಬೆಳೆಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗುವುದು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ. ಈಗ ಉಳಿದಿರುವ ಜಡ್ಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಂದಿನ ಪೀಳಿಗೆಗಾಗಿ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಿಸುವ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಮೇಲಿದೆ.
ಕಾಡು ಬೆಳೆ ತಣಿಸಲು ಜೀವಕ pa ma ga ma ga sa ni sa sa pa pa ma pa ni pa ma ga sa pa pa ma pa ni pa ma ga sa ni sa pa ni sa ga ma pa ga ma pa ni sa. ಪ್ರಾಣಿ ಪಕ್ಷಿ ಸಸ್ಯ ಕಾಶಿಯ ಶ್ಯಾಮಲ ಗಂಧ ಗಾಳಿಯ ನಿತ್ಯ ನೂತನ ಕೋಮಲ ಪ್ರಾಣಿ ಪಕ್ಷಿ ಸಸ್ಯ ಕಾಶಿಯ ಶ್ಯಾಮಲ ಗಂಧ ಗಾಳಿಯ ನಿತ್ಯ ನೂತನ ಕೋಮಲ ಅಳಿದು ಹೋಗಲಿ ಬೆಂಕಿ ಬಿರುಗಾಳಿ ಬೀಸಿ ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮಳೆಗಾಳಿ ಅಳಿದು ಹೋಗಲಿ ಬೆಂಕಿ ಬಿರುಗಾಳಿ ಬೀಸಿ ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮಳೆಗಾಳಿ ಉಳಿಸಲು ನಮ್ಮ ನೆಲೆ ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೂಮಳೆ ಉಳಿಸಲು ನಮ್ಮ ನೆಲೆ ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೂಮಳೆ ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೂಮಳೆ. ಚಿಟ್ಟೆ ಚಿರತೆ ಕಪ್ಪೆ ಮಿಡತೆಯ ಮೆರಗು ಹಾವು ಹಲ್ಲಿ ಆಕಾಶ ನೀಲಿಯ ಸೊಬಗು ಚಿಟ್ಟೆ ಚಿರತೆ ಕಪ್ಪೆ ಮಿಡತೆಯ ಮೆರಗು ಹಾವು ಹಲ್ಲಿ ಆಕಾಶ ನೀಲಿಯ ಸೊಬಗು ಬಿದಿರು ಹಬ್ಬಲಿ ಸೋಕಿ ತಂಗಾಳಿ ಸೋಸಿ ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಿಗಾಳಿ ಬಿದಿರು ಹಬ್ಬಲಿ ಸೋಕಿ ತಂಗಾಳಿ ಸೋಸಿ ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಿಗಾಳಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಸಲು ಹಸಿರ ಕಲೆ ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೂಮಳೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಸಲು ಹಸಿರ ಕಲೆ ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೂಮಳೆ ಬರಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೂಮಳೆ.
ಪಶ್ಚಿಮ ಘಟ್ಟ ಇಲ್ಲಿನ ಸೊಬಗು ಸೌಂದರ್ಯ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಚಿರಪರಿಚಿತ.
ಭಾರತ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಮಹತ್ವಾಕಾಂಕ್ಷೆ ಯೋಜನೆಯಾದಂಥ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಮಿಷನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಶಿರ್ಸಿ ವಿಭಾಗದ ಸಿದ್ದಾಪುರ ವಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಲಾಗಿದೆ.
ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಮಿಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಯೋಜನೆ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಭಾರತ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಮಹತ್ವಾಕಾಂಕ್ಷಿ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಒಂದು. ನಮ್ಮ ಶಿರ್ಸಿ ವಿಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ 2012-13 ಸಾಲಿನಿಂದ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಯಿತು. ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಯೋಜನೆ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಜನರಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹ ಒಂದು ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಇತ್ತು, ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಯೋಜನೆ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಇನ್ವಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇದರಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿಂದ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಆತಂಕಗಳು ಎದುರಾಗಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರು ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು.
ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಮಿಷನ್ ಈ ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಸಿದ್ದಾಪುರ ವಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನ ಮಾಡಲಾಯಿತು. ಮೊದಲನೇದು ಅರಣ್ಯೀಕರಣ, ಎರಡನೇದು ಜನರ ಜೀವನ ಶೈಲಿಯನ್ನು ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡುವುದು. ನಾವು ಅರಣ್ಯೀಕರಣದ ವಿಚಾರವಾಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು 1200 ಹೆಕ್ಟರ್ಗಳ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಮಾಡೆಲ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಮಾಡೆಲ್ 1 ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಶೆಲ್ಟರ್ ಬೆಲ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ರೋಡ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ಏರಿಯಾಗಳಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಡಿಗ್ರೇಡೆಡ್ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ನ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ ಮಾಡೆಲ್ಗಳಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಸುಮಾರು 1200 ಹೆಕ್ಟರ್ಗಳ ಅರಣ್ಯೀಕರಣ ಈ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೆಲ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಈ 10 UFCಗಳ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ಈ ಥರದ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಂಪೋನೆಂಟ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 1500 ಜನ ಫಲಾನುಭವಿಗಳು ಈ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಮಿಷನ್ನ ಸಪೋರ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿಯ ಕಂಪೋನೆಂಟಲ್ಲಿ ಅದರ ಸದುಪಯೋಗವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸಹೋದ್ಯೋಗಿ ಮಿತ್ರಗಳಾದಂಥ ಡೆಪ್ಟಿ RFO, ಗಾರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಇವರು ಕೂಡ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ವಾಲ್ವ್ಮೆಂಟನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸಿ ಅವರ ಜೊತೆ ಇಂಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೇನು ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇದೆ ಆ ಫಲಾನುಭವಿಗಳನ್ನು ಗುರುತಿಸಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ಗಳನ್ನೇ ಅವರ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಅನುಸಾರವಾಗಿ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಕೊಡಿಸಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿರ್ಸಿ ವಿಭಾಗ, ಹಾಸನ ಮತ್ತು ಕಲಬುರಗಿ ವಿಭಾಗಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಮಿಷನ್ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಗೊಳಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಸಿದ್ದಾಪುರ ವಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಂಡ್ಲಿಕೊಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ವಾಟರ್ ಶೆಡ್ ಅನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ವೈವಿಧ್ಯಮಯವಾದಂಥ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ, ಕಾಮಗಾರಿಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಈ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಮಿಷನ್ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಗೊಳಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ.
ಈ ಯೋಜನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಪಾತ್ರ ಮಹತ್ವದ್ದು. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಸೂಕ್ತವಾದಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮನದಟ್ಟಾಗುವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡ್ವಿ. ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹ ನಾವು ಜನರ ಒಂದು ವಿಶ್ವಾಸವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದ್ವಿ. ಜನರಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಬರೋ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಅವರನ್ನು ವಿಶ್ವಾಸಕ್ಕೆ ಪಡೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ.
ಹೆಮ್ಮೆಯ ವಿಚಾರ ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಈ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಮಿಷನ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಏನು ಸಿದ್ದಾಪುರ ವಲಯ ಇದೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನ ಮಾಡುವುದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಿದ್ದಾಪುರ ವಲಯ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ನಾರಾಯಣ ದ್ಯಾವಾನಾಯ್ಕ್. ನಾನು ಕಾನ್ಗೋಡು ಗ್ರಾಮದ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಸಮಿತಿಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ.
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ದೇವರಾಜ್ ನಾಯ್ಕ್. ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ನಿರ್ಮಲ್ ಗಣೇಶ್ ನಾಯ್ಕ್.
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಶಿವಾನಂದ ಗೌಡ್ರ ಅಂತೇಳಿ.
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಜ್ಯೋತಿ ಅಂತ. ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಸಹನ.
ಸೋಮಶೇಖರ್ ನಾಯ್ಕ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು.
ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರು ವರುಣ್. ನಾನು ದೇವರು ಭಟ್ ಮುತ್ತಿಗೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹಿಂದೆ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಸಮಿತಿಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ.
ನಂದನ್ ಶೇಟ್. ನಾನು 9 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಣ್ಯ ರಕ್ಷಕರಾಗಿ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಹಸಿರು ಹೊದಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಜನರ ಸಹಭಾಗಿತ್ವವನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ, ಅರಣ್ಯ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಜನರ ಸಹಭಾಗಿತ್ವವನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಮಂಡ್ಲಿಕೊಪ್ಪ ವಾಟರ್ ಶೆಡ್ಡಲ್ಲಿ ಮಣ್ಣು ಮತ್ತು ನೀರಿನ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತೇವಾಂಶವನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸಗಳನ್ನು ಕೈಗೊಳ್ಳಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಯೋಜನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದುವರೆಗೂ ಸುಮಾರು 10 ಗ್ರಾಮಾರಣ್ಯ ಸಮಿತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಂಡಂಥ ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಗೊಳಿಸಿ ಸುಮಾರು 1500 ಕುಟುಂಬಗಳಿಗೆ ಈ ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಫಲಾನುಭವಿಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಜನರಿಗೆ ತಿಳುವಳಿಕೆ ಮೂಡುವಂಥ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಸ್ನ ಮಾಡಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಅವರ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ತರಬೇತಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಸಹ ನೀಡಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗು ಮತ್ತು ಹೊಲಿಗೆ ಯಂತ್ರ ತರಬೇತಿ, ಡ್ರೈವಿಂಗ್ ತರಬೇತಿ, ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಜೇನು ಕೃಷಿ ತರಬೇತಿಯನ್ನು ಸಹ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ VFC ಸದಸ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಹಾಗೂ ನಾಗರಿಕರಿಗೆ ನೀಡಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಅದರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸುಮಾರು ಜನ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಉದ್ಯಮ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಕೆಲಸ ನೋಡಲಿಕ್ಕೂ ಸಹ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಹಸಿರು ಹೊದಿಕೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಅರಣ್ಯ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಅರಣ್ಯೇತರ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಹಾಗೂ ಮಣ್ಣು ಮತ್ತು ತೇವಾಂಶ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಕಾಮಗಾರಿಗಳನ್ನು ಸಹ ತಗೊಂಡು ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಮಂಡ್ಲಿಕೊಪ್ಪ ವಾಟರ್ ಶೆಡ್ಡಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ತೇವಾಂಶ ಉಳಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಹಿಂದೆ ಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಬಂಡನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಂಥ ಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ಏರಿಯಾಸ್ನು ಸಹ ರೆಸ್ಟೋರ್ ಮಾಡಲಾಗಿದೆ ಮತ್ತು ರೈತರ ಜಮೀನಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಕೃಷಿಯನ್ನು ಸಹ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಲು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರಣ ಆಗಿದೆ. 1500 ಕುಟುಂಬಗಳಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂಥ LPG ಸೌಲಭ್ಯ, ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಪ್ಸು ಸಹ ನೀಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗುವಂತೆ ಮಾಡಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಸಹ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಶಿರ್ಸಿ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ, ಸಿದ್ದಾಪುರ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಅಪ್ಪೆ ಮಿಡಿಗಳನ್ನ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಬೆಳೆಸಬೇಕು, ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಸಂಶೋಧನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಸಹ ಒಂದು ಬಹಳ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿಯಾಗಿ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳಲಾಗಿದೆ.
ತರಬೇತಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದರಿಂದ ಡ್ರೈವಿಂಗ್ ಲೈಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಟ್ಯಾಲಿ 2 ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ರು. ಅದರಿಂದ ತುಂಬಾನೇ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಆಯ್ತು. ಅದರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಇವಾಗ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಹೊಲಿಗೆ ತರಬೇತಿಯಿಂದ ತುಂಬಾ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನನಗೆ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಹೊಲಿಯೋಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಮುಂಚೆ. ಈಗ ಇದು ಕಲ್ತ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಡ್ರೆಸ್ ನಾವು ಹೊಲ್ಕೋಬಹುದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಉದ್ಯೋಗವನ್ನಾಗೂ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ನಾನು.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ VFC ಇಂದ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಅನುಕೂಲವನ್ನ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಮಿಷನ್ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸವಲತ್ತುಗಳನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಊರ ನಾಗರಿಕರಿಗೆ ತಲುಪಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ.
ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿ ಮತ್ತು ಗ್ರಾಮಸ್ಥರ ನಡುವೆ ಒಂದು ಗ್ಯಾಪ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಮೊದಲೇ ಇತ್ತು. ಈ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಮಿಷನ್ ಯೋಜನೆ ಬಂದವರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಗ್ರಾಮಸ್ಥರಲ್ಲಿ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಒಂದು ಕರೆಯೋದ್ರ ಮೂಲಕ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕೆಲವೊಂದಿಷ್ಟು ಸವಲತ್ತುಗಳನ್ನು ನೀಡುವುದರ ಮೂಲಕ ಅವರನ್ನ ಅರಣ್ಯ ರಕ್ಷಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ಸಹಕಾರವನ್ನ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಕೂಲವಾಯಿತು. ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಡುವೆ ಒಂದು ಬಾಂಧವ್ಯ ಮೂಡಿತು. ಸೊ ಅರಣ್ಯ ರಕ್ಷಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರಿಂದ ಅರಣ್ಯ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಗ್ರಾಮಸ್ಥರುಗಳು ಸಹಿತ ಈಗ ಅರಣ್ಯ ರಕ್ಷಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಂಕಿ ನಂದಿಸುವಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದರಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹಕಾರ ನೀಡುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಜನರ ಜೀವನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಸಂಪತ್ತನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡಲು ಈ ಯೋಜನೆ ಸಹಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಓವರಾಲ್ ಸಿದ್ದಾಪುರ ವಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಂಡ್ಲಿಕೊಪ್ಪ ವಾಟರ್ ಶೆಡ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 10 ರಿಂದ 12 ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಗೊಳಿಸಿ ಒಂದು ಜನರ ಜೀವನ ಮಟ್ಟ ಸುಧಾರಣೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಹಸಿರು ಹೊದಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಸಹ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಭಾರತ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಕ್ಲೈಮೇಟ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಿಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಮತ್ತು ಅಡಾಪ್ಷನ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಮಿಷನ್ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಗೊಳಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಇದು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಏಕೆಂದರೆ ಸುಮಾರು 1500 ಕುಟುಂಬಗಳಿಗೆ ಈ ಯೋಜನೆ ಮನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ತಲುಪಿದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಹಸಿರು ಹೊದಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಸಹ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದೇ ರೀತಿ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನದಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಸಹಕಾರಿಯಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಈ ಮೂಲಕ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಭಾರತ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಮಹತ್ವಾಕಾಂಕ್ಷಿ ಯೋಜನೆಯಾದಂಥ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಮಿಷನನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಶಿರ್ಸಿ ವಿಭಾಗದ ಸಿದ್ದಾಪುರ ವಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಲಾಗಿದೆ.
ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಮಿಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಯೋಜನೆ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಭಾರತ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಮಹತ್ವಾಕಾಂಕ್ಷಿ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಒಂದು. ನಮ್ಮ ಶಿರ್ಸಿ ವಿಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ 2012-13 ಸಾಲಿನಿಂದ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಯಿತು. ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಯೋಜನೆ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಜನರಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹ ಒಂದು ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಇತ್ತು, ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಯೋಜನೆ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಇನ್ವಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇದರಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿಂದ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಆತಂಕಗಳು ಎದುರಾಗಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರು ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು.
ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಮಿಷನ್ ಈ ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಸಿದ್ದಾಪುರ ವಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನ ಮಾಡಲಾಯಿತು. ಮೊದಲನೇದು ಅರಣ್ಯೀಕರಣ, ಎರಡನೇದು ಜನರ ಜೀವನ ಶೈಲಿಯನ್ನು ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡುವುದು. ನಾವು ಅರಣ್ಯೀಕರಣದ ವಿಚಾರವಾಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು 1200 ಹೆಕ್ಟರ್ಗಳ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಮಾಡೆಲ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಮಾಡೆಲ್ 1 ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಶೆಲ್ಟರ್ ಬೆಲ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ರೋಡ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ಏರಿಯಾಗಳಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಡಿಗ್ರೇಡೆಡ್ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ನ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ ಮಾಡೆಲ್ಗಳಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಸುಮಾರು 1200 ಹೆಕ್ಟರ್ಗಳ ಅರಣ್ಯೀಕರಣ ಈ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೆಲ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಈ 10 UFCಗಳ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ಈ ಥರದ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಾಂಪೋನೆಂಟ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 1500 ಜನ ಫಲಾನುಭವಿಗಳು ಈ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಮಿಷನ್ನ ಸಪೋರ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿಯ ಕಂಪೋನೆಂಟಲ್ಲಿ ಅದರ ಸದುಪಯೋಗವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸಹೋದ್ಯೋಗಿ ಮಿತ್ರಗಳಾದಂಥ ಡೆಪ್ಟಿ RFO, ಗಾರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಇವರು ಕೂಡ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ವಾಲ್ವ್ಮೆಂಟನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸಿ ಅವರ ಜೊತೆ ಇಂಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೇನು ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇದೆ ಆ ಫಲಾನುಭವಿಗಳನ್ನು ಗುರುತಿಸಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ಗಳನ್ನೇ ಅವರ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಅನುಸಾರವಾಗಿ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಕೊಡಿಸಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿರ್ಸಿ ವಿಭಾಗ, ಹಾಸನ ಮತ್ತು ಕಲಬುರಗಿ ವಿಭಾಗಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಮಿಷನ್ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಗೊಳಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಸಿದ್ದಾಪುರ ವಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಂಡ್ಲಿಕೊಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ವಾಟರ್ ಶೆಡ್ಡನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ವೈವಿಧ್ಯಮಯವಾದಂಥ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ, ಕಾಮಗಾರಿಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಮಿಷನ್ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಗೊಳಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ.
ಈ ಯೋಜನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಪಾತ್ರ ಮಹತ್ವದ್ದು. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಸೂಕ್ತವಾದಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮನದಟ್ಟಾಗುವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡ್ವಿ. ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹ ನಾವು ಜನರ ಒಂದು ವಿಶ್ವಾಸವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದ್ವಿ. ಜನರಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಬರೋ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಅವರನ್ನು ವಿಶ್ವಾಸಕ್ಕೆ ಪಡೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ.
ಹೆಮ್ಮೆಯ ವಿಚಾರ ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಈ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಮಿಷನ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಏನು ಸಿದ್ದಾಪುರ ವಲಯ ಇದೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನ ಮಾಡುವುದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಿದ್ದಾಪುರ ವಲಯ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ನಾರಾಯಣ ದ್ಯಾವಾನಾಯ್ಕ್. ನಾನು ಕಾನ್ಗೋಡು ಗ್ರಾಮದ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಸಮಿತಿಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ.
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ದೇವರಾಜ್ ನಾಯ್ಕ್. ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ನಿರ್ಮಲ್ ಗಣೇಶ್ ನಾಯ್ಕ್.
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಶಿವಾನಂದ ಗೌಡ್ರ ಅಂತೇಳಿ.
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಜ್ಯೋತಿ ಅಂತ. ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಸಹನ.
ಸೋಮಶೇಖರ್ ನಾಯ್ಕ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು.
ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರು ವರುಣ್.
ನಾನು ದೇವರು ಭಟ್ ಮುತ್ತಿಗೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹಿಂದೆ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಸಮಿತಿಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷನಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ.
ನಂದನ್ ಶೇಟ್. ನಾನು 9 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಣ್ಯ ರಕ್ಷಕರಾಗಿ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಹಸಿರು ಹೊದಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಜನರ ಸಹಭಾಗಿತ್ವವನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ, ಅರಣ್ಯ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಜನರ ಸಹಭಾಗಿತ್ವವನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಮಂಡ್ಲಿಕೊಪ್ಪ ವಾಟರ್ ಶೆಡ್ಡಲ್ಲಿ ಮಣ್ಣು ಮತ್ತು ನೀರಿನ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತೇವಾಂಶವನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸಗಳನ್ನು ಕೈಗೊಳ್ಳಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಯೋಜನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದುವರೆಗೂ ಸುಮಾರು 10 ಗ್ರಾಮಾರಣ್ಯ ಸಮಿತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಂಡಂಥ ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಗೊಳಿಸಿ ಸುಮಾರು 1500 ಕುಟುಂಬಗಳಿಗೆ ಈ ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಫಲಾನುಭವಿಗಳಾಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಜನರಿಗೆ ತಿಳುವಳಿಕೆ ಮೂಡುವಂಥ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಸ್ನ ಮಾಡಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಅವರ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ತರಬೇತಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಸಹ ನೀಡಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗು ಮತ್ತು ಹೊಲಿಗೆ ಯಂತ್ರ ತರಬೇತಿ, ಡ್ರೈವಿಂಗ್ ತರಬೇತಿ, ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಜೇನು ಕೃಷಿ ತರಬೇತಿಯನ್ನು ಸಹ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ UFC ಸದಸ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಹಾಗೂ ನಾಗರಿಕರಿಗೆ ನೀಡಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಅದರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸುಮಾರು ಜನ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಉದ್ಯಮ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಕೆಲಸ ನೋಡಲಿಕ್ಕೂ ಸಹ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಹಸಿರು ಹೊದಿಕೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಅರಣ್ಯ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಅರಣ್ಯೇತರ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಹಾಗೂ ಮಣ್ಣು ಮತ್ತು ತೇವಾಂಶ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಕಾಮಗಾರಿಗಳನ್ನು ಸಹ ತಗೊಂಡು ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಮಂಡ್ಲಿಕೊಪ್ಪ ವಾಟರ್ ಶೆಡ್ಡಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ತೇವಾಂಶ ಉಳಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಹಿಂದೆ ಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಬಂಡನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಂಥ ಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ಏರಿಯಾಸ್ನು ಸಹ ರೆಸ್ಟೋರ್ ಮಾಡಲಾಗಿದೆ ಮತ್ತು ರೈತರ ಜಮೀನಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಕೃಷಿಯನ್ನು ಸಹ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಲು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರಣ ಆಗಿದೆ. 1500 ಕುಟುಂಬಗಳಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂಥ LPG ಸೌಲಭ್ಯ, ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಪ್ಸು ಸಹ ನೀಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗುವಂತೆ ಮಾಡಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಸಹ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಶಿರ್ಸಿ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ, ಸಿದ್ದಾಪುರ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಅಪ್ಪೆ ಮಿಡಿಗಳನ್ನ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಬೆಳೆಸಬೇಕು, ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಸಂಶೋಧನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಸಹ ಒಂದು ಬಹಳ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿಯಾಗಿ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳಲಾಗಿದೆ.
ತರಬೇತಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದರಿಂದ ಡ್ರೈವಿಂಗ್ ಲೈಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಟ್ಯಾಲಿ 2 ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ರು. ಅದರಿಂದ ತುಂಬಾನೇ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಆಯ್ತು. ಅದರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಇವಾಗ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಹೊಲಿಗೆ ತರಬೇತಿಯಿಂದ ತುಂಬಾ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನನಗೆ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಹೊಲಿಯೋಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಮುಂಚೆ. ಈಗ ಇದು ಕಲ್ತ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಡ್ರೆಸ್ ನಾವು ಹೊಲ್ಕೋಬಹುದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಉದ್ಯೋಗವನ್ನಾಗೂ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ನಾನು.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ UFC ಇಂದ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಅನುಕೂಲವನ್ನ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಮಿಷನ್ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸವಲತ್ತುಗಳನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಊರ ನಾಗರಿಕರಿಗೆ ತಲುಪಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ.
Bangalore. Dr.
Okay, good afternoon once again. So most of us go to forest and do our practicals or any sort of biological work. How many of you find it difficult to identify species in field? Can I see anybody's hand? Yes, definitely. Everybody's problem, right? There are two problems here. One problem is you have a photograph but you don't know what it is. Two, you have seen you could not capture it and you cannot explain it to somebody what you have seen. This is a very common problem. If you try to explain, I am sure 90% will land up in wrong identification and you are never happy. This is not a new case, this happened with me. When I was a child, I used to see a small worm and I used to get very excited about it because it used to create wheel when we touch it. So, if I had to ask an entomologist and I had to talk to him and identify what it is, he would have given me certain numbers, but still I am not happy and I don't know what it is. This would take a lot of time with little effectiveness, but thanks to Google, I can now easily identify it going to Google with certain keywords and I will find out what insect it was, and it was Victoria mellifera. So the biggest challenge for biology is identification of species in the field. So if I want to identify this insect in the field, I have to be an entomologist where there are estimated 30 million insects, and I have to be Carlos Linnaeus or William Kirby or whoever may be the next. To go through all the painstaking process of learning entomology. Even after that, I am not sure I will identify that insect or not. One small experiment was done by some of the group of scientists. They made all the botanists sit in a group and they gave some plants to circulate and identify them in the book. Believe me, 50% of their identification was wrong, though they were sitting in the same table but without discussing. So the reason is we have tried to identify there are a lot of complexities in the taxonomical field. So very different understanding needs years of experience. So what is that I need to do? So this was the problem we had. What we did, we took all the books, all the secondary data, digitized it and made it into a beautiful software. Now you may ask, why software? You could have done you can do a app, you can do a website. This was in the year 2003-04 when none of us had a computer in our hands. Okay, so that was the time when we started doing this, developing databases, and these databases became very famous because it has a huge amount of data collected, collated, classified, and it could be retrieved whenever we want, the way we want. Eventually, Department of Biotechnology identified this effort and they gave this name called IBIN, Indian Bioresource Information Network, gave some fund in 2007 to be digitized and made into website. Second phase came in 2012 and we started collecting satellite data with ISRO. But the problem, did we solve the problem? No. My problem of identification of insect or any species still remains the same. So what is the best way of identifying species? The best way of identifying species is by looking at it or looking at the similar images. So there comes the effort of making something called field herbarium. You know, as a botanist, you might have gone to field, collected some plant. If you ask a botanist, he will give 100 names. He will ask you to go to Kolkata or any BSI station to compare your plant. When you go to BSI, you will find a dried sample which you cannot turn, you cannot touch. The flowers are not the original color. You have 100 other problems. But you could have taken a simple photograph, make a digital library and browse through it to identify what is your species is. So I made another effort, it's called plant place picture. We initially wanted this as a crowdsource activity where people could go to the plant, capture the picture and upload it with some detail. This is a video I will skip because of time constraint. So we also developed some key messages where this is the endangered plants of Western Ghats. 100 plants are included in this. You can see the color coding here is because of the flower color, the season when it flowers, season when it fruits. You can base classification based on the leaves and all that available in just one page. You can see 2 species. This is also difficult because I can make only 100, 200 such thing. If I make all the species of Western Ghats, which is 4,000 to 5,000 estimated, you have to carry a headload of books and sit and identify them in the field, problem not solved. So we made an interactive kit, interactive identification kit, where we tried this with Phyllanthus and bamboo, where you can go and identify what Phyllanthus it is based on certain key factors. It will shortlist to some of the species which you can browse through. Similarly, we did it for butterflies. It's called Patanga Suchya. We did it for entire India. We did it for exclusive for Western Ghats. This was in the year 2007-08 when we had hardly any computers. So this is how it looks. There is an indicative butterfly. You have to click what part you have seen. Do you sure to see the tail? You can click on the tail. Out of 35, 40, some are eliminated. You have to click on antenna, some are eliminated. Something like that. But again, only 35 could be accommodated. My professor asked me, can you improve this? I made level 2 classification. I made level 3 classification. I made level 4 classification where I could fill in only 135. Again, I was not happy. There are close to there are close to 167 butterflies we are recorded in India. Well, how can I make them work? And more than 12,000 to 20,000 estimated moth species. So when similarly, we tried for birds. Can you play that video? This is when you have seen the bird, did not capture the image, but you want to identify them. It's a video, you can come down and play. Exactly. So you can identify the bird, whether it is sitting or it's flying. When it is flying, what is that you are seeing? Next one, parvagilla. Okay, so these efforts of identifying based on visual context yet was not resolved, because if you have an image, you want to know what it works and how it works. So we developed, so it ideally happened that I went to China in 2017. We had different sessions like this. I saw somebody pointing at the grass and identifying with one picture. When he clicks on some kind of grass, it is identified as one picture, one species. On the same picture is touching on the other grass species, it is showing it as some other grass species. I asked him, what is this? He said, it is AI. You don't know? In 2017, when most of us didn't even hear what is AI. So he got mad. I said, what is this? Show me the entire thing. It's called Xingse in China. So he showed me. I am not an AI expert or a computer science engineer. I said, I want to talk to you when I go back to India. We spoke, we wanted to bring it to India. They quoted like anything. So my professor said, we are in IT capital. Why we want to beg to China? Can we develop or not? Meanwhile, what happened? The first guy whom you see is the Sagar, who apparently came to India to marry a girl from US. He said, this is the task I do every day. So what we made, your parents will take care of your marriage, you sit and do this software coding. In 3 months, with zero cost, with this computer, he developed the entire project of identification of butterflies, Indian butterflies using AI. So this was published in Current Science. What is the step? Just locate, shoot and capture. It identifies you in seconds. For example, this is the image. You can see with 95.68%, it can identify which butterfly it is. There are instances where the model is not confident because of certain reason, which I will be talking to you later. Again, there could be 3 such things. Most of the time, it is 90% and above. Chances are there that you will get one option. This was promoted as Patanga Suchaka. Sri Narendra Modi ji inaugurated this in a side event on 5th January 2020 in Indian Science Congress that happened in GKVK. So, how it works, I will tell you simple. You don't know this person? Do you know or don't know? This person or not? This is Narendra Modi, right? We have not seen Narendra Modi when he was small boy. We have seen only after he became Prime Minister. But visually, with our experience, we know this is Narendra Modi. Even with the person mask, we can say this is Narendra Modi's mask. But remember, your AI cannot do that. That is the problem. And that is where you have to give them images which represent certain species. There are certain things here where it's called hallucination. I will skip that. AI has certain problems on its own. So what we did, we collected species images of 30 to 400, something like this, made several morphological changes in them. You can see when you click a photograph in the field, it is not always upright, it is ulta pulta. However, the butterfly is sitting, you are clicking, and it was 2,122 species, 43 million parameters were analyzed, and we have to do a lot of fine tuning, otherwise it would identify it as some other species. I am skipping because of the time constraint. Remember, these these are AIs are very image hungry. You may ask now, sir, Google Lens is there, why should I bother about all these things? We did it in 2020 when Google Lens was not yet started. Then Google Lens is a generic one. You identify bus, it will identify bus. You identify this flower, it will identify what is most common. If you go to forest and identify, do not know what has to be done. So there is a need for developing such thing only for Indian plants and Indian context. So these are the challenges I said. In this third case, you can see none of the model is confident that which butterfly it is, maybe because it is rare and it is not available. With this, we can also get crowdsourced data. Wherever people are capturing photograph, they are also, the data is coming to us and we can see which butterfly is where. If you type the name of the butterfly there on the address bar, it will filter out to which butterfly was located in which location. So the problem 3 is stopped. Also, we can sort at that. We are getting data from people. Similarly, we developed Vihanga Suchaka, which is another AI app for all the birds of India, migratory, including everything. Don't search it in net, it is not working. Okay. So the point that we did this in 3 months when there was COVID. I took the PC to my home, started doing it in the holidays of the COVID lockdown. And in the end, we have this, and this is also a video. This is the location that I am giving and date of selection. It will take just 2-3 seconds to identify what bird it is. 99% it is showing it is Puririna, whatever. I can't see it because of many boards. The idea here is to develop one such for the species of India like this. Whenever you see a species, it should be identified. We proposed this to DBT, but DBT said Google is doing, somebody else is doing in some other country, why are you bother? So we did not get this project. There is another technological upcoming. This is LIDAR sensors. You might have seen in your automated car moving or in your vacuum cleaner that is running in your home. This has this LIDAR software. For example, you can see this, I will tell you. This is called point cloud. So you can imagine and see the forest as it is, as you are seeing in an image. There is an image option also. When I went to China again, the person was carrying this LIDAR backpack. This cost you around 3 lakhs to 25 lakhs based on what quality and facility you have. Now the problem with another is whenever you go to field, I identify the plant, I don't know this flower, unknown one. Somebody comes and writes unknown 3, unknown 2, unknown. When you get the data sheet, it is full of unknown species. The other grid fellow is also writing unknown 1, unknown 2, unknown 3. When you combine the data, unknown 1 of this person, unknown 2 of that person is merging. Though they are seeing it different. Correct? Now most often the researchers leave the lab and go after 1 or 2 years because DBT, DST don't pay them proper salary on time. So what happens? I cannot catch them back and bring them and ask where did you learn, what did you see, because we don't have any sample preserved. So with this model, even forest department can record this and keep it for generations to come. Just to see, if you run through that, you can see like Google Street you have seen, which house, which tree, you can see no matter how many years in the future. So this is another technology that you can see. Next level, they are using for this point cloud to identify the tree species. Like this, it's all coconut. The other in America they have done for other species. Last thing I want to tell, there is some concept coming up like digital twin. Have you heard of digital twin? Bangalore City Police is developing this digital twin. Your entire city traffic is captured and monitored in an AI system. So if they want to stop a two-way and make it one-way, they can make it digitally and see what is its impact in the traffic without doing it in the traffic. Okay, so when it is successful, when you see that this is actually working, then they can really implement. Rather than implementing and failing, getting scolding from people, they are doing this for real. We can do this for forest, provided that we have lot of data available. Just imagine you want to cut the forest. You can cut it here in digital and check what is the temperature rise. What is the rainfall would do to the soil. This is a thing that are upcoming. So, yeah, thank you, that's all. Any questions?
Yeah, one quick question. Sorry, it is really interesting, but we have to stop.
No problem.
One quick question. Fine, thank you, sir.
Yeah. See, coding is it's privately made. Data we have collected from Google itself. I didn't go to field and collect.
Whether database is available for the common publics to...
Yes, it's from Google that I have collected all this.
One more thing, whether it is undergoing a feedback loop, like after if any new samples, if you are putting to the system, whether it will again upload it to the cloud and it will learn the process how it is like that.
You have to do it manually. But the website is not working because of funding issues. Otherwise, you have to manually do it, retrain it and put it in the server so that new butterflies are added. We have done that. From 285, we have come to 1100 butterflies and 1111 moths.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So is Biradar ready? Dr. Biradar? Yeah. Is he ready?
In forest ecosystems, we are in the stage now, we are still in the stage of recording the things. We are developing the database. In that case, how we can use the AI-based platform for the identifications. Sir, suppose now I want to develop some AI-based disease identifications for the development of forest ecosystem, means in respect to forest, so that I can I can develop software. So person, any forest guards can use the mobile and scan it.
Yeah, you can start.
Sir, but whatever you are using for butterfly, there may be level of variations will be less. But if it comes up diseases, if you take every stage and every time the particular symptoms are looking different. We can't do it with 50 things. We have to generate at least 500 images. I don't think, sir, even without developing database, without developing primary things, it is not a good app-based approach. Means in all the cases, especially I am talking about not in terms of insects, I am talking in terms of forest. Yes, sir. That's all. Okay.
Thank you. So we'll go for the next presentation by Dr. Biradar. Is he ready? And also you can inform Dr. Siddhap also, the next speaker. Online. Yeah, Dr. Biradar?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Dr. Biradar?
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear us?
I can hear you very clearly.
Yeah. Welcome to you, and you can start now.
I can start now? Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just checking the screen. Can you see my screen?
Yeah. Screen is fine, and you can go for presentation mode. And you have 10 minutes time.
In the presentation mode.
Yeah.
So can you please check that is in presentation mode?
No, not yet.
No, because that your side you have to make it a presentation mode.
Okay. Anyway, you can go ahead, and you have 10 minutes of time.
No, it's not, sir. Actually, check because of in the screen, you are not put in the presentation mode in the your side.
Okay. Yeah, now it's better. Yeah, now it's full screen.
Full screen.
Yeah,
right?
you can go ahead and take 10 minutes.
Okay, let me share again screen. And so just confirm me it's full mode. So can you see my presentation full mode?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So first of all, so thank you to the Dean Vasudev sir and PL Pandit sir and all the chairman for this opportunity to present. My apologies for not able to come there.
due to the urgent meeting come up in between. I heard that BP yesterday's event was very good, and I'll go ahead with this one. And my talk will be just on the rewilding the landscape with the tree-based systems. I've been promoting the tree-based systems in the number of reasons, and in order to be the future of the landscape and sustainability, living lands, what you talk about the food, environment, climate change, and trees play the vital role. In this framework, I am looking at the working nearly about 68 countries and traveled across all those points, what you can see. Everywhere it's become a more essence of the trees in the landscape. Doesn't matter whether it is agriculture, is horticulture, it is the sericulture, whatever, but trees components should be become vital forces. If the trees are not there, we are removing the percent of the tree cover in the landscape, and if you're not taken the actions, by 2050, we are only going to describe the world that is a desert, right? In this framework, looking into the industrial agriculture, what we call a conventional agriculture, and maximum amount of tree has been removed, so that we need to move from the regenerative to the regenerative food systems, and that's where we started looking into whether we can start from urban landscape. Recently, we had the Regreening Bangalore initiative, so that reclaim the Garden City title for the Bangalore. How best you can do that, and looking into the transitions that happened the last around 50 years, and you can see how much the Bangalore green cover used to be there, what is now, and we are looking into the different option to regreen these options. And small landscape like that, even like the homestead gardens, is one of the home gardens, so that so much of the trees and green cover is possible. Why can't do that at the city level? So that when back to India, so looking into the loss of the tree cover in the agricultural landscape, I did the first mapping of those tree deficit landscape as per the requirement of sustainability target. There is 33% green cover required in the man-made landscape, and that's where. But you look at that now, less than 5% green cover. Most of them is the less than the what's called required deficit. And this is where we started this ecosystem restoration camping to educate the youth and campers and also the citizen science to come into the kind of ecosystem restoration community to restore the degraded landscape. And when that's become very vital forces, and we always talk about the One Health and even G20, that's the main focus. Health is wealth, but until we bring this sustainable landscape into the framework, and all the Panchabhuta, Mahabhutas, what we call, whether the earth, land, water, air, and fire, and space, they all are, and what we call inaccessible or polluted in the number of ways. That really impact on the what we call every second Indian adult see the unfit for the physical work, or and there 50% of the population suffering from the chronic health diseases. So it's very clear that one, whether to do the production systems, it's a nature centric and community dominated, and that's what we call the functional food systems. This is where when I started mapping the transition since 70s, this is where the industrial revolutions took into the deep drawn. We lost many number of the trees in the agricultural landscape. In India, nearly about 90% of the tree cover we lost in the last 60 or 70 years. And that is what the really causing to the what we called whether temperature, the increase or degradations. But we need to bend this curve in order to meet our target. By 2030, we wanted a 33% green cover, 47 we wanted to the Atmanirbhar Bharat, self-reliance, India, and 70 net zero. Until we put the focus on the functional agroecosystems, rewilding the landscape with where we lost the original species is impossible to achieve our target. Everyone know that. So this is where the revenue, the rewards and recognitions very vital forces. And I put the biodiversity as a front line for this one. When the more biodiversity in terms of the diversity of the trees, crops and livestock, that leads to more carbon sequestrations, and that leads to more water infiltrations, and that leads to the functional productivity and the income. They are intercorrelated. So this is where I bring the tree stewardship for the green economic transitions. I talk about the trees not just for the timber. Timber is a very minor portion, but the 60 to 70% agroforestry in India, it's focused on only timber. We need to look into the non-timber value as well. So even along with the timber, I was teaching to the IGNFA, and I took this picture front of the IGNFA, where the IFS, the cadres, they're going. I took the picture of that the trees, so much of the vegetation grow under the trees, under the shade. This is where the misconception that the trees in the agricultural landscape reduce the yield because of we're not putting the right crop there, right combinations. Anyway, talking to the timber, but there is so much of the things to do with that 5Fs. There's a food, fodder, fuel, fiber, and fertilizer. There's fertilizer means the green manure, and these things can be done along with so much ecosystem services. So there's a forest and trees going to play the vital role when bring the trees into the non-tree landscape. And this is where the tree-based production systems, where you're looking into the different dimensions, and also conventional to the forest and dryland agroecosystems, how much is untapped potential we are going to explore in that. So it is very clear that system approach is needed for the restoring the functional properties, because of in the ecological term, production follows functions. But what we're doing in the what we call conventional systems, we are looking at only productions and the services without structure and functions restored. This is what we need to do it. So another important aspect is that role of the trees and the forest, we in the restoring the hydrology and water cycle is completely neglected. We talk a lot about in fact this morning, yesterday I was talking about the National Water Mission and also the River Regions Commissioners. The things very clear that we looking to more into building the reservoir, dams and the structures, but at not looking at the soil as the biggest water reservoir, and there is a water sink along with the carbon sink and water sink as well. When any water, you look at the when monsoon going to start, can see the flood everywhere, and nearly about 21 tons of the soil eroded per hectare every year because of the soil erosion. Amount of the soil we are losing, along with the 95% water goes to the oceans. When river stops, rain stops and rivers are dead. When rain starts, rivers are flood. So this is the situations we are facing. And just like the May 19th, I was passing through the entire the eastern coast from Krishna to Godavari. It's very clear that in the month of May, I crossed all the 6-7 streams from the Krishna to Godavari. All are dead, not a single drop of water flowing there. It is very clear. By the last year, July, the picture I asked someone, they given me this one in the same landscape, little bit different, angle is different, but the July is already flooding, right? So this is the situations we're facing. When rain starts, all the water goes to the streams, downstreams, and then become flooded. And by the time October, river stops and everything become dead. Because of we lost the sponge capacity in the soil, I think this is where our forestry is going to play the vital role. So like this clearly, when I came back to India, I asked about why everyone talking about we need a 33% green cover. I asked why need 33%. So when we started planting the different tree cover landscape and the associated groundwater recharge, very clear that the groundwater recharge is directly correlated to the amount of the green cover on the land, on the soil surface. So this is where we need to do intermediate tree cover in the agricultural landscape, rewilding the existing landscape, and tree rows in the modern agriculture, just a rows of the tree around the bunds and few scattered trees around in the farm that helps to break down the what's called a hard pan so that water infiltrate and we can restore the rivers. So this is the picture I'm talking about. The showing is very clear that even the peak of the rainy seasons, if you have enough green cover, minimum tillage practices, natural farming, and at least about a 0.7 to 1% the soil organic carbon, all the water go into the soil, they start flowing at what we call a spring. I was hearing the story of the Kali River when the dam was built, and first couple of months, even despite of the rain, dam is not filling. Everyone worried that what is happening because they are not understood the forest ecology. And even after after 3 months rain, the water started flowing into the dam reservoir. But even rain stopped after October, September. The inflow to the dam continued till the January. That is the power of the water holding capacity in the forest, but that's not anymore. So this is very clear that day when at least 50% of the surface runoff transfer to the subsurface flow, we'll achieve the true soil, water, food, climate security. This clearly shows that role of the forestry and forestry sector and forest educations, we need to teach, educate the policymakers to understand that how it's going to play the vital role. Why we need to fund the forestry educations too heavily and bring them. It is not just creating the graduates to do some forest officer. That is also well and good, because of the anyone to study the forestry education, they are doing much better than they're coming from a non-forest stream. So even small patch of the forest, this is our my experimental site in our village, that has really helped to restore so much of the green cover. So it's very clear that unsustainable practices ultimately destroy the two functions of the foundation of the true well-being, that is the health of the nature and health of the people. We always tell that the health of nature measured by the health of the soil, health of the people, but that is not there. So this is where I started working on the rainfall, and is not an issue. The wet spell, dry spell is not the issue. It is about the way we are managing the landscape. So the rewilding, this is the dead landscape. Earlier, I planted about nearly several types of the fruit trees, and with zero tillage practices, ground cover, despite of the very drought condition in 2023, and our farm thriving very well. It's very clear that, so we have to bring the multi-layer farming systems, and taking to small example, we need to build at the different models that can able to understand that the demand for this kind of landscape. We can build what we call the functional landscape. So where there is hardly tree cover, introducing the tree cover, and within the few years that's become a very sustainable landscape. This is what we call evidence-based research. People love to see that one, what you have done. They see that is working for you, they can do it. Just talking in the papers, talking in the research papers, and only seminars are not going to help. We need a functional landscape for the people to see how this before and after landscape really change the landscape. Even like a dead landscape like this, they're restored into such a vibrant the food systems, and tigers and wildlife coming back to the once few years ago that used to be like a barren land. I think this is what the water budget, and what you call always blame the monsoon. No, it's not about the monsoon, it's not about the system. Is it about how we can hold the more water in the landscape? I'm just giving the example of when I come to Bijapur, Gulbarga, North Karnataka, they're telling us that it's very drought the area, and rainfall is very less. I look in the 500 mm rainfall in Bijapur and Bagalkot area, that nearly about, okay, time is over. Okay, I will start. The time is not there, so I'm not going to take much, because I didn't know, but I did forget to ask that how much time is given. And just I'm giving the example of the plant-based system to how the single monocropping system to moving to the tree-based system, how much we can reintroduce the landscape. It's very clear that the soil health, carbon sink, green water, urban health, planetary, all interconnected to the rewilding the landscape. We need to bring that a systematic framework. We could do the modeling and the data and the IT and AI technologies. We did simulating this landscape to show that how much of the input cost, total yield, and net revenue is required. So how much biodiversity carbon you can restore, and including the net revenue that coming that. So this is what we call a functional landscape. We need to do the number of ways to restore this landscape. We can bring back this last slide. I'm going to tell that one. What used to be the agriculture largest GDP now became the least, and service sector became the biggest, because all are sitting in the cities because service sector. But the AI is going to kill that all those the service sector job. We need to go back to the land where the rewilding is very essential. So this is where the investment landscape is really going to play the vital role. And the vision is that at least by 2030, we need 30% of the food coming from the tree-based food systems, and by 2050, at least half of that food coming from the tree-based food system. This is what we call the restore the landscape. And I want to talk much about on this the project Nina and rewilding the landscape, and Biodiversity as the credit, the next big thing. This is where the global green is going to play the vital role. I know the time is very limited. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to you all. I am Dr. Harsha. I am currently doing my PhD on biology. Today we are going to speak about a particular aspect of management of human-tiger conflicts. Basically, I am speaking about mapping spatio-temporal hotspots in order to mitigate human-tiger conflicts. Next one, please. Basically, if we have to understand human-tiger conflicts, it's the depletion and degradation of tiger habitat which are real reasons for conflict. Lack of corridors make dispersal of subadults a very big challenge, often leading to conflict. If you look at the global perspective, India holds 70% of global tiger population. So conservation of our population is very, very critical if we have to see tigers surviving for long. We have analyzed HTC, the primary driver being livestock depredation, as it causes an economic burden. So as a consequence, there is a financial loss. Overall, there is an anti-conservation sentiment. Then there are some cases wherein there are retaliatory killings also. So, we are looking at using GIS technology. Basically, we have analyzed the human-tiger conflicts for 5 years from 2019 to 23, looking at primarily the livestock depredation as a primary driver. We have tried to harness spatial technology and AI. AI not in practice in full-fledged, but as a possible next. Yeah, this is the study area. As you know, Nagarhole is a large tiger reserve, roughly about 843 square kilometers. It has about core of 643 square kilometers and about 200 kilometers of buffer. It's a mosaic of forests and plantations. It hosts majority of the species in a very diverse manner. We have tigers, we have leopards, we have dholes, we have Indian gars, we have elephants. So it's a megafauna. We have a huge amount of biodiversity and very good counts. Next one, please. If we look at the spatial patterns, this is how Nagarhole fares. Out of 8 administrative ranges, if we plainly depict on a bar chart, this is how it looks. So Ane Chaukur, which depicts, which has about say 86 cattle kill cases, about 40%. So this doesn't convey much. Next one, please. So when we move on to a GIS map with hotspot mapping, at least we are able to sort of realize where is it happening. See, in managing any problem, why conflict, we need to know, first question is where is it happening. So this map gives us an idea as to where are the events happening. So as you can see, the hotspots, basically the Ane Chaukur and our Veerna Hosolli corridor and Hunsur wildlife. The reasons I'll again come later. If I have time, I'll tell you the reasons. But GIS as a technology helps in giving a precise idea as to where our researchers should go. Next one, please. So if we look at why GIS, it overall helps us map and monitor tiger habitats, identifies the hotspots of conflict. It makes decision data driven, be it a department, be it a NGO, where should we focus, where should our resources go. It also facilitates stakeholder communication using clear visuals. Next one, please. Basically, these are the outcomes: habitat mapping, clear analysis, corridor mapping, which is most important, temporal analysis. Next one, please. See, again, temporal trends. If I have to speak in a plain bland language, this is how it is. So those are the 5-6 months of peaks, followed by a lull in monsoon and post-monsoon. So it decreases during monsoon and peak activity post-monsoon and winter months. But here is the real catch. Please go to the next one. Just press it once more. Yeah, look at the, no, just come back, that's a video. Just press it once more and leave it. Come back twice. No, just press it and leave it now. Leave it now. It's a 40. Just look at the trends. This is the GIS which gives us in layers. If we are looking at the information in layers, month-wise, we are able to see what happens in each month. So, as a department, if I were to be a park director, I need to know where and how I should plan for each month. So, basically, if we analyze this, we'll know what is happening in fire season. Fire season, surprisingly, both are peaking. The conflicts are also at the peak. And we have this pressure of fighting fires. So, as a park manager, let me be a forest guard or a DFO or a APCC of wildlife, this is how, look at the dots now. This is the entirety. So, we can go into layers, analyze the spatial trends, analyze the temporal trends. If I had time, I would have gone into too much of details, but since I am running out of time, so this is the crux of it. This is the crux of it. If we start mapping it accurately, we'll have such a detailed picture of where is the trouble, what is the trouble, when is it happening. Next one, please. Now, once we identify, all these are our options. You are all park managers, you know. Once we know where is it happening, then we start focusing on those areas. Measures can start as simple as putting intense grids of camera trapping so that you start identifying potential candidates for conflict. In our study, we have seen that there are only two clear-cut cases of conflict candidates. One is this sub-adult which is trying to disperse, typically in the age of say 18 to 26 months, soon after dispersing from its mother, be it a female or male, if it doesn't have a territory of its own, and since our national parks now are sort of silos which are not unconnected, which are not connected by corridors, they become a potential candidate for conflict. Other one is aging male or female which has been pushed out of its territory, especially if the adult has lost its canine or lost a claw or has very persistent injuries which have some source of infection, then he or she becomes a potential candidate for conflict. So this is one of the cases wherein we identified such a candidate quite in advance. He was a male about 9 years. In my camera trap grids, we could catch these injuries almost 15 days before he came out of the park. And we could look at the same grid and look at the other male who had fought with him. So we clearly knew he is an aging male with a broken canine. So we were tracking that he is a potential candidate for conflict. After 2 weeks, this guy comes out, stays into a sugarcane field. Luckily, we went, my research team went, we just picked up a simple photograph, matched the stripe pattern, we could say that yes, he was the guy. So the park management was able to decide that much faster as to what has to be done. So basically increased awareness can be created in those vulnerable areas around the tiger habitats. Now latest study in our own country has proven that AI based cameras, basically nothing hi-fi, simple cameras with some amount of machine learning, the moment they pick up an image, they try to discern what is the species, and then we can take it to the next level, wherein if we are sure that it is a tiger, pick up the stripe pattern, start identifying who is the individual, which is the individual, and that allows the park manager to decide that much faster as to which are the tigers which are potential candidates and how to handle the conflict. So ultimately we can do effective stakeholder engagement. Next one. So this was one such successful operation in Nagarhole. These are various other fieldwork activities. Basically, camera traps can be very effectively used to sort of look at conflict in toto. For example, I'll give one last kind of a finding. What happens these days, the moment a tiger comes out and it has a conflict situation wherein it has injured or killed a human being, Forest Department also starts acting like police, wherein some tiger has to be picked up, okay, which puts the population at risk. Wherever such situation arises, if we can do intense grids of camera trapping, identify which was the exact animal which is an animal in conflict, then we'll have a scientific management. Otherwise, a removal of a breeding tigress which has cubs would be very disastrous. Or in a very scarce area, if you are removing a male with leaving that whole area scant of males, these are disasters which we can avoid if we can do a scientific kind of analysis and approach towards the whole issue. Next one, please. Thank you very much. I stop at this.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks so much. One quick question. Any questions?
Hello.
Yeah.
Tigers will lead to increased number of problems. So what I am saying is we have to look at areas, our own parks with a higher carrying capacity. Again, it's not a straight line solution at all. It's not as easy that you pick up a tiger and release. But parallel studies in Rajaji and Corbett have been promising. Definitely, if we map our areas in a very scientific manner, we will be able to relocate a good number of them. Part number 3, we have to now accept a reality that there is a significant number of tigers outside any of our protected areas. Almost 30% of our population is outside any of these protected areas. The only way we can protect them and make them survive is involving the population in a way that they own up. As we were discussing and as is known elsewhere, how do lions survive in Gir? Lions survive in Gir because of the community participation, because of government and every stakeholder owning them up and building an ecosystem wherein they are seen as part of the pride and part of the livelihoods, not as a problem alone. If
worshipped by the community in this landscape. And also they worship, do harvest festivals related to forest and their crop and things like that. I don't want to go in deep, we have only 15 minutes, but these are some of the sacred sites they have been worshipping for many years, and they requested us to map these sacred sites for them. And we have tried our level best to map these sacred sites with around 300 Soligas elders participated in this exercise, and we were able to find 480 sacred sites in 540 square kilometer of the forest. And this is each and every kilometer as sacred sites. This is what we found in BRT Tiger Reserve. Anyway, this and also we are trying to classify the forest types based on the traditional knowledge of the Soligas, and then according to them there are so many varieties of forest types they are able to explain, and then we are able to come up with the forest classification based on the traditional knowledge of the community. This actually comparable with the satellite imagery data that we have. That's quite interesting. And then we have been working on NTFPs. That's NTFP stands for non-timber yielding forest products, and the livelihood related issues for quite some time. What we feel is that the conservation cannot be achieved without addressing the developmental related issues. They are interconnected. In that sense, the A-tree is dedicated, and then people are dedicated in A-tree to work on conservation issues as well as developmental issues as well. So we are kind of bringing them together. The sustainable use of NTFPs, we've been working on these issues for quite some time. We are monitoring these resources in the forest scientifically as well as using traditional knowledge. And also this, there is a sudden ban on NTFP harvest around 10 years back. And after that, the Forest Right Act came into picture. Under the Forest Right Act, we are able to work very closely with the community and get their rights to them. So why A-tree started doing this means that earlier clearly our results indicate that when people have tenure, they have ownership, they'll think about conservation, they'll contribute to it. They don't have ownership, there is no linkage, there is no association between the community and the forest, and they are least bothered about conservation. This is one of the reasons we started working on these issues, and under the Forest Right Act, we were able to get rights for 21,000 people, the community rights, that's the NTFP collection right. Around 2,000 people received the cultivation rights in the Tiger Reserve. So basically the cultivation, the way in which they cultivate the agricultural land will have an impact on soil ecosystem, health, and the health of the forest, etc. So in that sense, they'll have a tenure, and then cultivating crops organically would help them a lot to the ecosystem as well as their well-being. This enterprise-based conservation model, right now we have a project funded by Ministry of MSME, and we have enterprise-based conservation where we have a land received from the government of Karnataka, and the building and the infrastructure being built with the MSME funding. They have a processing unit led by community. Actually, the A-tree just facilitate. I am actually a PI of the project, but I just facilitate, encourage people to implement this project. My mother, Madama, is a tribal woman, is the president of the processing unit. And the products are coming out from this processing unit. And then around turnover is around 52 lakhs now per year. And also we give them a training on sustainable harvest of these resources with required tools and things like that. And the sustainable harvest knowledge is coming in two ways. The one is, the research being carried out by us, that results being shared with the community on sustainable harvest techniques. That's one. And the secondly, that community are kind of, historically, they have a very good knowledge about the conservation, kind of, trying to bring all this knowledge together and then try to work and then contribute to the conservation of the forest. And then also to reduce the impact on wild honeybees, we also encourage beekeeping. There are 600 bee boxes being distributed to the community. And of course, you all know that the bees contribute to the pollination as well as agricultural crops and the forest health as well. And this is one of the projects we have been doing for quite some time. This is the small story. I wanted to share with you all. The second one is Weeds to Wealth, the Lantana camera. Oh, sorry, I have limited time. You all know what is the problem with the lantana. The lantana is an invasive species, and it's traveled from South America to India, and then this is how it's distributed. The forestry students know a lot about it. I don't need to explain too much about lantana. And then the lantana population has changed from 4 to, we have been monitoring lantana population from 20 years. It's changed from 4% to 47% now. So the 50% of the forest is full of lantana. At the same time, native population has declined from 96% to 53%. The 50% of the flora has gone, and regeneration being affected because of the lantana. And then when you remove lantana, it will encourage native sapling growth, seedlings growth, and grass cover. And then this is the first phase would be ideal to control the lantana. We are in the third phase. It's quite difficult, but it's not very difficult. It's doable. And then approaches we followed was enterprise-based conservation model led by the kind of encouraged people to use, instead of using bamboo, encourage them to use lantana to make furnitures out of that. We have community-led enterprises producing lantana furnitures in MMLs. And then this is the method being followed. The product evolved from basket to furnitures, and then the elephants, life-size elephants. The life-size 350 elephants are being sold in, on the conservation purpose in UK, and there are 100 of them in US. And this, the Murgesh an artisans playing a major role, and Madeva is also contributing to produce lantana life-size elephants and the lantana elephants. And these are some of the lantana furniture elephants. I'll just quickly go through the Bangalore airport as lantana life-size elephants. You can see these are the furnitures, some of the furnitures. You can take a look at it. And then I'll also have a video. I'll share that with you all later. The Sir Vasudev can share with the participants. And we work with, and we also, our artisans train other people, the entire country, especially in South India. Around so far, we have been able to train around 1,200 people outside MMLs, 400 people inside MMLs, and they were able to earn 4 crore cash income. There's a substantial income for the Soliga community in this landscape. So this, they got several awards, and people were able to reduce 40% of the lantana in the forest. That's actually a great achievement, one of the achievements of this project. And we are also trying to do handmade paper, crates, etc., polyboards, and things like that. We are in the process of doing a co-management plan with the community participation and the Forest Department participation to conserve the biodiversity. Thank you one and all. Sorry for the rush. And I have a video I'll share with you all later.
Thank you,
Sorry
sir.
for taking your time.
Okay, any quick questions from audience?
You have any questions, please?
Please.
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Siddhap Shetty. Actually, very good presentation. My simple question, I think you will have a complicated answer. How to eradicate lantana?
Hello. The question is how to eradicate the lantana camera.
So you lost your network.
Okay, the connection is gone. Huh? Now let us go for last presentations by Dr. Ramesh
Thank
Bhatt.
you.
Genomic approach for building climate resilient plants.
Nowadays we say whether it's good or bad, we say it is in our blood, right? And nowadays it has been refined again. If something happens, we say it is there in our DNA. So we shall see what is there in the DNA of the plants in order to respond to the climate, say, change. So whether it's tree or plant or any plant, then the kind of response a plant produces against climate change is almost same. Yeah. And probably all of you know, for understanding what is there in the DNA, you have to go into the cell. It's not enough if you just enter into the cell. You have to specifically go into the nucleus, and in the nucleus you have to go into the chromosome, and in the chromosome you have to go into the genes, and you have to play with the genes. So nowadays there is a lot of discussion going on with respect to gene editing, or it's also called genome editing. And last week it was a big news. And another for drought and salt tolerance. And similarly, there is one inborn infant, okay, when it was still in the womb, a gene of this infant was already edited to make it resistant for a deadly disease. The gene that was modified was CPS1. Say if CPS1 is inactive, then the sugar level or the ammonia level in the blood will be very high, and probably the infant cannot survive. So therefore, that gene, CPS1 gene in the infant or in the womb, was modified using a technique called gene editing, and therefore now that infant is very normal. And similarly, again, this is a couple of days back, maybe 2-3 days back, the SCOST University of Kashmir has developed the first sheep. Okay, especially this is for this is by editing just one gene, and the muscle content in the sheep has been enhanced. So this is the complete era of gene editing, where we play with just one gene. Though the genome has got thousands of genes, we play with just 1 or 2 genes and modify in whatever we want, and modify maybe specific base or couple of bases and modify that organism. So that is where we want to say, I am looking at the whole climate resilience in forestries by keeping in mind the ability or potential of genome editing. So in fact, we all of us know the impact of climate change in forest and all those things. A lot of things have been told about these things. And also we know the impact, what would happen if there is climate change in the forest or in the agriculture, all those things. And these are some of the things which are very, very essential in order to mitigate. And if you look at the progress of science maybe started from 1990s to 2021 or 24, we can see very clearly how the plant breeding has developed, or even tree breeding has progressed. You can see it is all with respect to marker-assisted breeding or genomic selection. There is a very clear spike, you can see, and when compared to the conventional breeding. So these are some of the breeding methods which have been used, whether it is conventional breeding, marker-assisted breeding, or even genomic selection across various types of trees. See, if you look at the conventional breeding, most of the works have been restricted to woody trees, and also especially for growth-related traits. And with respect to other traits and the genetic modification or marker-assisted breeding, the traits are different, and also the focus is almost on each and every crop. That's very, very important. It's not just wood trees. And what are the opportunities in tree genetic improvement? One is the DNA, RNA, or any sort of sequencing, where we sequence the complete genome, or any transcriptome RNA sequencing, or even epigenome sequencing, and then we make use of that information for developing the markers, we say genomic resources. And using those genomic resources, we go for modifications of those things, or using them for various sorts of selections, and breed for improved varieties of plants or say tree species. And these are the different say approaches one can use. One is high throughput sequencing, which provides a lot of information. What are the genes and what traits are governed, and if you want to breed for climate resilience, what are the target genes? So those can be identified, and then we use forward genetics and reverse genetic approaches or various methods, and then we go for marker trait association studies in order to identify the genes for various traits, and then we go for gene manipulations. And in gene manipulations, of course, we have various methods. One is called as overexpression, where you can make a gene active, and second is suppression, where you can knock down a gene, or even you can modify a gene with respect to a single base or a couple of bases. So these are the things, and a lot of advancements have been done in forestries, whether it's eucalyptus, poplar, all those things, where so much of reference genomes have been worked out, and the complete genome is available, and genes have been identified, how many genes are there, and what are the different types of alleles present in each of these genes. Those informations are available. And using them, this is in case of eucalyptus, which is about 640 MB genome size, and there are about 36,000 genes, and for a couple of genes, the functions are known. And when you know the functions for the genes, then the breeding for those traits becomes very easy. And this is with respect to the poplar, conifers. So in so many cases, you have the reference genomes available. And these reference genomes, availability of reference genomes would allow the applicability of genomic innovations. And the next important thing is the trait mapping. Once you have the markers or the traits, then we have to identify the genetic basis of that trait. And using those informations, you can identify the QTLs and also the markers, and using that information, actually you can go for marker-assisted breeding. And this is one success story wherein we developed a product starting from identifying the markers in case of groundnut, and we have developed the disease-resistant groundnut, and that has been released a couple of years back. And that is the potential of marker-assisted breeding. Even it can be applied in forest species, and in a couple of cases it has been used to breed a new variety. And genomic selection, this is another innovation, because considering the marker-assisted breeding, where we talk of a couple of genes or a couple of markers, here we look of genome-wide markers, and the selection is completely based on the genotype, because genotyping is very easy now, very cheap also. Even you can get your genome sequenced in 2 days' time, just for, say, a couple of thousands, that's all. So now this genome sequencing is very, very cheap. Therefore, we have the ability, or we have the situation where we can go for genomic selection, and where we go for selection by genotyping. There is no phenotyping at all. Say somebody presented identifying the butterflies, all those things. So this is purely based on the training population. So here also we use the training population, and we use both phenotypic data and genotypic data, but final selection is based on the genotypic data. And that kind of genomic selection is available in many of the crops, including tree species. So these are some of the examples where genomic selection has been very successfully used, especially in case of eucalyptus and poplar. They have used a training population of about 34,000 say plants, and then the genotypic data was available for about 2,000 plants, and then they used a breeding population of 1,000 plants, and then they identified the superior lines, and the breeding efficiency or selection efficiency was almost up to 0.6% or 60%. So that indicates the possibility of applying genomic selection for even tree species. So these are some of the cases where genomic selection has been, say, attempted or successfully used. And the problem in case of tree species, especially for the use of genomic selection, is the high heterozygosity, limited reference genomes, and the availability of training populations, because it requires a large training population so that the model can be fitted, and using that model you can go for selection. Of course, we can in future we can make use of the machine learning algorithms, and we can come out with better models for selections. And genome editing, as I told you, it has been very successful, and I'll give one example. See, there is a gene in poplar called cophyl cycamate esterase, CSC, which is involved in lignin biosynthesis. You know, lignin is a major problem when it comes to biofuel, all those things, and it was used to improve lignocellulosic biomass crops for sustainable biofuel production. And this CSC gene, in fact, poplar has got 2 copies of the same gene, CSC gene, and both these genes were knocked out. And what happened because of that knockdown is there was a reduction in lignin content by about 30%. And that reduction actually led to about 25% higher sacrification efficiency, which was very good, especially for biofuel production. And these are the different mutations which have been produced using gene editing. They are specific in that gene, and that led to the reduction in the lignin content. And these are the different possibilities in gene editing also. Now gene editing is, I would say, it is an old technology now, because we have got base editing and also prime editing. They are the very specific innovative techniques. And also, SDN1 and SDN2 have been deregulated in India. So if you produce the gene edited products, then it can reach the farmers as well. And this is the possibility of, a model in forestry species. First is the discovery part, where we can identify the genes and markers for various traits, and then we want to apply for that one using either marker-assisted breeding or genomic selection. And what are the challenges? Challenges is, one is long generation. Of course, you have to compete with that one, or we have to suit our breeding material or breeding method to suit these things, and also better delivery methods, because some of the gene delivery methods would not work for forest species. So I have to get a better method. And in conclusion, the climate change presents significant challenge to global forest, necessitating a deeper understanding of biological mechanisms and adaptive strategies to bolster ecosystem resilience. It mainly deals with identification of genes and alleles for various traits. And once you identify genes and markers, then we can use those resources for building better varieties for forest adaptation, though it is a long-term approach. And genetic, phenotypic and biochemical adaptation mechanisms can be understood very clearly by these methods, and also precise selection can be practiced to breed for superior forest species, and genomic selections are another way of breeding method for genomics, improving the forest species. Thank you.
Any quick questions from audience? One or two?
What about the ethical concern?
Ethical. Okay. See, that is the larger question which is being circulated or discussed nowadays. Compared to, say, genetically modified plants, transgenics, GMOs, okay, where we are, putting an external gene or foreign gene into an organism. But here we are not doing that one. We are not putting any extra gene or transgene into the plant. What we are doing is, whatever gene is there in the plant, only a small part of that gene is modified in the way we want. So therefore it is considered as ethical.
Regarding if anything,
because the similar thing happens in nature, spontaneous mutations, that regularly happens in the nature.
If you, for example, if we want improvement in some character, we should do a trade-off in other character also, like especially with respect to if you are taking a race for a drought or forest stress related trait, but we need to concentrate again nutrient value may be a trade-off things. What your opinion on that?
Correct. Your question is right, but it's not the case. See, we don't develop just one plant. We develop thousands of plants, and what we finally select is the plant where we have the desired phenotype and rest of the traits are unchanged. So final selection is done because we have thousands of plants for selection, and finally the best plant is selected without altering any other trait apart from the trait of interest. Yeah. See, in UAS Dharwad, our university people are working on chili as well as cotton. People are working.
Okay, sir. Sir, whether you are doing any outsource, like outside students?
Yeah, outsourcing can also be done, but even a simple lab can also work on that one.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, only thing is you need a good regeneration system or transformation efficiency in the crop.
Ramesh, one question from my side.
Yeah.
Ramesh here. What exactly you mean editing of genes, and how do you know that what we have edited will appear in the phenotype or genotype?
Yeah, very good question. See, actually we target a gene. Okay, as I told you in case of poplar, CSC1 gene. So we make some templates, and those templates are very specific for that gene. Say, imagine DNA is made of ATGC, 4 bases. And in a place, if there is A, and if you replace that A with T, and if you are going to get a susceptible plant into resistant plant, then what we do is we replace that A with T. Only specific change, a single base is changed. And how do we know that one? We will evaluate the plant by applying disease pressure, and if the plant shows disease resistance, it is selected. And genetically, whether that mutation has happened or not, you take that gene, go for sequencing and see whether it is A or T. So sequencing is very easy now. And also there is no need to sequence the entire gene. Okay, even a portion of the gene can be sequenced, and it takes not more than 1 day. So therefore you can make sure that A is changed to T or not. So both phenotypically as well as genotypically it can be seen.
Do you come across any situations where while doing this editing we have the deformations rather than what we are
that was his question. That was his question. See the popular case where I presented, the lignin content has come down, okay, by about 30%. But they have studied the other morphological traits and they confirmed that the morphological changes have not taken place for rest of the traits. So we don't develop just one plant. We develop many plants, okay, just to make better selections. That's always done. Five speakers for delivering the recent topics, especially in the subject of tech and innovations. And these tech and innovations are very important for breeding especially the superior varieties in tree species in order to combat the climate change. And I would thank all the speakers, and also I would thank my co-chairman Dr. A.G. Koppus sir, and also all the speakers and the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank Dr. Ramesh Bhatt, Professor, GPB, UAS Dharwad for successful completion of this session. I would also like to thank Co-Chairman Dr. A.G. Koppad, Professor, College of Forestry, Sirsi for the completion of this session. I request Sri Vasant Reddy, IFS, Conservator of Forest, Canara Circle to present a memento for Chairman and Co-Chairman. I also thank the rapporteurs of this session, Dr. Yashaswini Sharma and Dr. Akhil Raj TM. And I also thank all the presenters of this session. Now let us start the next technical session, that is on policy framework and governance mechanism. I request Shri Govardhan Singh, IFS, DCF, Karnataka Biodiversity Board to chair this session. The co-chairmen of this sessions are Dr. Mahesh, Director, EMPRI, and Dr. Javregowda, Professor, College of Forestry, Sirsi. The rapporteurs of this session are Dr. Ramesh Rathod and Dr. Akshay Madiwal. The presenters of this session are Shri Govardhan Singh, IFS, DCF, Karnataka Biodiversity Board, Bangalore. Dr. Mahesh, IFS, Director, Environmental Management and Policy Research Institute. And the oral presenter of this session are presentation by the RKVY Krishi Agri Incubators. Thank you.
Shall we start now? Good evening. After I think it's a third session. Most of them are tired, but in this session we talk about policies. Little bit boring, but important. Time is limited, so next. So I will briefly introduce about the Biodiversity Act, its importance. Recent amendments have happened, reason for that amendments, and the Act approach towards conservation, biodiversity. See, India is one of the big biodiversity landscape, hosting almost 8% of the identified species. Conservation of biodiversity is not only important for the ecosystem balance, but also for our livelihood, our food security, our traditional systems. For all those things it is required. And we are also signatory to the convention. In the convention for biodiversity, convention of biodiversity happened at Rio de Janeiro in 1992. For that we are all signatories. In response to that, Biodiversity Act was enacted in 2002 and guidelines were issued in 2004. And see, from then a lot of changes have happened. The change in socio-economic conditions, then gaps in the Act, then to encourage the bioresource using industries, and our commitments in various international agreement necessitated to amend this Act. So, lot of amendments have happened. The major amendment is in 2023, came into effect from April 24. In 2024, guidelines have been drafted, and in 2025, rules have been drafted in 24, and guidelines have drafted in 2025 with a recent amendment. The main objective of our Biodiversity Act is to conserve the biodiversity, sustainable use of the biodiversity, bioresources, and fair and equitable sharing of profit from the bioresources to the beneficiaries. This is the mantra, this is a principle. On this principle, whole Act has been designed. This Act is implemented at 3 levels. At the national level, National Biodiversity Authority is established with a committee member of 20, where around 16 from the different departments and 4 from the non-official members. The main function of the National Biodiversity Authority is it regulates the access of bioresources to the various stakeholders. It guides central government regarding conservation of biodiversity, sustainable use, and equitable sharing, and it also formulate guidelines in sharing of this bioresources profit and it also guide to the state governments in execution of this act, drafting management plan. In ಕೆಳಗೆ ಬನ್ನಿ, ಮೇಲೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕೆಳಗೆ ಬನ್ನಿ. You are going down, come up, ಮೇಲೆ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಬನ್ನಿ ಇನ್ನು ಬನ್ನಿ, ಇನ್ನು ಬನ್ನಿ. ಅಲ್ಲೇ. So at the this is at the national level. At the state level, state biodiversity board is there, which will also guide to the state government regarding conservation of the biodiversity, sustainable use and benefit sharing, and regulate the access of bioresources to the Indian entities, direct and supervise the biodiversity committees at the local level. Coming to the ground level, at the local level, biodiversity, next one, the state level, at the local level, biodiversity management committees have been formed. So these all local bodies, Gram Panchayat, Patan Panchayat, Jilla Panchayat, all local bodies, even BBMP, have this biodiversity management committees. They will help in conserving the biodiversity, documentation of the traditional knowledge. They have power to levy the fees on collection of bioresources, preparation of the PBR, it's a public document, people diversity registers, and they can issue the cultivated medicinal plant certificate. This is a basic structure of the existing act. Now with recent amendment in 23, important changes have been done, like see, in the definition foreign entity, see, while executing the act, National Biodiversity Authority will supervise, give grant to the foreign entities, any foreign entity or foreign company. Then whoever want to register their research finding as a patent, they should take permission from the National Biodiversity Authority. Any foreign entity want to do research using Indian bioresources, they have to get permission from the National Biodiversity Authority. Any Indian entity or a company transfer the knowledge to foreign entity, then that time they need to take permission from National Biodiversity Authority. Only Indian entities who want to use bioresources for commercial utilization, they have to approach State Biodiversity Authority. So for Indian, they should come to the State Biodiversity Authority. The foreigners, they should go to National Biodiversity Authority. In the recent amendment, what they have done, now they have, for Indian entity to do research, they need not to take any permission from the National Biodiversity Authority. Indian, to transfer their information, research findings to the other Indian, no permission is required. If Indian want to transfer their research findings to the foreign entity, then only they have to register, take permission. Indian, if they register, they can, before patenting, everybody should register with the National Biodiversity Authority. But if it is Indian, he just has to apply. Just they have to give information in the form. And for the foreigners, they have to get permission before applying for patent for Indian resources. Any research findings come from the Indian resources, they should first take permission, then only they should go for patenting. But in the case of Indian entity, they need not to, but after they can apply to the patent. After getting the patent, within 40 days, they should inform to the National Biodiversity Authority. These relaxations they have made in the amendment. Then, see, here in the definition, earlier, to say it's a foreign company, there even if company is registered outside and having foreigners as a partner, that was called foreign entity earlier. With this amendment, even if the foreigner is there, his investment is there, if it is controlled by the Indian individuals or Indian company, then it is not considered as a foreign company. Only if the foreign entity or foreigner control the company, then it is called a foreign company. So this will help to do business easy. A lot of foreign investment can come to this, and it will encourage the local companies. So this is a relaxation they have done it. And with the amendment, what they have done it, earlier there was no timeline. This time, in this amendment, they have made timeline in the guideline. Like when an Indian company apply for the access to the bioresources, then within 15 days, the state biodiversity board has to dispose it. If it is not disposed without reason, it is deemed to be sanctioned for the 1 year. Once if it is disposed, they have to, the permission is granted in the form of agreement. If in the agreement, there is a clause like after utilization, the next year, they have to pay the ABS amount. For the ABS, guidelines are there. It's detailedly discussed in the Act. Another major important change is earlier, any person who is using bioresources, he has to pay ABS amount, access benefit amount on the basis of the purchase of the material, raw bioresource, or on the sale of the ex-factory sale of the product. Here now, in the amendment what they have made, a lot of relaxation has been given. Here, the entities, just a minute, it's very, very important. I will take 2 minutes. Any company whose turnover is less than 5 crores, now they need not to give ABS amount. Any persons, any entity having a turnover from 5 crores to 50 crores, they have to give 0.2% of their total ex-factory sale amount. If the turnover is 50 to 250 crores, then they have to give 0.4%, 4% of their turnover value, ex-factory sale of that product. And if it is more than 250 crores turnover, then that is 0.6%. This gives lot of relaxation to the young entrepreneurs, startups, and small players. Besides this, if the bioresource is high economic value or conservation value, or it is, if it is endangered, now high economic value, red sandal is there, sandalwood, agar wood. For these resources, they have to pay 5% of this purchase value. And it should be upfront, in the sense, in other cases, they have to give next year. After utilization, they have to pay. Here, they have to pay at the time of purchase itself. See, other changes in our act is like all PBRs, people bioresources, they are now digital. E-PBRs, we are preparing E-PBR. Everything we will digitalizing. So this will help. Maybe after some times, anybody can view. There are about 2,75,000, 2.75 lakh BMCs are there. Each BMC will have PBRs, and in that PBR, lot of information will be there. Resource will be documented, and even traditional knowledge anybody can access. So it's a lot of information. And now another major change is, earlier the offences, to these offences, imprisonment was there. Now with the amendment, they have removed the imprisonment, but they have increased the fine value. Earlier it was 10 lakh rupees, now it is up to 1 crore rupees plus damage value. To ease this dispute resolution, earlier this time they have appointed adjudicating officers in the act and enforcing officers. Adjudicating officer will be the rank of secretary in the state. So the first level of dispute resolution will be with him, and he can pass orders. The next appellate will be the national NGT only. And otherwise also the cases can be registered against cases can be booked. We can give complaint to the magistrate. There also we can proceed, but this will ease the dispute resolution. It's another major amendment in the act. Still, a lot of things are there in that act, and covering in 15 minutes, very, very difficult. By this I am I'm ending this brief note on Biodiversity Act. If you have any doubt, you can ask to me.
Research findings. So I want to collaborate with a foreign author for a publication. So do I need to get a permission from Biodiversity?
No. You are collaborating with them, and you will get something out of that, no?
Actually, suppose I work on a Western Ghats landscape, the field data. So I got some research findings. So from that finding, I want to make a publication. For that, I need to collaborate with a foreign author. So do I need to get a permission from Biodiversity Board?
See, you are using bioresources of Indian bioresources, and here you are collaborating with the foreigner. Then you have to take permission from National Biodiversity Authority, because you will get some result out of that, and that should be our property.
Yes, sir.
That is why now, if you collaborate with them, you have to take permission.
One more thing, detailed information, can we get it in open access, in the sense in the
it is there in our website.
Website.
Yeah, everything is there.
Okay.
Everything is there.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir, I have one question. How this Karnataka Biodiversity Board differ from the NBA in working mechanism?
No, that's what I said. No, it operates in two different levels. Like NBA at the national level, it deals with the foreigners who do business here. If suppose a foreigner come here, he uses Indian bioresources for commercial utilization, make a profit, then he should, for that to do business, he has to take permission from the National Biodiversity.
Like whatever the policy made by the NBA, you should follow it. State government should follow it, or Karnataka Biodiversity will follow that rules?
No, it's defined in the Act, but the National Biodiversity Authority will issue guidelines and instructions, directions towards in the
that should be strictly implemented by the Karnataka Biodiversity.
That's all. For any Indian entity, they should approach State Biodiversity Board.
Sir, if there is a publication published by an Indian on some knowledge of bioresource and a foreigner uses it because it is in open place and they are using it for whatever their product development, where do your role come to curb them from doing that?
Okay. See here, if you want to use, you have to use Indian bioresource. If he use Indian bioresource, he has to, without permission he can't do it.
Because he will say it's published, so I am using it. It's in the open place, I need. See, when I find something, I share it with the foreigner, there is a permission required. I publish, I don't know who uses it. And he uses that knowledge or the resource to develop some concept, some medicine, some patent. There, I mean, he makes a small change and say, I have done that. So where do your role as a biodiversity board come to stop these things from happening?
See, there is a provision. See, because of shortage of time, I did not tell. In the new act, there is a provision. It said, see, National Biodiversity Authority on behalf of central government, if somebody getting patent in other country, the National Biodiversity Authority will oppose that. They will take all measures to stop that, saying that these are all informations or research results are on the Indian bioresources, and hence that should not be given to them. So those things, see, that there is a provision, and this people's derivative PBR is there. No, in that also everything will be get documented. So that will also become evident to say that these informations are Indian. There is another provision. Earlier, no, see, foreigner coming here using Indian resources, he need to take permission. Sometimes what happens, Indian will use foreign resources in India. Earlier in older act, no restrictions were not there. Now, even if Indian want to use foreign resource, he has to take permission. That too, permission CBD clarity cell is there. From there they have to take permission.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir, for your nice presentation. If there is no question, now I request invited Mahesh T, Director, Environmental Management and Policy, Research Institute, MPRI.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಎಸ್ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಗುಡ್ ಈವ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಆಲ್. On behalf of Environmental Management Policy Research Institute, I am making a presentation regarding the implementation of Karnataka State Action Plan for Climate Change. Next slide, please. You know, the institute is under the Department of Environment, Government of Karnataka, established in 2002, and it is a nodal agency for climate change, and also recognized by the Department of Science and Technology as the Karnataka State Strategic Knowledge Center for Climate Change. Next slide, please. So, next. No. Yeah, next one. Next. Yeah. So the window for taking action is rapidly closing. We all know that after Industrial Revolution, that is 1750 onwards, a lot of research extensively done by the institutions, academicians, and finally in the year 1972, Human Convention was held in Stockholm, wherein leaders discussed about the deteriorating environmental condition, and climate change is one such issue deliberated during that conference. So then onwards, we have a 1987, Brundtland report, which talks about the sustainable development, and then in the year 1992, we have, this convention on biological diversity as well as convention on the climate change. Next slide, please. So, Kyoto Protocol in 1997 and its implementation through clean development mechanism, all these phases we have gone through, and then finally, one legal, binding was there with regard to reduction of emissions, that is in the year 2015, that is Paris Agreement. And accordingly, our country has updated the, nationally determined contributions in the year 2022, and prominent one among them was reduction in emission intensity by 45% from 2005 level by 2030, and increase in non-fuel energy, pushing renewable energy is another important, the NDCs, that is 50% of the cumulative, demand to be non-fuel based. The third one is the carbon sink, to increase the carbon sink to address additional carbon sink of 2.5 to 3 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent through additional forest cover by 2030. Next slide, please. So, at the international level, at the national level, and at the sub-national level, what is happening? This slide depicts. In fact, as I mentioned, after United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in the year 1992, in fact, the technical body was constituted. The assessment reports were based on the IPCC, that is the Intergovernmental Panel on the Climate Change, and as we know, based on the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change recommendations, a lot of actions are being percolated to the national and also to the sub-national levels. So we are in 2024. In fact, as we all know, after Kyoto Protocol in 1997, clean development mechanism was, implemented in our country also through foreign entities, and we have a National Action Plan for Climate Change, which has got 8 missions. Actually, we talked about these missions in the last, 1.5 day. In fact, water, the solar, then energy efficiency, then our agriculture mission on our greening India. All these things are included in this, the NAPCC. And then Paris Agreement in 2015, and then updated national determined contributions in 2022. Accordingly, the Environmental Management Policy Research Institute prepared the Karnataka State Action Plan for Climate Change in the year 2015. That was version 1. Because of the Paris Agreement, the Union government has asked the state to, revise the the state action plan considering the aspects determined under NDCs. Accordingly, the report was prepared and then submitted to Government of India in the year 2024. In fact, February 2024, Union government has approved the Karnataka State Action Plan for Climate Change. And that is being implemented now, and we have a roadmap till 2070 that is to reach the goal of net zero. Next slide, please. Next. Yeah, this is what I already mentioned about version 1, and then next, which addresses all the important significant sectors like energy, agriculture, water resources and all. And then the revision was made with regard to significant role in contributing India's initiative to achieve NDCs under the Paris Agreement. and then strategic document developed to address climate change impacts and integrate climate resilience to state development planning, and then focus on mitigation and adaptation. In the version 2, in fact, adaptation and mitigation has been given importance as per the framework suggested by Union government. Next one. Yeah, these are all some of the priority adaptation actions, actually water demand management and then micro irrigation, strengthening of advisories for animal husbandry, housing management, nutrition modification, genetics and breeding, health management, and then agroforestry for resilience building in rural communities and farmers, and then linking of protected areas and corridors, then primary level health measures to stop spread of mosquitoes and prevent spread of diseases. These are all few priority actions I included in this presentation. And coming to the mitigation, installation of additional 5 gigawatt of wind and 13.8 gigawatt of solar power projects, boost of energy efficiency programs in demand sectors like agriculture, especially the pump sets actually, industries, buildings, at least 1/3 of all irrigation pumps ought to be solar pumped, and then at least 75% of residential lighting points are LED based, mandatory energy conservation building code to be adopted in commercial buildings, and then fast augmentation of EV, electric vehicle charging infrastructure, addition of carbon sinks in wastelands and fallow lands. Next one. Yeah, these are all the important priority actions proposed by the various departments actually, which includes power, transport, industry. Next one. And we have a structured, the monitoring and evaluation committee at the, apex level, state level steering committee headed by Chief Secretary of Government of Karnataka. And our Chief Secretary, actually, we have a committees, chaired by the HODs of the departments, which primarily monitors, evaluates and reviews the implementation of the Karnataka State Action Plan. Another committee is there which oversees the corrective measures required for improving the action plan actually. And after approval by the Union government in 2022 February, Karnataka State Action Plan policy briefs have been prepared for major sectors, 10 major sectors, which mainly covers the profile of the previous one. Yeah, each policy brief for each sector like agriculture, then the forest, and then the urban development, waste management. Likewise, we have a policy brief prepared for major sectors, which each, the sector has this kind of structure. That is introduction, state profile, climate profile, impact of climate change on the particular sector, and then agriculture vulnerability to climate change, adaptation strategies, current policy directions and climate change mitigation strategies, and climate action and budget. These are all the issues covered in each policy brief. Next one. Yeah, after preparing the policy briefs, we communicated to the departments to come out with the key performance indicators which align with the state action plan actually. So this is the format communicated. Every department, next one please. Yeah, yes. So these are all the 12 departments, communicated the key performance indicators which have got the programs to monitor to address both mitigation and adaptation till 2030. And in fact, and each department key performance indicators are mentioned against each serial number. We have about 75 key performance indicators. And one example, just I will take agriculture. These are all the KPIs indicated by the respective department actually. So next one please. Yeah, previous one. Yes, previous one. Agriculture. Yes. So in agriculture actually, yeah, they have set the baseline and they have set the target for 5 years, and then which are all the coordinating departments, and then what are the strategies, and year on year targets are mentioned horizontally for each of the target actually. Yes, these are all the KPIs for the horticulture department. Similarly for all the departments, we have taken the key performance indicators and please stop at forest. Yeah. Increase in forest department, active village forest communities. Core programs. We have completed agriculture sector. We have completed forestry sector in this, Havamana Mitra program. And then we have already completed about 23 training programs at the district level. So we have to enlighten the district level officers about the KPS of the respective departments and how they have to take steps for implementation at the grassroots level that we need to address. So in this regard, actually, we have prepared a training module and we have completed training programs at about 24 districts. In fact, we have plans to complete all the 31 districts by second week of June actually. So after that, we want to take up the dialogue with the respective department heads, calling all the officers of the department, key officers of the department, and only talk about the respective department and the monitoring and evaluation and their effectiveness with respect to its implementation. So, because of the paucity of time, I will not touch much on this green index portal. It is a public spending program evaluation portal developed by the institute, mainly to evaluate the effectiveness, how green the public spending programs are. So this is being taken up with the government departments, and all the budgeted schemes are going to be evaluated through green index portal actually, whether to understand whether is there any green component required in the programs and schemes of the government, or the existing one is enough, is it enough to address the climate change and pollution control related issues or not. So yeah, next. Yeah, at the end I thank the Forest Department, Sirsi Circle, and the opportunity to come over here and share some of our the programs and thoughts about the climate change actions initiated by both the union government as well as by the state government. Thank you one and all. Mainly targeting all the stakeholders.
That is through radio.
Yeah, radio program.
So what about your?
Yes, I also appeal to you, if you have any knowledge on this issue, if you would like to share through this radio program, please give your name so that we will include during the next schedule actually.
I don't know. My question is, you are giving any training to the farmer on climate change?
Training as such, we are not giving.
You are giving to only officers?
Yes. No, when we conduct program at the district level, even other stakeholders also participate, like institutions, they come, academic institutions.
Not the farmers?
Huh?
Not the farmers?
Not the farmers.
So you are not...
we want to take it up to the, panchayat level. But at the state level, we have done it. Policy dialogue, we have completed. At district level, we are conducting program for the district level officers, because primarily the district level programs targeting the KPIs of the respective departments, because they have already come out with the KPIs for another 5 years. Okay, key performance indicators for 5 years, and we would like to inform the district level officers what are the KPIs of the respective department and how do they prepare for implementing the KPIs in the district level or at the taluk level. Next level, as I mentioned, we would like to engage dialogue with the respective departments alone, like forest department. We will call important officers of the forest department at the headquarters, and then we will mention only about the forestry related action plans, forestry related KPIs, and how they are going to be aligned to the climate actions and what measures are to be taken to further make it more effective.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank
There
you.
is no question.
Yes.
Thank you, sir, for your nice presentation.
Thank you very much.
Today I am here to deal with one of the important scheme of the government, that is RKVY Innovation and Agri-entrepreneurship.
Madam, your
program.
time is 5+1.
This is an important scheme of Government of India which is operated by Rashtriya Krishi Vikasa Yojana. The name of this scheme is Innovation and Agri-entrepreneurship program. This is operating at University of Agriculture Sciences, Dharwad, and this scheme is operating at 29 state agriculture universities including ICR Institute, and this scheme is implemented in the year 2018 and 19. The main objective of this scheme is to promote startups by providing financial and technical support to the startups in agriculture and allied sector. You may be knowing the difference between the startup and the basic business, the traditional one which we are doing. The main difference lies with respect to the innovation, where startups deals with the innovation and they are going to solve the particular problem of the farmer. So the growth rate of these startups, those are into the startup, their growth will be growing in an exponential rate, whereas in case of business, those who are into the business, they are doing the normal business. Their main motto is of profit making, so that because of that they are growing at the linear growth. This agribusiness incubator is one of the incubator which is supporting the startup from idea stage to the scale up stage. These are the three main components of the Krishik Agribusiness Incubator which is operating this scheme. It is having three components. One is student category component. In this scheme, we are giving up to 4 lakhs grants for the students who came with an idea to start with an innovative business idea. It must be related to agriculture and allied sector. For them, under this scheme, we are giving 4 lakhs of grants. Whereas in case of pre-seed category, those individual other than student who come with the innovative idea, innovative business idea, for them 5 lakhs of grants will be given. And under seed stage category, the startups who want to have scale up their business with an innovative idea, for them 25 lakhs of grants will be given. And these are the focus areas your idea should be related. If you have an innovative business idea related to agriculture supply chain, agriculture biotechnology, post-harvest, waste to wealth, animal husbandry, agroforestry, organic farming, any of the agriculture and allied sector, if you come with innovative ideas, then you can get a benefit out of this scheme. This is the procedure that what we follow for the selection of the ideas. Whenever we will be inviting the application, twice a year we will be open our application call form, and you should apply. There are some set of members. One is RIC committee and SIC committee. You should present these committees are having a different set of members. You should present in front of them, and based on their innovative idea, whether it is able to solve a particular problem of the farmer, and based on the social impact that your business idea going to create. Based on these criteria, your idea will be evaluated, and the grant will be recommended by the Government of India. This is the impact that Krishik has created so far. Till now we have completed 10 batches, and we are able to train more than 280 startups, and the grant has been availed by 113 startups. So far we have dispersed 8.04 crores for the startups. And this is the other impact created by the startups. The total, all the 111 startups are going to generate 12.3 lakh crores, and they are able to employ 957 members, and about 11 patents are created from these startups. And I will tell you some of the use cases where student category startups who have benefited under this scheme. This is one of the innovation that a student has developed mainly for the grape plantation. He has came with the idea of pruning. In case of this is the usual practice that the farmers are practicing in the grape plantation, where they go for the pruning followed by the application of fungicide. And this student came with the idea of cicature development, where this is connected with the pipe so that he is able to prune the plant followed by the application of fungicide. So because of this innovation, the labor and the cost of production also reduced. Next, this is the use case where the sugarcane trash which is burned by the farmers, instead of that the students came with an idea of conversion of this sugarcane trash into the paper bags. Next, last. And this is one of the case study. Other than student, he came with sugarcane juice bottles, where the process of extraction he has patented. This sugarcane juice can be stored under the open environment up to 6 months without deterioration of its quality and its taste. And this is one of the X-ray based screening system developed by one of the startup, Hubli based startup. It is able to detect the fruit flies and so that the lot rejections can be eliminated. And this is one of the fertilizer application machine that he has developed by one of the startup, Belgaum based startup. And this is one of the app developed by the Sangli based startup. These are some of the case studies, means use cases who has taken benefit out of this scheme. And the concern here is that we open our call for application for the 12th batch. So please circulate this information among the stakeholders, individuals with whom you are working, so that everyone will get the benefit out of this. Okay, thank you.
The topic is open for question. Madam, before you are starting, you should introduce yourself to the participant so that they will know your address.
Myself Lakshmi, working as a marketing manager under Krishik Agribusiness Incubator, UAS Dharwad.
Any question? So what is the maximum fund you are giving? From
25 lakhs.
25 lakhs?
Yes.
Minimum?
5 lakhs.
5 lakhs. But you are given 3 lakhs also.
3 lakhs, that is for the student category, sir.
No,
we are giving
up
up
to
to 4
farmers
lakhs.
also. You are given 3 lakhs. I am the mentor on jammer bees.
No, sir, that is for idea to POC or minimum viable product, we are giving up to 5 lakhs. And for scaling up, we are giving up to 25 lakhs. Based on the idea, if it is, for example, if it is related to development of the app, for that we need not spend that much of money of 25 lakhs. If they apply for 25 lakhs, based on their idea, we will reduce up to, means up to it is 25, but minimum we can give based on their idea, sir.
Duration?
Duration 1 year, sir.
Even for 25 lakhs also?
Yes, sir.
Any question? If there is no question, I thank Lakshmi for her nice presentation on archive agribusiness. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for presentation done by Dr. Mahesh sir, and another is her name Krishik Agri Incubator. Thank you very much.
To make a proceeding and submit before the
Govardhan Singh, IFS, DCF, Karnataka Biodiversity Board for successful conduction of this technical session. And I also thank the co-chairman, Dr. Mahesh, Director, MPRI, and Dr. Javregowda, Professor, College of Forestry, Sirsi, for the successful completion of technical session on policy framework and governance mechanism. I would like to call upon SS Inamati, Professor and Head of Silviculture and Agroforestry, to present memento for the Chairman and Co-Chairman. I also thank rapporteurs of this session, Dr. Ramesh Rathod and Dr. Akshay Madiwal. And I also thank all the presenters of this session. I request all the delegates and students to be present for validatory session.
Circle, Professor R. Vasudeva, Dean Forestry, College of Forestry, Sirsi, Dr. Ajaya, IFS, Deputy Conservator of Forest, Sirsi Division, to take your seats on the dais. We protect forests, we safeguard the every systems that sustain our planet's health, prosperity and resilience. Wishing you a pleasant and peaceful evening to the esteemed dignitaries, respected guests, organizers and all the participants. A very warm welcome to the Validictory session, National Symposium on Building Climate Resilient Forestry for Ecosystem Restoration, Sustainable Utilization and Community Prosperity. To formally begin this auspicious occasion, I now invite Ms. Nayana to present the invocation song.
ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾಯಕ ದೇವ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಯಕ ಪಾಶಾಂಕುಶಧರ ಮೂಷಿಕ ವಾಹನ ಸರ್ವಾಲಂಕೃತನೇ ಗಜಾನನ ಪಾಶಾಂಕುಶಧರ ಮೂಷಿಕ ವಾಹನ ಸರ್ವಾಲಂಕೃತನೇ ಗಜಾನನ ಆದಿ ಪೂಜಿತ ನೀನು ವೇದ ವಂದಿತ ನೀನು ಆದಿ ಪೂಜಿತ ನೀನು ವೇದ ವಂದಿತ ನೀನು ಮೋದಕ ಪ್ರಿಯ ನೀನು ಗಣಾಧಿಪ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ಗಿರಿಜಾಸುತನಿಗೆ ಗರಿಕೆಯ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುವೆ ಪರಿಹರಿಸು ಪಾಪ ಗಣಾಧಿಪ ಗಿರಿಜಾಸುತನಿಗೆ ಗರಿಕೆಯ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುವೆ ಪರಿಹರಿಸು ಪಾಪ ಗಣಾಧಿಪ ರಕ್ತವರ್ಣನು ನೀನು ಲಂಬೋದರ ನೀನು ರಕ್ತವರ್ಣನು ನೀನು ಲಂಬೋದರ ನೀನು ರಕ್ಷಿಸಿ ಕಾಪಾಡು ಗಣನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾಯಕ ದೇವ ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾಯಕ ದೇವ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ.
A heartfelt thank you, Ms. Nayana, for the soulful invocation. I now invite Dr. Ajaya IFS, Deputy Conservator of Forest, Sirsi Division, to welcome the guest and brief the report of the symposium.
A very good evening to all the dignitaries, delegates and all the participants. We are coming to the end of this 2-day long National Symposium. I am very happy to announce that all the participants participated with a high level of enthusiasm. All the sessions are highly interactive. In the last 2 days, nearly 134 participants from across the country, like College of Forestry, Sirsi, Pannampet, Thrissur, Gujarat University, Navsari, Raipur, TFRI, Jabalpur, Marine Biology Institute, Karwar, UAS Dharwad, Bangalore, Forest Department, total 134 delegates have participated. Total under 6 themes, under 6 different technical sessions. 45 oral presentations were made, 23 lead talks were made, 30 poster presentations were made, and 130 abstracts were published. One of the most important aspect of this symposium was signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between the Dandeli Anshi Tiger Conservation Foundation and College of Forestry. This will bring a lot of synergy between the College of Forestry and Forest Department in the research area. Now I will take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Vasant Reddy sir, who is a guiding force behind this symposium and also the president of this Validictory session. It is also my honor to welcome Dr. Kiresur, Director of Education, UAS Dharwad, to this Validictory session. And I also extend my warm welcome to Vasudeva sir, Dean Forestry College, Sirsi, to this Validictory session. Sir will be presenting the recommendations of this National Symposium. And also I welcome all the participants, delegates, professors, students to this Validictory session. Thank you.
Thank you for your cordial welcome to our guests and briefing about the symposium, and I would also welcome you to the Validictory session. Come forward and share his valuable recommendation on symposium.
Good evening everybody, a very warm welcome to the Validictory session. President of the Validictory function, Sri Vasant Reddy, CS Canara Circle. Chief guest, our beloved Director of Education, Dr. Kiresur, Deputy Conservator of Forest, Jaya sir, and all the distinguished dignitaries, distinguished the researchers, students. In the last 2 days, we had 6 sessions, which is quite a large number of topics were discussed. There was a suggestion from our Honorable Vice Chancellor in the very first session that we should make recommendations which are very, very specific and categorized into scientific recommendations, policy recommendations, and some kind of a general recommendations. So working out these recommendations is quite a tough job. I had to spend more than 2 hours to look at these recommendations, proceedings, and then made a draft recommendation of 4 recommendations under each category. The first scientific recommendation. The first recommendation is as follows: assessing translocation vulnerability, drought tolerance, and heat resilience among dominant and endemic species of Western Ghat trees, especially which are critically endangered. This is to undertake species-specific physiological studies, which is purely highly focused scientific recommendation. Second is to advance the forest microclimate monitoring. This is to establish long-term ecological plots to monitor microclimate variables such as soil moisture, light regime, and temperature. This should be done across varying elevations and forest types. These two recommendations have come from 4 different the talks that were given in the first session. The third recommendation under the scientific recommendation is to enhance research on native species to climate adaptation. This is to prioritize planting native climate resilient species in afforestation and agroforestry programs to ensure ecological compatibility and long-term sustainability. The fourth under the scientific recommendation is to develop region-specific agroforestry system. This is to promote site-specific agroforestry models, optimizing carbon sequestration, fruit yield, income potential with a focus on climate-sensitive zones. These are the four recommendations under the scientific arena. When it comes to the policy recommendation, the first is to adopt nature-based solution at scale. This is to embed, protect, manage and restore approach to forestry policies to align with the Bond Challenge and other international commitments. India is a signatory to Bond Challenge as well as other international commitments. So wherein we protect, manage and restore approach has been there in a nature-based solution scale. Second recommendation under policy is to ensure collaboration between forest departments, agricultural universities, climate research institutions and local governing bodies. This is to facilitate interagency and cross-sectoral coordination. The third one is to identify and legally secure ecological corridors to facilitate wildlife movement and climate adaptation across fragmented landscape. This is mandating restoration of fragmented corridors. This is one of the major policy recommendations. The fourth among the policies is that to promote certification and traceability of the forest produce. This is to encourage voluntary certification mechanisms in NTFP and in timber to support sustainable harvesting. These are the four recommendations. The general recommendation is to build local capacity through community awareness programs, conduct climate
education and awareness drive to empower forest-dependent communities and youth on conservation and climate adaptation. Second one is to support community-led restoration initiatives. This is to encourage grassroots restoration through village forest committees, women's group, youth collectives using native species and indigenous traditional knowledge. Third one is to facilitate farmer-led agroforestry models. That is to provide training and incentives to farmers to integrate climate resilient agroforestry in degraded lands, especially in marginal and tribal areas. And fourth and the last recommendation, that is a general category, is foster partnership and research extension linkages. That is to promote collaboration between academia, NGO, forest department and farmer producer organizations to scale the sustainable forest practices. I am 100% sure that this is not exhaustive. There may be omissions, especially with respect to the tech and innovative. We have just omitted one of the, we had to write one more scientific research with respect to the adaptation of genomic approaches for the development of climate resilient plant species. So if you have any recommendations to be added to this, you feel free to recommend through the email that is already been circulated in the post, in the banner and as well as in our brochure. And then once these are finalized, again this will be circulated for final approval. Thank you very much, sir.
We are truly grateful, sir, for sharing your insightful recommendation regarding the symposium. Now, we come to one of the most awaited part of this program, the prize distribution for the best poster presentation. It's my honor to invite Dr. Yashaswini Sharma, Assistant Professor, College of Forestry, Sirsi, to come forward and declare the names of the prize winners.
Very good evening to one and all. So, respected dignitaries and the delegates. So, I am here to announce the awards. So, there were about 23 posters from 5 themes, first of all, I congratulate all the participants who participated enthusiastically and for presenting your poster yesterday in the poster session. So, for theme 1, climate change and adaptation, second prize goes to Gauri B. Gowda, COF Sirsi. I request the dignitaries on the dais to join hands for presenting the award. Next prize, the first prize in the climate change adaptation theme goes to Ganesh BH, COF Panampet. Theme 2, ecosystem. Theme 2, ecosystem restoration and conservation. So, the second prize goes to Ms. Rashmi LS, COF Sirsi. Rashmi. Okay. So, the first prize goes to Dr. Jagdish BR, COF Sirsi. Dr. Jagdish BR, COF Sirsi. Okay. In theme 3, sustainable forest utilization and value chain. So the second prize goes to Mr. Jay Chandra TR, COF Sirsi. And the first prize goes to Mr. Siddhartha TN, COF Validictory, Kerala Agriculture University. Mr. Siddhartha TN, COF Validictory, Kerala Agriculture University. So in theme 4, community-based forest management and livelihood. So the second place for the poster presentation goes to 2 people. One is the Kavya Raj, COF Navsari, and Sahana S, COF Sirsi. Kavya Raj, she's under theme 5, technology and innovation. The second place in poster presentation goes to Chetan BL, COF Sirsi. And the first place goes to Dattappa, COF Sirsi. Dattappa. So thank you, sir. I thank all the delegates for distributing the awards, and I congratulate all the award winners, and thank you so much.
Congratulations to all the winners and participants, and thank you very much, ma'am, for graciously announcing the winners of poster presentation. I now invite our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. V.R. Kiresu, Director of Education, University of Agricultural Sciences, Dharwad, to kindly address the gathering.
Good evening, everybody.
dignitaries on the dais, Shri Vasant Reddy, IFS, Conservator of Forest, Canara Circle, Dr. Ajaya, Deputy Conservator of Forest, Sirsi Division, Sirsi, Dr. Vasudeva, Dean, College of Forestry, UAS Dharwad, esteemed scientists, my fellow colleagues, respected forest officers, community leaders, environmentalists, development partners, members of the media, if there are any, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. It gives me an immense pleasure to address this distinguished gathering at the National Symposium on Building Climate-Resilient Forestry for Ecosystem Restoration, Sustainable Utilization and Community Prosperity. Everything is included here under the sun. It's all inclusive sustainable development agenda. This symposium comes at a pivotal time, a time when the world is grappling with the escalating impacts of climate change, biodiversity loss and ecosystem degradation. In fact, I am an economist, agriculture economist, and we do understand that economics and environment will not go together. In economics, we teach, given the set of resources, we should try to maximize our returns, monetary returns. Whereas in ecology, environment or ecology, what are the principles here? The principles are to have sustainable development of even in terms of forestry, ecology or environment. Sustainable means what? What was available to our previous generation should be available to the present generation and should also be available to future generation. So development should not be at the cost of these privileges in terms of environment enjoyed by this present generation. So in that sense, I feel I am an odd man here, because an economist, we also always try to maximize our returns. We advocate farmers or consumers or traders or exporters to maximize their returns, monetary returns, given the set of resources. Even we might be aware, in terms of economy also, we boast ourselves that ours is the 5th largest economy in the world. Couple of days back, we have moved to 4th. Just a couple of days back, we have overtaken Japan, and we are the now 4th largest economy in the world. So this concept is based on your economic concepts, GDP, gross domestic product. So in terms of money and product we talk of. In any sector you see, even the other day we saw the IPL cricket match. Every batsman wants to hit a sixer every ball. Is it not? Maximization in the limited resources. Every bowler wants to have what? More of dot balls. Is it not? Contradictory. Interests are conflicting. Batsmen want to hit a sixer every ball, whereas bowler wants to have a dot ball. Dot balls have gained significance nowadays. Why? Every dot ball will lead to how many? Planting of, now I was told 500 trees. 18 trees per dot ball. I don't know, it is enhanced to 500 I was told. So nevertheless, even in this game, we do have the concept of restoration of our environment. And everyone wants to become rich, Who doesn't want to become rich in terms of monetary terms? We want to have more of oxygen on the one hand, same time we want to have more money as well, which again are contradictory. the attendance of this hall resembles exactly the growth of number of trees on the earth. First day it was full, now it is 33% of what was there yesterday. So that reminds me of the number of trees couple of decades back and present. Now, what is the urgency of having this topic? This topic is very nicely, thoughtfully chosen. Why this urgency of having this topic, to have a conference on this topic? As we are all aware, this IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, according to IPCC, the global temperatures have risen by 1.1 degree centigrade compared to the pre-industrial era, 1.1 degree, and which is expected to reach 1.5 degrees by 2030. Now, what are the consequences of this? The world loses 10 million hectares of forest each year. 10 million hectares of forest each year, which is equivalent roughly to size of the Iceland. And in the past 2 decades, we have lost 420 million hectares due to deforestation. And this forest degradation contributes nearly 11% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. Forest deforestation alone contributes to 11% of the global greenhouse gas emissions, which is more than number of cars, trucks, ships and planes combined in the world. So this is much beyond that. The impact of deforestation is much beyond the impact of having the number of cars, trucks, ships and aeroplanes. In our own country, we are witnessing shifting monsoon patterns. Must have seen the rainfall pattern, prolonged droughts, erratic rainfall, floods and wildfires, many of which are deeply linked to forest degradation and poor land use practices. Now, because of this, the topic is very apt of today's symposium. Now, what is the foundation of this resilience and prosperity? The forests are our natural climate buffers. Forests are the climate buffers. They regulate water cycles, stabilize soils, sequester carbon and harbor over 80% of the terrestrial biodiversity. This is very, very important. But beyond these ecological services, forests are an engine for economic growth and community well-being. So this is the other part of the benefit of forests. Now, in our country alone, forests directly support the livelihoods of about 275 million people. Forests alone support the livelihood of 275 million people, especially tribal and forest dwelling communities. And the forest sector, on the other hand, it contributes to nearly 1.7% to our GDP. 1.7% to our GDP. This doesn't include the unaccounted ecosystem services. These are the direct benefits, I am telling, which account for about 1.7% of the GDP. The non-timber forest products, such as medicinal plants, fruits, resins and honey, these generate about 6,000 crore rupees revenue every year. The non-timber forest products alone, they generate about 6,000 crore rupees, offering employment to millions of people. Now, what do you mean by this climate resilient forestry? What do you mean by climate resilient forestry? As I understand, it is the forestry that can withstand, adapt to, and recover from the stresses that and shocks induced by climate change. It's very important, worth noting again. What is this climate resilient forestry? It is the forestry that can withstand, adapt to, and recover from the stresses and shocks induced by climate change. And this includes restoring degraded landscapes using native and climate adapted species, promoting agroforestry and silvipasture systems to enhance productivity and buffer risks, and integrating scientific knowledge with traditional wisdom to build sustainable models. And fourth, digitizing forest monitoring. This has become very important of late. Digitizing forestry monitoring using artificial intelligence, drones, and satellite imagery for better governance. How do you monitor the coverage of forestry in terms of number of trees, different kinds of species of trees? How to monitor this? So time has come to digitize this forest monitoring system. And finally, strengthening legal and institutional frameworks to prevent deforestation and incentive conservation. So these all combined together form the climate resilient forestry. And this is not just an environmental agenda, it is an economic, development and moral imperative. What is our national commitment and progress in this context? I am very proud to share that our nation is among the few countries where forest cover has been increasing, though modestly. Forest cover has been increasing. Ours is one of the very few countries where this is happening. Now, according to the India State of Forest Report 2023, total forest and tree cover stands at 80.9 million hectares, which contributes to about 25% of the geographical area. To be precise, it is 24.6% of the total geographical area. And we have committed under our nationally determined contributions, NDCs, what we call, to create an additional carbon sink of 2.5 to 3 billion tons of CO2 equivalent through afforestation and reforestation by 2030. This is our own commitment. Nationally determined contributions, NDCs. How much we have committed? To sink about 2.5 to 3 billion tons of CO2 equivalent by 2030. It's not too far, another 5 years. And through flagship, how this will happen? Through flagship schemes such as Green India Mission, National Afforestation Program, and the Compensatory Afforestation Fund Management and Planning Authority, CAMPA. Through these schemes, we have committed that we would be achieving this target of sinking 2.5 to 3 billion tons of CO2 equivalent. The recently launched Amrut Vriksh Andolan aims to plant 75 crore trees over the next 5 years. 75 crore trees in honor of our 75 years of independence. In fact, I would like to mention here, even at UAS Dharwad, we have planted 75 species trees to commemorate our Amrut Mahotsav of College of Agriculture Dharwad. College of Agriculture Dharwad was born in the year 1947 when we got our independence. So to commemorate that, we have planted 75 species of various kinds of trees, and we call it Amrutavana, which is next only to our administrative building. However, these efforts must be scaled up and localized with the active involvement of communities, state governments, all the actors. It cannot be achieved single-handedly. Now, how to empower these communities? That is the heart of the forest. How to empower them? We must never forget that forests are not just empty spaces. They are not just materials. They are home to people, cultures and civilizations. It's not just a 10,000 hectares of forest means some area, space. It's not just a space or materials. It is home to people, cultures and civilizations. Now, true forest resilience can only be achieved by empowering the communities who depend on them. How to do that? I have some suggestions here. Strengthen joint forest management committees, JFMCs, and recognize community forest rights under the Forest Rights Act. This is the most important thing. And the second one is ensure equitable benefit sharing from forest produce and ecotourism. Benefit sharing among the government and the communities there who depend on these forests. And then third, provide access to finance, technology and markets for forest-based enterprises, especially women and tribal entrepreneurs. Provide access to finance, technology and markets. And let me be clear, community prosperity is not a byproduct of forest conservation. It is the driving force. It's not the byproduct. It is the driving force. Now, what is the way forward? What is the way forward? What we should do now? A call for action. I believe this symposium is not merely an academic exercise. It's not an academic exercise. I think it is a launch pad for collaborative action, collective action. Hence, I urge all stakeholders gathered here to work on these priorities. What are those? Among several, I have listed 5 here. The first one is develop a national framework for climate resilient forestry. It's nice that, it's very apt, this topic is chosen here, but we should concretize that and have a framework, national framework for climate resilient forestry, aligned with the Paris Agreement and our national biodiversity and developmental goals, SDGs. And the second is accelerate forest landscape restoration, FLR. What is that? In degraded and deforested lands, integrating watershed management and biodiversity conservation. This is the second important thing. And the third is promote nature-based livelihoods, from bamboo value chains to ecotourism and carbon credits. And fourth one is very important here, invest in forest research and capacity building, which applies not only to the forestry college, but also to our university. Invest more in forestry research and capacity building, including climate modeling, invasive species management, and gene banks of climate resilient species. Gene bank of climate resilient species. And the fifth one is establish climate resilient forest corridors, wildlife movement and genetic exchange across fragmented landscapes. So I have, among several things how we should proceed further, I have listed these 5. Now finally, conclusion, that is stewarding the future together. Ladies and gentlemen, the fate of our forests is tied to the fate of our planet. The fate of our forests is tied to the fate of our planet. Everybody agrees with me. And the resilience of our ecosystem, it is deeply intertwined with the resilience of our people. Hence, let us rise above these silos and sectors, waterside compartments. Let's do away with that. Let's bring the scientist, the tribal leader, the policy maker, and the young conservationist on the same platform, to the same table. Let's all work together. Let this symposium mark the beginning of a new era, one where forestry is no longer seen as a niche concern, but as a national priority, a community movement, and a beacon of hope in the fight against climate change. So, in this context, finally, I pledge my unwavering support to this cause. Let us plant the seeds today that will shade our children tomorrow. I repeat this. Let us plant these seeds today that will shade our children tomorrow. With this, I thank the organizers and especially Dr. Vasudev, Dean of this esteemed College of Forestry, Sirsi, for inviting me to be a part of this beautiful program. Very small gathering, but small is beautiful. So I thank him profusely and thank you all. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka and Jai Kisan. Thank you.
With a great respect and admiration, I now invite Sri Vasant Reddy, IFS, Conservator of Forest, Canara Circle, to kindly address the gathering and share the presidential remarks.
Good evening to all. Dr. V.R. Kiresur, the respected Director of Education, University of Agriculture Sciences, Dharwad. Dr. Vasudeva, my teacher and the Dean of College of Forestry, Sirsi. And Dr. Ajaya, the Deputy Conservator of Forest, Sirsi Division. And all the forest officers here, and all the scientists, academicians, delegates, experts, and the field officers of Forest Department, and all the participants who are sitting here. I think in the end, we were fortunate to listen to the economist talking about forestry. I think Sir started with the topic of the symposium and to the strategies and priorities of the symposium. In fact, you set the goal and also you gave us the priorities for the way forward for the, the Forestry College as well as the department and also all the participants. I was just looking at the organizations which attended the symposium, starting with the Forest Department, Forest Officers and PCCF, who is heading the climate change cell of the Karnataka state. He himself inaugurated the program and Sir gave us 9 different strategies, especially with respect to the Forest Department and also forestry sector to work on the climate change. And also 2 Vice Chancellors on the dais. Generally it is very rare to see. So 2 Vice Chancellors were there in the inauguration program, and many the participants from different universities, the scientific organizations, Ministry of Environment and Forest, Tropical Forest Research Institute, IWST, then Karnataka State Pollution Control Board, Environment Department, State Biodiversity Board, CRZ, Marine Institute, and again another most important agency with respect to the policy decisions on climate change is MPRI, and PG students, Marine Institute. Many organizations participated in the deliberations for last 2 days. And almost 134 participants, 6 sessions, 45 presentations. Almost 130 plus 131 posts, abstracts. There is a lot to learn from this symposium for last 2 days. Apart from the 30 posters, we also had an exclusive poster exhibition of Myristica swamps, especially because of the efforts of Dr. Ajay and his team. And very significant with respect to symposia is the collaboration of all these institutions and spearheaded by Forest Department as well as Forestry College. I think in the last 20-25 years, this is the first time we are seeing the department and college and university coming together and working on a topic which is most relevant of the day. And that is the reason why, with lot of efforts of last 2 years, both department and college and the university headed by Vice Chancellor, and also as per the directions of the additional PCCF, Shri Kumar Pushkar sir, who is also the nodal officer of Uttar Kannada district, to enter into an agreement, memorandum of understanding between Forestry College, University and the Dandeli and She Tiger Foundation. So through the foundation under the provisions of 38X of Wildlife Protection Act, the foundation has entered into an agreement with the college. Now I think this is the new beginning of the scientific collaborations, both at student level and also at the faculty level for the days to come, especially in the district of Uttar Kannada district and also the adjacent landscapes. Basically because the Uttar Kannada district as such has almost 30% of the state's forest area, and we know the biodiversity and the part of Western Ghats, all these things, and there is a lot of scope and also opportunities to work together, especially in the field of the scientific research to combat climate change. And another important thing which I would like to inform to especially the college as well as the university and also other institutions working in Karnataka, especially the research of MSc as well as PhD students. The authorization has been given to the circle heads to give permissions for the any type of research, especially at the student level in the college, in the forest areas. That is very, very important step taken by one of the alumni of this same campus, Shri Vijay Mohan Raj sir, when he was the additional PCC of research. Basically because for small research, it has to go to the research appraisal committee, it used to take a lot of time. So that is the reason why now it has been delegated to the circle heads, so that the research should go on, students should innovate and identifying the solutions for problems. And whatever recommendations at 3 levels which have been already enlisted, and also whatever recommendations the experts, delegates, scientists should give over the time, definitely they would be compiled and we would be submitted to the head office and also to the government for taking action on those the recommendations. That is very, very in the district of Uttar Kannada, because it's a forested district, 80% of the area under forest, majority of the population is dependent on forests for the directly or indirectly for their livelihood options. So to have a climate resilient plan for the district, development is unabated, it has to happen, but how to dovetail, and also all other departments and the agencies which are working for the people as well as the developmental aspects should come together and have a dovetailed climate resilient development plan for the district. That is very, very important. We have the plan for the national level, we have plan for state level, but generation can have the sustainable life in the days to come. And I was asking Dr. Ajaya one question while sitting here, how did you feel about the symposia? He said, sir, now I can do another symposium, sir. Now I understood the collaborations, the institutions who are working for the forestry as well as climate change, and the logistics, accommodations, all those things, if I understand now, he says, I mean to say as a department we can handle it. Definitely, I think this is the beginning, for the Forest Department of Uttar Kannada district. I think at least one national level conference or symposium per year on different topics, especially the issues which are very much related to the forest as well as the people should be organized and deliberated, so that gives that sets agenda for the functioning of the department. And I must admire and admit that the Director of Education, in fact, he almost like as a teacher, he taught us the way forward with respect to the finding nature-based solutions, the economics-based solutions for the whole problem of climate change. In fact, you actually defined the climate resilient forests, sir. So the forests which actually withstand, adapt and recover from the stresses or shocks of induced from climate change. Actually, we are listening to a lot of deliberations since yesterday, and again everybody was in their own field, they were experts, but actually you defined the term of a climate resilient forestry, which actually I have noted down clearly. And also the most important thing, I am listening over the 2 days is the community prosperity, which actually, I mean to say, takes forward the whole process of mitigation of climate change. And in fact, as a department, Forest Department, it is also our endeavor that the empowerment of communities at village level, that actually understands and finds the local level solutions for the global problem of climate change. And climate change, the effect and impact is not local. It may happen anywhere, and its impacts may be anywhere. And I think present generation is witnessing the whole process of climate change. Again, I'll come back to the quote yesterday what I made in my presidential remarks during inauguration. We are the first generation to feel the impact of climate change, and we are the only generation which can actually fix it. So we cannot leave it to the next generation, basically because we will definitely be affected if we don't fix it. So with those remarks, Karnataka Forest Department is open to any suggestions and recommendations with respect to the mitigation or adaptation of climate change, and the whole functioning of the department would be definitely fine-tuned with respect to the whole global problem of climate change. And with those words, and I congratulate and compliment especially Dr. Vasudeva sir and also Dr. Ajaya for spearheading, and it's almost a last 15-20 days work actually, where it was such a uphill task to the coordinate with so many institutions and organizations, scientists, and to organize this event. I congratulate them and also the teams working with both the dean as well as the DFO, all the officers and also the faculty members, students. Especially I must compliment and congratulate the PG students and the assistant professors who worked with the dean for the successful organizing of this program. I also compliment the forest officers who worked with Dr. Ajaya to see that all the delegates had a smooth stay and smooth logistics, and also providing all the facilities whatever is required. So with those words, I conclude here, and I feel that this is the beginning of collaboration and networking. For me, the suggestions and recommendations are very, very important, and beyond that, the networking with so many scientists and institutions and the experts is very, very important, which actually provides the greater understanding and knowledge for the future days to come. So with those words, I am looking forward for the greater collaboration and coordination at field level with the university as well as the college and the department, and also other departments in future days to come. With those words, I feel that the symposium has actually served its purpose, and the whatever recommendations are there that are will be taken forward in days to come. With those words, I thank each one of you for patient hearing as well as for attending this symposium, and also thank the organizers for giving this opportunity. Thank you one and all.
Just friends, I just forgot to mention one thing here regarding that memorandum of understanding. Yesterday when Dr. Vasudeva called me, yesterday, day before yesterday, and talked about this MOU, he had sent this draft of the MOU through email. In fact, normally the procedure in UAS Dharwad is once that MOU gets legal vetting, in fact we got it done by empaneled advocate. So we had received just then, day before yesterday. After that, normally we take 15 days or 20 days or 1 month. Okay, normal official procedure to get it approved by the academic council. Then only we sign. But day before yesterday when he called me, then I was really overwhelmed by the way this team is working, led by Dr. Vasudev and all the forest officers, Vasant Reddy and Ajaya and other, all of this. I was overwhelmed. In fact, I only sent a person to city to bring the bond papers, got it typed. Then I signed it yesterday evening at 7 o'clock, the day before yesterday evening at 7 o'clock, and sent that memorandum of understanding to Sirsi through a person. So that was the in fact, it came spontaneously that this team is working so hard. So I should compliment Dr. Vasudev and his team. I think we should give them a big hand. Because of this team effort, I was really impressed, and then immediately signed that day before yesterday at 7 p.m., sent that MOU through a person. So big compliments to the College of Forestry and also the Forestry Department, all officials. Thank you, Varun.
I now take this opportunity to invite Dr. Vinayak Upadhyay, Assistant Professor, College of Forestry, Sirsi, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Respected delegates on the dais, off the dais, and the participants, good evening. We are at the end of 2 days National Symposium on Building Climate Resilient Forestry for Ecosystem Restoration, Sustainable Utilization, and Community Prosperity. Always it is said that end is a new beginning. The deliberations of 2 days symposium will show a pathway for further research in fighting the climate change. It is my distinct honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on this auspicious occasion. Firstly, I extend our heartfelt thanks to Dr. Ajaya, IFS, Deputy Conservator of Forest, Sirsi Division, for his warm welcome and for providing the comprehensive brief report on the symposium. Thank you, sir. Our sincere thanks to Professor Dr. Vasudeva, Dean Forestry, College of Forestry, Sirsi, for presenting the invaluable symposium recommendations. These recommendations will undoubtedly guide our future endeavors, and he is one of the force behind making this symposium a grand success. Thank you, sir. We are immensely grateful to our chief guest, Dr. V.R. Kiresur, Director of Education, University of Agricultural Sciences, Dharwad, for his gracious presence and for his insightful address. Your words are truly motivated. Thank you, sir. A special thanks to Shri Bhimana T. Nayak, Honorable MLA, Sirsi Siddhapur, for his support in his absence. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the President of today's function and the motivational force in organizing this symposium, Shri Vasant Reddy, IFS, Conservator of Forest, Canara's Forest Circle. Sir, you are always an inspiration to the young minds. Thank you, sir. I thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. P.L. Patil, UAS Dharwad, for his continuous support and suggestions in making this event a grand success. I thank the sponsors of this symposium, Karnataka State Pollution Control Board, Mysore Sandal Soap, Mission Green India, Jungle Resorts and Jungle Lodges and Resorts, State Bank of India, Vanaloka and Karnataka Forest Department for their financial support. Thanks to the management of Supriya International Hotel for arrangements and delicious food. I extend my thanks to Kumari Tulsi Hegde and Sheila Melodies for the beautiful cultural event. I am thankful to the press and media for covering the National Symposium. Thanks to the photographers, sound system supporters for their continuous support. My sincere thanks to all the speakers, delegates, participants, faculty members, staff and students for their active participation and valuable contribution throughout the symposium. Your engagement made this event a grand success. I extend thanks to all the staff of Karnataka Forest Department, Canara Forest Circle for their active participation in making this event a success one. Last but not the least, I would like to thank the organizing committee, the volunteers and everyone from the Karnataka Forest Department, Canara Forest Circle and the College of Forestry, Sirsi, who worked tirelessly behind the scene to make this symposium a memorable and successful one. The dedications and hard work are truly commendable. At the end, I thank one and all who have contributed to the making this National Symposium a grand success. Thank you all. Thank you.
Now it's a tea break for everyone.